Let's check in with everyone else. Holy shit, I forgot to turn on the studio. So let's turn on the studio and just getting home now. And prayerfully everything synchronizes. Please let it synchronize. Please, please, please. It's synchronizing. We have what it says is an excellent connection, which I'm all excited about. Thank you, God. That's, oh. Okay, let's figure out how to get um okay, we're going to uh go for okay, I guess I'll leave this up for later. Going to call everyone, of course, but the first thing I have to do is find out whether we're showing up. Okay, and actually I'm quite tempted to save a number of things for later. So the problem with my opening windows is I get distracted by things I want to check out later, and so we're going to have to tolerate that. Okay, we're finally going to my channel here, and we're up, and so you can even hear me live. And the reason why is because I didn't turn on a screensaver. I'm already getting votes from our wonderful T-Tank Barry. God bless him. I just got back. So he says, good evening, loud and clear, brother 100. Let me acknowledge what you sent to me in message in a few minutes, as soon as I can. And so the first thing we need to do is open up my call box. And we're going to go to infinite call. This is probably the latest I've ever done this in terms of getting to the call. I usually get to it right away. Meet now, audio call. Of course, unless we have extreme technical problems, which has been very common in the past. Okay, we're going to try and do that connection now. We are 2 minutes into the show. Let's hope everyone responds to the calling. Aristides is visible. Let's hope he picks up. Okay, dear Aristides, this is you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Say something so I can see if you're registering on online broadcasting software.
I hope that I'm registering.
You are. That's you. Are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah. A little scattered, trying to settle down, but yeah.
Okay. Great. We are going to now try and get myself settled down, having just arrived on scene myself.
Right.
And not wanting to be here at all, we're going to go through the usual conniptions and convulsions. We are going to start by going towards my usual screensaver, and while I'm heading towards that, how about our I'm not quite sure I want you to go into blurb right now. I don't know if you're ready for it. Are you ready for the blurb? A few minutes? You want a few minutes first?
Yeah. I mean, we could get it out of the way.
Oh, we could? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me wait until I guess I'm feeling better now. Now that I'm talking and engaging in something, I'm feeling a little better, but my arm is still sore from that horrible allergy shot that I'm getting only once a month now. But it's a full dose allergy shot, and believe me, since I'm only getting it once a month now, it's much more impacting than when I was getting it once a week, because we were building up the dosage at that point. It was still bad. As a matter of fact, the only reason I made it through that period of time was just by gutting out the agony. And most people would have all kinds of backslides. But we'll get to that again in a minute. I might take a short break to get some painkillers. So if I do that, if I indulge myself in painkillers, I think that would be best to do that while our man Aristides is giving the blurb. So in the meantime, let me search for the screensaver that I usually use, because change is bad and we go with what we're familiar with, and that way I can at least have that in the background to make certain the screens all stay open while I take that break. So let's see if we can do that. And okay, all right, we're gonna turn this over, enter this, see if it comes up with something, and it's not coming up with my usual screen saver. Okay, which maybe if I just hit YouTube again, it'll come up. So let's see that. We have our dear T Tank Barry is sending me a new Oster, what do we call it? Toaster oven, because my toaster oven broke, and it broke in a very strange manner that was almost identical to the microwave breaking in the home of our man Brendan Zogit. Let's see who else is on the call. Is there someone else on the call besides us? No, it's just Aristides and myself right now. And because of that, I cannot eat my home delivered meals. So my Meals on Wheels are coming, and I cannot heat them to eat them. So I need money, of course, just to buy meals. This has been sent by two incredible people, and we want to acknowledge them. Mr. Oh God, he's been around forever, and he's Matthew Bush. Matthew Bush was with me back in the old days. Matthew Bush has been around for like a decade. So Matthew Bush sent 25 United States dollars with the message, "You are the future." Goddess bless you. Love you dearly, Matthew Bush, and stay safe and be well. The incredible Heather Holman, proud to have her as a member of Team Dietrich, sent 100 United States dollars. She says, from Vinny and Heather, love you. Thank you so much, darling. Love you dearly. Hopefully you'll be joining us later. And regardless, all my best, my profoundest gratitude to Vin and yourself. And we want you all to know that the money is going towards food. Has to, because I can't eat the home delivered meals. Sadly, a number of them will rot until the Oster oven arrives. We are not sure if this is an Oster oven that's even of a size to feed me. I have to have a large enough Oster oven where I can fit two Meals on Wheels at once, two home delivered meal trays at once, because the problem is otherwise they just don't sustain me, because they're meant for elderly people who don't eat. That's the idea behind the nutritionists at Meals on Wheels, is that elderly people eat less as they grow older, because their bodies are consuming less calories because they lead extremely sedentary lifestyles. So on that logic, their trays are incredibly small. So I have to put two of them in the toaster oven at once, or, either that or I'm fucked. Basically, I'm heating up one for half an hour, then heating up another for half an hour. It's just totally fucked. So if he's ordered, as he's tried, he says that they're not making it easy. He's tried to order from Amazon a size similar to last. And hopefully when it arrives, we'll find out. In a worst case scenario, I can always keep it as a backup. And I do have one that's a backup, but the last time I was using that, it was melting trays because it was too small, and it's melting the trays, and then I'm eating some plastic along with the food. So just no point in exposing myself to too much of that. I had to do that a few times because I was absolutely desperate, and obviously I don't need as much food as normal people, and I eat far less than your average American would ever dream of. Your average American would die on my diet. They would literally starve to death, and yet obviously I have to eat at times. So, and I especially burn calories when I'm hosting these shows, because it takes a lot of energy to do this. Okay, so all that being explained, we're in a nasty position once again, and whatever money I was going to save by not seeing Via this month is going to be spent on food until the toaster oven arrives, and then we don't even know if it's the right size. So we're totally fucked. If anyone wants to contribute a pizza-sized toaster oven, feel free to do so. Then my problem is the table that I put it on is too small. So we'll need we can't have too large a folding table because there's no room for it. I thought of putting a cutting board on top of the folding table that I have, on which the Oster oven sits, which is the only thing I can think of physically that could be the reason why the door spring sprung, basically snapped on it. I haven't had it for very long, but I've treated it with great respect. But I do have to move it every time I heat something up, because I have to move it to where I can plug it in. Otherwise, it just sits in the bathroom on the folding table all day, which is fine. And then I bring it to an outlet because it has a short extension cord, and I plug it in to heat up my food. And it should not have happened, but for some reason, the door spring unsprung on it, and it cannot practically be fixed. So there's no way to use it now. And the only physical reason I can think of that happening is that the platform was unstable, and a little bit of the toaster oven leans off of the platform. It has to, because you just can't fit it foursquare on the platform. It's going to be off by a few, and maybe that was enough so that the spring was just unbalanced. I think there's a way to set it up so that I can take care of that. I can't put a cutting board on top of the folding table, because that would be an unstable platform, and that would simply be dangerous. So it's just got to work the way it works, because I can't use a larger table because there'd be no room for it in the bathroom where I keep it, which is where I plug it in when I'm doing the cooking. So it heats up the Meals on Wheels in the bathroom is where it heats up, because there's no other available outlet that's a place where I could keep the toaster oven. There you go. That's the weirdness of living the Douglas Dietrich lifestyle when I'm trapped at home in the crypt, and another reason why I ultimately have to escape from this environment. So, all that being said, we are now in the still looking for a. Let me take a look at this. See if I can find myself here. The usual screensaver. Then we'll have our man do the. We're going to have Aristides do the blurb, and then I'm going to grab painkillers while he does that. And here we are. Okay. Let me look for that. And okay. I think this will be it. Entering the right hashtag phrases, and we should get it up there, I think. And okay. They may have taken it down. My usual screensaver may have been taken down, which is alarming. And then I'll have to find a new screensaver, because I need to find a 24-hour screensaver. That's the point, is that I have a 24-hour screensaver, because sometimes my shows would last 12 hours. And if you have something, most of these last only for an hour, and which means I'd have to go back and check on it. So here we are. Okay, so I found something, but this one is only. This is the one. I found it. Okay, so we've got the. For some reason, I had to enter all of these hashtag phrases I would normally never have to enter. So that's unusual, and it doesn't make any sense, and that's pretty disturbing in and of itself. So this one's 11 hours long. They've narrowed it from being 24 hours. So maybe he's faced some, I don't know, licensing or legal issues. Very bizarre to me. Normally we wouldn't have that problem. But of all things, the individual who runs my screensaver, what I've claimed as my screensaver, it's called Nemo's Dreamscapes. It has nothing to do with the freak who was involved with us for a short period of time, or all too long a period of time. This is someone else who actually has talent and actually does things. But this individual has had that up for years now, and I think every once in a while he'll go through. Oh, here we are. I have to find the one that says live. Okay, this is the one that I'm looking for. But I had to get out of my own channel to do that. So let's make certain that I get my channel up again, and we'll take it from there. All right, let's go back and get my YouTube channel up again so that I can monitor that while I'm live streaming. What a pain in the ass. Okay, so to everyone who's been listening, all this might seem inconsequential, but then again, that's the whole thing going on in my life. All these inconsequential things add up in their life or death. One little thing breaks, and everything's fucked. So we're at that stage right now. Little thing is broken, a crucial link in the chain, and it leaves me quite shall we say, first off, it kills my budget because buying food is extraordinarily expensive, which is the reason, of course, I'm on the home delivered meals. And I'm in San Francisco, where everything is it's essentially unaffordable. And the only reason that I'm here is because I can't really work anywhere else based on my true source of food, which is, of course, the estates, which is the source of sustenance that truly does keep me alive. Okay, now that we've bored everyone to tears with a life and death issues in on my part, we're going to finally, let's check the live stream here, go into blurb, and from there we're going to continue for the rest of the night. Let me see if I still feel the need to do what I need to do, which is basically grab some painkillers, or whether I'll just stay with our man Aristides through the blurb. I think I can stay with Aristides through the blurb. And let's get started with that, dear Aristides. And you take it from here for a few minutes. I'll stay right here with you.
Okay. As soon as you get here, hopefully before we've gotten to this point, hit the thumbs up, upvote. That is important for the algorithm purposes, because there are downvotes placed by those against Douglas, perhaps with bots in some numbers, and that affects his ability to be searched and suggested and so forth. So please do that. Please hit the subscribe button, or make sure that you're still subscribed if you have in the past. It could have come undone. And hit the notification bell right next to it. That will put a handy pop-up on your device, as it did mine, and I just clicked on that. I got right to the program, so hopefully know when to be here. But life gets busy. That's a good reminder, or in case there's any out of time starts or restarts, that will be helpful there, because that can take a while. You do need an account to do all these things, so please make one. If you haven't, it's not that hard. And once you have, you can make sub channels under the account, and each of them can actually do their own upvoting, which is cool. Normally they're for different types of content, but you don't have to put anything there. You can just use them for that. Just make sure you remember to switch back to your normal, main profile or whatever you want to use to chat and whatnot. And let's see. Also, as far as upvotes, you always, after the program is live, once it's just a regular YouTube, there will be comments enabled underneath the program window, and that's different from the chat, which may display in a replay. And Douglas will put a pinned comment there with his crucial information. Please upvote that too, for similar reasons, to make sure it doesn't get downvoted away. We'll put the PayPal link here in the chat, and please contribute anything you can to Douglas. If you can't find the link, I'll try to keep it in there. If you can't find it, though, or you're just listening on audio, go to PayPal website, and in the search bar, you probably search Douglas first and last name, or by the handle there, Douglas D. Dietrich, and to find him. And I believe you don't even need an account to send him money. There's a way to click and just send it with a credit card. You can also share the link out of the browser bar. YouTube.com link, right? It will remain the same during the live and after. So if you save that now or share it now, it will still get someone there. There is also a way to, as far as sharing after the live, once you're replaying to the computer, it's right click, and you can copy at the current timestamp and send them a link at the current timestamp to get to a certain topic, which is handy also. And if you're really so inclined, and you can do things like downloading, there are free programs to do that. Download the episodes. They probably will be pretty large files, but re-upload them to a separate channel as a backup. Those types of things are always appreciated. And what else? Forgetting anything major
Not that I could think of, but
Uh,
then again, yeah, I think you're doing great. Honestly, you're doing fine. Uh, yeah. So with that, I guess what I can do is just start going into yeah, some level of monologue. We'll see if people want to go there, or whether someone else has joined us. Let's see who's with us now with on call. And we have no one else on call at the moment. But the moment someone comes on, we might do a bit of a change in, I might take a break. We might go into a change of narrative in the sense of what they want to talk about or whatever subjects they bring up for at that moment. In the interim, of course, not quite sure if I'm in the mood for monologue yet. Let's check our numbers and see if we feel that there's enough there to inspire me into that. I notice I lost quite a bit of people when I'm talking about the issues concerning food and survival. And I find that quite telling. I find that extraordinarily telling. It's like how many people are just here to do what? Just troll? I mean, it's like obviously I've always been in need, and if you don't understand how dire and desperate that need is at this point, you're then what are you doing here? It's like, are you here at all? I mean, are you listening at all? How do you not know this? And you should be here for that reason. In other words, you should be here to help. Because in the end, certainly what I'm doing is ultimately helping yourselves. Certainly providing solutions to your problems as a society by my analysis. And if you don't appreciate that enough to support and be there with me when I'm telling you about the issues that threaten my continued survival and ability to continue doing that, what are you here for at all, other than to act as a troll or just do nothing constructive? It's obviously you wouldn't be here for anything constructive. And that was part of the problem with people that we tolerated in terms of their presence for all too long, simply because my envelope of tolerance is just far too wide, and it's something that, of course, I need to get over. I really need to, shall I say, be a lot more discerning in terms of rather than just allowing people into my space, so to speak. All right, so that having been qualified, we can start monologue and see if people just start showing up. But again, in terms of acknowledgements, Matthew Bush, thank you so very much. Heather Holman, thank you so very much. Matthew Bush, who wrote You Are the Future, sent 25 United States dollars. Heather Holman, who said From Vinny and Heather, love you, sent 100 United States dollars. And I'm going to need a lot more to make it through the month, obvious for the reasons I've just articulated. So when I start asking for contributions and people disappear, again, I think that speaks volumes, and it really exposes far too much about the people who are tuning in at all. But for those of you who are beyond that, at least provide your moral support if you're incapable of doing otherwise. And we have all too many listeners who are in tent cities, essentially. And that's unfortunately what happens when you're extremely suppressed. So I think one of the things that Aristides can emphasize more in future blurbs is the fact that it really is up to you. And I don't think Aristides hits that home hard enough, is that it's not just a suggestion for, if you have the technical capacity, download these episodes and upload them elsewhere. Honestly, unlike myself, if you're born in the 21st century, I'm a creature of the 20th century and the last fucking millennium. It wasn't just the 20th century, it was the end of 1,000-year cycle on the Christian calendrical system. I was born not just in a different century, but a different millennium. Unlike me, most of you were born in the 21st century and the third Christian millennium. People like you should be more than capable of downloading these shows and uploading them elsewhere. You spend enough time on computers and electronic interface where this should be second nature to you. And of course, we ask you to do just that. Do that and spread the word. Make certain other people are aware of myself, because without that, well, it's over. Not just for myself, but as the person providing you solutions for your fundamental problems, it's over for you as well. So
Hello.
so it's definitely your war, and you have to fight it, and you've got to spread the word. Okay, that was interesting. We just had Amy Como provide us a interesting little noise effect there. So, Amy,
Yeah,
uh,
I'm here.
yes, excellent, excellent. Well, we love you dearly. Haven't had a chance to look over your messages yet. I believe one of them is a photograph of Tokyo Bloker. Yes, and the other,
Uh-huh.
what's the other one? Let me take a look again. It's
The other one is my grandfather's sister, the nun. I was thinking about your nun outfit.
Oh, yes. Yes, the nun
I was
outfit.
thinking how we could upgrade it, and I wanted to give you some ideas.
Right. Well, you're
From other nuns.
okay. Good, good.
No, I can tell that you're not in a good mood. I need you to shift your mood a little.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's gonna happen because you're a vampire and I'm not, but
No.
somehow we need to get you on task because this is sloppy.
Yes.
We have
Yes.
much more strength
Yes.
behind the knowledge that you're sharing.
Thank you.
So I want you to approach it with that kind of directive.
Yes, to help with that, I want you to know, technically you're sounding a lot better, but you were quite suffocated with your initial statements. It sounded like you were talking through a pillow. You're not talking while lying down,
Oh,
are
I'm
you?
not on a pillow. I'm sitting up. I'm holding the phone next to my face. I
Good.
don't have it on speaker.
Thank God.
I'm so, like,
Good.
we're
Good.
doing everything. I'm sweating to death. It's like 100 degrees in here still. I
Wow.
might have to check out and go back to my air-conditioned vehicle.
Oh my God. Well, that's well, if you go to your air-conditioned vehicle, you can still talk
Yeah,
with us, yes?
maybe I can. Maybe. Uh, I mean, what are we going to talk about here? What is pertinent to
Well,
all
you're
of
you're
the
you're
new stuff happening?
well, you're one of my talkers, so that's an important point
I
to be
know.
made. Since you're one of my talkers, you kind of set the stage and get us in the mood for talking. Believe me, I know what I need to talk about. It was simply qualifying the dire straits that I'm in before going in that direction. When I go in that
Yeah.
direction, yeah, I want to be able to start and just keep rolling. And of
I know.
course, with interruptions from interjections from the people on Team Dietrich who actually have something to say. That was the biggest problem, say, for instance, with our dear, what's it, Real Tech Geek. Again, someone
Mm.
who after a while, if you're not sharing your real name, that's something that I just can't deal with. It's, if, for instance, Amy Como is a targeted individual, and yet she shares her real name. So I think that that shows quite a bit. It shows quite a bit of courage, and it shows quite a bit of integrity. Whereas Real Tech Geek, who refused to share his name, would come on and he would interject, and it would be to say absolutely nothing. There was nothing he would say. He would just ramble on and just say something to throw the entire narrative off by bringing in topics that meant absolutely nothing. A form of malevolent sabotage is the only way to take it. So,
Well,
yeah,
speaking of
yeah,
our dear friend Real Tech,
yeah.
uh, I was looking. It's so hot that I like have to just find stuff to do like that it involves air conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
But today, in between my swimming and my gathering water and all of this, I was listening to old episodes where you and Brendan were talking about Black Hawk,
Yeah,
DC comic,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And the
Yes.
dude whose name is just escaping my brain because I can't remember what the dude's name was, but that guy who did that comic book is going to be at the Baltimore Comic-Con
Okay.
in October.
Wow.
So
Okay.
I know it made me. It
How,
made
how
me
old
too
is
bad.
that? How
We
old
had
is
to
it?
cut him off because he couldn't give his real name.
But
He must be ancient. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was just like, just like digging around in the internet, and I was listening, but I wasn't really listening. And you guys, for whatever reason, I happened to sit down when you talked about it, so I wrote it down, and then whatever came up, I copied or I highlighted the name of the dude, and then I looked it up. And I'm going to put it in the chat right now. I'm going to drop it in.
By the way, I
in case
want to
there's
thank Mr.
comic book
John
fans
Kulik.
out there.
Right. I want to thank
We
Mr.
need a
John.
new expert.
Well, yeah, he was an expert on that. It would be, generally speaking, that would be one of the few reasons I tolerated him for as long as I did, is that, he could, yeah.
It was creepy, though, the way he just goes and takes pictures of people. That's creepy.
Actually, that was one.
So anybody who shows up to see this guy, look out for some dude trying to take your picture. I'm putting it in there right now.
Thank you. While you do that, I want to acknowledge John Kulik. John Kulik sent the 15 United States dollars, said, for Mr. D's stuff, thanks. Thank you, sir. Definitely appreciate it. And there,
That's
it's from
not what
Amy.
you wanted. None of you want what I just put in there. Hold on, I gotta get
my search committee.
That?
What is this? Dear
This
search
is
committee.
not. This is whatever was on my clipboard, which I thought I just copied the link. That was not it. It's not copy.
Oh.
Wait.
Oh.
Thought I got rid of that. You guys give me some job search tips or something. I don't know what that was.
Okay.
All right, here it is. Baltimore Comic-Con. Howard Victor
Okay.
Shakin.
Chaikin. Oh, he's not that old. By the way, it says we're having trouble finding that site. We can't connect to the server at Baltimore Comic-Con. Yeah, that may be for the best. Okay, for those of you who do not know, this is not the man who did the original Black Hawk. This is this is a guy who did Black Hawk in the 1980s, and he's a Jewish communist. He's a Judeo-Bolshevik. So he's he's Jewish, he's communist, he's like let's put it this way. He's got a lot of things that showed up in his agenda in his comics. His comics were extraordinarily political, and they were very propagandistic, and he promoted the Soviet Union quite heavily, and he was extraordinarily anti-noble, meaning anti-royalty or anti-monarchist. So he was very much a very negative person. Let's put it that way. But I thank you for trying.
That distraction.
No. It's because it opens up the levee for politically relevant topics. As for T-Tank Berry,
like black women in Russia, did you get around to that yet?
No, and it's hard not to have a little bit of Schadenfreude about that. A little bit of what was, I mean, honestly, really? Did she left the United States because of racism? Now, granted, there's a insanity that is excusable, because her father was stark raving mad, and he was a black man who basically worked with the Soviets back when they were communist, officially so. He was a individual who bought into the propaganda myth that they were trying to create. For those of you who don't know, best comparison is in America, theoretically, the concept is no matter what your ethnicity, if you're a U.S. citizen, you're an American. So that's why they had those federally sponsored commercials where they would have people of different ethnicities. And these people would shout, "I am an American." And that was a campaign sponsored by the U.S. government. The Soviets did the same thing. And the Russian word Soviet simply means collective. So their propaganda theme was, if you're in the greater Soviet Union, which is far different from the concept of Russia. The concept of Russia is a Russian empire. The concept of the Soviet Union was many nationalities united in republics that were all constituent parts of a union. And that whoever lived there, if you had citizenship, you were a Soviet. You were Soviet. So people who were, if at that time, if you were to ask people, hey, are you Russian or Ukrainian? They would say, I'm Soviet. So this black guy bought into that, and he went over to the Greater Soviet Union and presented himself as a Soviet black. I'm a black Soviet. So there were a bunch of people they recruited out of the United States who were just idealistic, naive idealists, and people from all over Africa that they just abducted. And they literally, during operations in Africa, would bring black people back so they could claim, see, we've got black minorities. So there are people who are black who speak perfect Russian who were raised in Russia from that time. Okay, those days are over. So when this woman whose father sired her while she was born in the Soviet Union, decided, oh, America's so racist, I'm going to go back to Russia. And goes over there and gets beaten up by her neighbors, who don't want a black person living next to them. You've got to really question her sanity. By the way, so T-Tank Barry says, recognize the shit kicker pickup brought this heap cheap. Oh my God, he went and purchased the truck he was showing you, honey. So
well, of course he did. It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah.
That's when trucks were worth buying.
Yeah.
It was back then.
Yeah.
What year is it? Did he tell us what year it was?
Tell us what year it is, dear T-Tank. Yeah, I'll make sure not to refer to him by his real. Now he's got a reason to hide his name, so don't take that. Don't take what I said to heart. Obviously,
whatever. Real Tech is not dropping $100 in your mail slot.
Yes, that's right. That's what it comes down to.
time.
Real Tech never contributed. Real Tech never
I
contributed
know.
a goddamn penny.
And I'm trying to tell you, don't talk to people who don't pay you.
Yeah, Amy has contributed. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Amy has contributed, despite the fact that she's been homeless a good part of her life. So yeah, it's
All right. Again, we're working on my image. We're blessing me with lots of like
positive. Yeah.
And great. Homeless is positive because when you're dealing with hell, you don't want to make a home there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But some people might not see the joy.
At least you're smart enough. At least you're smart enough to know it's no better in Russia.
I don't know if I really am. I went back to where I was from too, foolishly thinking things would improve. Was that what that was about? You were just trying to draw a parallel? You were trying to be like, Amy thinks she's a black woman going back to Russia. She's really just this Quebecois chick going back to the border.
See, that's why you're one of my talkers. You're so intelligent. You have this capacity to draw parallels that no one else has, or few other types of people have the intellectual capacity or the wit. I'll call it the wit to do.
Who love laughing at me. Yeah. This is the thing, is if I can come on and make you laugh a bunch, then you're like, okay, this works. I can do this. Yes. I can get people to pay me and work for free and get people to do reads for me. Yes. Yeah. We need more interns.
Oh, well, one of the things you have to be aggressive about is reminding me of when your birthday is. Make certain to do that next year. I try to put it on my calendar. I think it's on my calendar for next year, but just to make sure you've got it.
I don't have enough room for more poetry. I don't.
Where is Tokyo Bloker lying down? He's like lying down. It looks like he's in that
it's
microwave he built.
I'm in a Bedouin tent, and that's my cushion, my tent cushion. He's chilling on my bed. That's what I sleep on.
Oh, okay, but that's in that microwave oven he built to roast you in so he could eat you later.
Yes, that's what his problem is. He needs to consume more meat.
Troy Bellamy is talking. Troy, come on the fucking call, Troy. Jump on the call.
Okay,
Or
Douglas.
Troy, if
Douglas,
you don't jump on the call,
be nice to Troy.
why?
Be nice to Troy.
Troy, I need to
Come
threaten
on the
him.
fucking call is not how you lure people in
Yeah,
to
I'll
do
threaten him.
work
Troy,
for
come on the
free.
call, or I'll tell you wife about you raiding the fucking fridge at night, and she'll put a chain around that fucker that your bolt cutter can't get through. Okay?
Don't hit him where it hurts in his
Yeah,
pocket.
that's
Jeez.
yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. All right. He does not have to come on. I will run the whole show for the rest of the night. It'll be a 12-hour show of me. You guys are
that would be
screwed.
delightful. That would be delightful. He's still typing. He's typing an essay. He's typing an essay.
I know,
Yeah.
because he's an academician.
Yeah.
He needs to express himself through writing.
Yes, he says we will not.
It's okay.
Stand.
We'll go back to him later.
Yes, he says we will not stand for the physical racism. Russia is a bastion of suprematist ideals. Thank you. Quite. Well, certainly is now. Yeah, it sure as hell is now. They at least had to put up a false pretense of egalitarianism when they were ideologically Soviet. Yeah, those days are over. It's now it's just if you ain't white, you ain't shit. Yeah, it's
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And for those of you who don't know, it's extreme enough where they do not want people from the Soviet Central Asian republics, the formerly Soviet Central Asiatic republics, to move into their apartments in Moscow. As a matter of fact, if you look at their rental ads, look at the rental ads in Moscow, you'll notice that they'll say, only Slavs allowed, or people who are non-Slavic people need not apply. They will all say that.
Hyper local.
Yeah.
That's like here. I need to kick out all these second homeowners with their Vacasa homes who like charge too much every night, and so that the rest of us who live here and do your work for nothing can have a place to live.
Yeah.
Like it's probably the same thing in Russia. Didn't Marina Sarin have that to say about Spain? That it's like impossible to find housing because there's no way you can compete with the vacation homes.
Marina Sarin is born into wealth and privilege. She's not someone who I think would even give such a thing a passing thought. But it's appreciated.
I do think she said.
Yeah. What's that? Yeah. Oh, you sound like you're away from the mic. Like there we are, better.
No.
I hear that sigh. That now it sounds like you're sighing right into my ear. That's so sexy. Okay, keep that up. That's
okay.
Yeah, that's a little better. There we are. Say
a little
again.
better.
You say again what you were saying. Oh,
I was saying, Douglas, your French lessons.
yes, I need them.
It's doing terrible things to my language.
Yes.
And I'm calling today just to tell you that Quebecois is how you say it.
Yes. Okay.
Honoré de Balzac.
Yeah.
Balzac. Honoré de Balzac. Did you get all that? Was it breathy enough?
Kind of. We kind of got that. It's so how do I pronounce someone from Quebec? How do I say Québécois? Québécois or Québécois? Québécois. Isn't that C with a hook under it always a kind of S sound?
Yeah.
Damn, they're glitching you out, honey. Yeah.
They're terrible. They're fuckers.
Yeah, they are. They are.
They're awful. They do this to Holly all the time.
Yes.
It's really,
But we're hearing you now. What's interesting is we're hearing you now.
I am in the same position I have not been. I'm in the same spot that picture took. That's exactly where I'm at.
Oh, yeah. So were you trying to get back at him? I know what's going on now. That's why he looks so exhausted. He looks like he's like I thought that you were trying to.
Yeah, he's suffering. He cannot what the state-sponsored drugging that is part of our existence at this point.
Yeah, it's
bad.
Yeah. So the drugs' impacts on him are showing in that photograph, as I suspected. Yeah, it's definitely showing through. That plus you were getting back at him for how you fry in that environment. It's definitely the.
I'm not getting back at him. I am doing stuff that kind of stuff
We can't hear you, honey. We can't hear you. Okay.
Oh yeah.
There. Now we
Okay.
hear you. So something different is going on. Yeah. I mean.
It's very strange.
Yeah.
I'm like in the same position. I'm
Mhm.
not moving my hands.
Okay.
Still just talking.
Okay, but we can hear you now. So go ahead with. Yeah. You were saying how we're trying to uplift you. We're trying to give you this image. It's kind of like a image of uplifting that is not the homeless past. So we got to emphasize these positive parts in your life, right? Yeah.
I mean, just like so that, if they listen to this,
Mm-hmm.
just exceptional production of a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. But completely embarrassed. I'm really trying to just not go back and listen to old stuff or listen to myself in particular because I find that to be like a childish, vain indulgence.
Oh, well, I think that you should learn to enjoy that, really. I mean, don't deny yourself that guilty pleasure. No, we heard a little bit about the last half sentence. This is what. Oh, so give me just a second here. I'm going to burn bandwidth. And the only reason I'm going to continue burning bandwidth while I change my shirt here to a warmer shirt as the temperature drops is because Amy's technology seems to be very unstable right now. It's not really transmitting with a regular sense of reliability. So we're going to burn bandwidth where at least we know that people can hear me. And then we're going to deal with her technology as best as we can because there's times when she's very clear. And then there's whenever she starts into anything that's important, like she's trying to explain a concept, then it sounds like she's coming through a Ouija board, just which is disturbing. At any rate, I do want people to know that she senses my emotions quite well. I think everybody does because I'm pretty open with those. And she comes on to be morally supportive, so she's very angelic. And without her, of course, we would be much the poorer. So now that I'm back in this different shirt for the night, as the temperature plummets precipitously, we're going to deal with the fact that she's blazing hot, even though it must be dark. Is it really dark? Yeah. How is it still so hot?
We're in a heat wave.
Okay.
It's not the same as like other places. Like it's maybe getting to be like 90, 91, 92, but the humidity is like, it's just so gross. Like there's a fog and haze everywhere. It's like rainforest. I live in a rainforest. It's incredible. Yeah. And that truck is a little bit more new than the Ford truck that I drove when I first learned how to drive. I drove a 79
Holy shit.
Ford.
Holy
this
shit.
one is an 84 Ford.
God damn. Yeah.
It's pretty. There's a lot of good pictures in our chat.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I mostly wanted to talk to you about your French.
Okay.
That you have not been practicing. And yes, Quebecois with quoi. See how it's like hardly even a C.
Okay, so it's okay that I say Quebecois, but very low. No? No?
It's not okay. No, we got to work on it.
Quebecois.
Quoi.
Quoi. Quebec.
No T, no harsh anything.
Okay.
Quoi.
Quebecois. Quebecois.
The B.
Okay.
The B is the emphasis. Quebecois. Better. Much better.
Thank you.
Honestly.
Thank you.
I hope that woman shows up here again, whoever she was. That
Diane Lapierre? Diane Lapierre?
Yeah, Lapierre. Her. I don't know who she is, but I mean, She's got
Which
to
part of
have
her
the same
story do you
gripes as
remember?
me.
Which part of her story do you remember?
I mostly remember how you couldn't say Quebecois correctly, and then I had to shut you off.
But
Well,
no, but
I don't remember. It was something like, it was one of these things that goes on in your life where like people show up on your show and then they get involved with each other and then they get led around by one another and cock
well,
blocks
she was
and
driven away. She was driven away
that kind of
by
thing.
two cunts. Laura Lee
Oh dear.
Solomon and Judith Gay Ager got
Oh
together
dear.
and just scratched her eyes out.
Yeah,
Now,
you can't hang out on Team D too much. Just here.
say what?
Team D is hard to hang. It's
What?
hard to get along on this
Well,
show.
wait a second. TMI is too much information, so TMD is too much drama.
Is it? Who said that?
Well, I'm asking.
Yeah, too much drama. Did I say too much drama?
Didn't you just
No.
say TMD on Team D Trick? Didn't you just say that?
Too much drama. Yes, it's nothing like what I just said, but that sounds much better than what I said. So we're gonna go with that. 4x4, 6.9 diesel. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, what do we do? What else are we talking about? LaPierre.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Maybe she moved out of Quebec.
We'll get back to that in a second, just for the sake of gossip. But I want to thank Sheila Gavin for showing up. Many hearts to Sheila Gavin, hearts and kisses. And Sheila, I've gotten your emails, and I will go over them privately after the show, sometime after transmission, and then by next transmission, I will, with your permission, which I believe you've given, I could only scan your emails briefly, but I believe you've given me permission to read out elements of them. So I will read out whatever elements that you have deemed to be acceptable for me to read aloud next episode. But in the interim, I want you to know that I'm aware of your emails. Plus, I received one from some other wonderful young lady who provided me a care package many months ago that I'm only beginning to rip into now as need arises. And believe me, when people send me things, I might be a while before I get to them, but I do get to them. And the first thing I do is I just check briefly through them to make certain there's no perishables. And but it gives me kind of an awareness that it's got whatever it has in it. Then I get to it when I need it. And believe me, I started to need what was in this incredible person's care package. They have not provided me a real name. I don't know who they are. They've given me an email saying it was me, but their email address and their handle, so to speak, meaning their avatar, what their name that they provided is obviously not a real name. But I do thank them for their support. And so when it comes to Sheila Gavin, she's provided moral support. And I definitely want to acknowledge the fact that I've received her communique and will get to it. So it just didn't get home in time to read it tonight. So thank you so much, Sheila. By the way, when Brendan arrives, presuming he arrives, on the narrative, I might start talking a bit about what happened on the way home from the Estates recently, where I had, might as well go into that now and then get back to Deanne Lapierre, because she's amusing gossip, if nothing else. But I thought I was talking to you about this in our latest episode. Did I not speak to you about this in our latest episode, about what happened with her and how she was chased off by Laura Lee and Judith Ager, and then how
I was not. I was listening.
Oh, I guess Oh, that's right. You weren't on. It was Holly I was talking to about that. It was Holly I was speaking to about that. Right. And Holly, by the way, I need to spank her a little bit when she gets on. So hopefully she joins us later tonight, and then I can have a little fun spanking her about, something she said, which I really didn't even notice. I really didn't even. But Ed Beth brought it up that it was something that I should address. So such having been said, we'll wait for that. But when it comes to Diane Lapierre, just to kind of go over the general situation there because it is so hideously funny, and then I'll go into what happened when I dropped by for my allergy shot from the Estates yesterday. Honestly, it feels like 10 years ago, just after a good night's sleep, when all kinds of strange things happen to my electronics by the time I wake up. No matter what I do, turn it off, turn it, whatever I do, my electronics, they get altered. But when it came to, just to go back to Diane Lapierre, she was someone who first approached me saying that she was raised in a kind of a occult research oriented little community, and the thing that was interesting about her was she did not present herself as a satanic ritual abuse victim, which would be the norm for people approaching me. They would approach me because the whole history with Michael Aquino. People would normally approach me as, I'm a SRA, satanic ritual abuse victim. And she did not do that. She showed photographs of herself participating in these rituals, but it looked like she was having an enormous amount of fun. So that was pointed. What made her particularly stand out in a ominous or negative sense was that she was married to an individual. She had 3 sons by him, 3 very young children. These sons, there were like 3 of them that after he had fathered those 3 sons, which was obviously like in a very quick succession. It was like she probably squeezed out 1 boy a year for about 3 years in a row. After that was accomplished, he stopped having sex with her. Now, this is not something that I would have normally brought up, except that Peter Moon put it all on record without consulting me about this or asking my permission. Certainly he did not ask the permission of Diane Lapierre, I know that for a fact, but he put it out on record anyway a long time ago. So it was something that he would say every time he brought her up is, oh, her husband wasn't putting out. And he would say this with the confidence of like, as if he were her secret lover. It didn't come from that, of course. It came from another factor that I'll get to in a moment. But that was the psychosis of Peter Moon. One of the reasons that Peter Moon was so pronouncedly evil and malevolent and psychotic was someone would ask him to keep a secret, and he would go and spread the shit all over, on my show. He would go and say something he was asked specifically not to say. So, the way I avoided it was just never telling him anything I didn't want him to say, which is pretty much nothing. I'm pretty much open about everything. Except, of course, when it came to the identity of my son's husband, which then I never gave to him, but he always tried to dox. He always tried to find out on his own. So that being qualified, what happened was her husband...
This is what I remember. That is what I remember was the thing that you had said about
he lived in the same apartment with Stephen Alren. That was it? That
no.
Okay, that was
no.
That was the weird part. So what did you remember? What did you remember? There were so many weird parts. But
there was a Quebecois woman who had a bunch of kids with some dude who refused to put out.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, this is I could point to at least 40 different situations like that in my area. This is cultural.
Though of course a lot of cases it's probably just physical impotence, but in his case I have every reason to suspect he was a pornopedaholic. In other words, that the only thing that could turn him on was young kids. Now, the reason I say something like that is based on several factors. For one thing, he was banned off of Facebook for something like 9 months. And when I produced on Facebook at that time, I produced an illustration that was trying to demonstrate the horrors of child abuse for a Child Abuse Awareness Day. And on this Human Child Sex Trafficking Awareness Day, I produced an illustration that showed no genitalia, but showed a young girl crying with an adult male beside her. There were bloody rags around showing that she had been deflowered, but there was no display of genitalia. The man, of course, was smoking a cigarette to show that it was the aftermath of a sexual encounter. So when I produced this black and white illustration to show the horrors of human child sex trafficking, it obeyed all the community standards, but they apparently had it reported, and so they banned me from Facebook for, guess what? Come on, take a guess at how long I was banned. Come on, Amy, take a guess.
I mean, it's a gift, isn't it? I mean, the banning from Facebook, like, no longer are you.
Well, I'm permabanned at this point but that's for a totally
creativity.
different reason. I'm permabanned because
I don't know.
yeah. Lena Shea uploaded a bunch of swastikas after the New Zealand Christchurch Mosque massacre. Then she uploaded a bunch of swastikas on my Facebook page and got me permabanned. But no, at that time I was banned for that illustration for 24 hours. So if they banned, yeah, that was it. 24 hours. They banned me for 24 hours for that. So if they banned this guy for fucking 9 months, this guy was like sending dick pics to kids or something. This guy was like at that time. So then what had happened was that there's that reason that I have every reason to suspect him of being a pedopornaholic, but there's also the reason that he lived in the same apartment per our lady Diane Lapierre herself. He lived in the same apartment for years with Stephen Outram. And what they would do, he lived in the same apartment building, but they knew each other's apartment rooms, and they would visit each other constantly. And according to her, he would sell him computer hardware parts or used computers constantly. Now, Stephen Outram is a man who supposedly established a multi-million-dollar software empire. We know, of course, he's a pedopornaholic for all the reasons I've just expressed in the past, and his constant affiliation with Michael Aquino, the photographic records we have of his communique with Michael Aquino, etc. We know he's affiliated with Michael Aquino, and we knew that, of course, from Michael Aquino telling me about him back when I worked at the Presidio, and what his purpose was, and that he was a member of the Temple of Set. So we know his involvement with Michael Aquino is quite real and quite intimate, to use an entendre. But such being said, he lived in this apartment building with Diane Lapierre's husband, who then was selling him computers, and he was like, they were trading in used computer parts. There's no reason for people, especially somebody who is a software mogul, to be doing this with somebody, except this is how pedopornaholics trade the hard drives that have the pedoporn in the hard drive of the computer itself. This way they avoid the law and being caught on the internet by living next to each other and trading back and forth the actual computers. So that's the only reason for them to be doing what they're doing. So when she brought that up, that cinched it. That cinched it. Plus his being banned for like 9 months for, back in those days, Facebook was quite tolerant. Facebook started off as basically a porn site and then evolved into what it became. But so they were quite tolerant of many things, but they became more and more intolerant as they became more and more universalist. But that having been expressed, then what happened was, because she got chased off by Laura Lee and Judith, she wound up going after Sloppy Seconds, which was Brandon Young. So when she started going after Brandon Young, two things were going down. One of them was her husband, who had 3 male children, was allowing his brother, who had been in prison for years for child rape, come to live with her and the children. So here's her husband, who's got a brother who's been in jail for years for child rape, and he says, oh, come live with me now that you're released from prison. So the guy gets released from prison, and he says, well, no, there's no place else for him to go. No one else will let him live with them. Well, yeah, there's a reason for that. So you're going to let him live with you with 3 young boys. Anyhow, she wanted out. And because she got chased away by Judith and Laura from myself, she glommed on to Brandon Young, and it makes perfect sense because Brandon Young was quite wealthy. So she thought by hooking up to him, she could escape because he had money. But then her husband found out and pulled the Liam Nielsen, which it speaks volumes he did not dare to do to me. But to Brandon Young, who's a child who's inherited billions of dollars, literally billions of dollars, and drove an extraordinarily expensive car, a Lamborghini, I believe. Brendan can give us the details on that. He's with us now, so welcome aboard, Brendan. He drove a Lamborghini, or at least owned one, or a Ferrari. It was a Lamborghini.
It was a DeLorean.
That wasn't what in the photograph that he had, was it? The photograph that was on his Facebook page? Brendan?
I swear his girlfriend said he drove a DeLorean, and I don't think...
No, I believe he drove a DeLorean, but he had more than one car. Yeah, so Brendan, what was the... Yeah,
the DeLorean would be like a Fantasyland shit, some Fantasyland shit.
Yeah.
Dude, I have a picture of two of them driving around together in Pittsburgh.
That's fine.
Like I know, like they're not...
Well, people collect them.
Yeah,
they're worth quite a bit now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like he was posing in front of a Ferrari.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was posing in front of a Ferrari. Thank you, Brendan. I appreciate that.
Okay.
So she had every reason to go after him, but then the husband called him. Again, speaks volumes. Her husband did not dare to do this to me. But to Brandon Young, he called him up and said, "I will track you down. I will find you. I will kill you." The whole Liam Neeson trip. And that's when Brandon Young had to go into hiding, and the person he went to live with was Peter Moon. So he lived with Peter Moon for months, during which Peter Moon got to learn every detail about Diane Lapierre's life, because she was sex talking, pillow talking with this guy for every night for months, before her husband caught on. And then Peter Moon decided to spill it all on my show multiple times, without my asking him to do so, which I never would have done. And so it's on record already.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you remember, right. He would say that. Yeah, her husband's not putting out, but now he's finally putting out. Now that's the part, how do you know that? Yeah, but he was always adamant about it. Like, how do you know that he's finally putting out? You know how he knew that? Because he was talking to the husband. Because he had to act as the mediator between the husband and Brandon Young.
I think you asked him about it.
I never confronted him on air about how the fuck do you know that. But it was...
Are you sure?
Yeah,
I think you did. You may have.
I might have very tactfully, but definitely the other factor was he was trading in child porn with her husband. In other words, he was part of the whole shtick. The reason Brandon Young went to live with Peter Moon was because Peter Moon was the only one who could talk the husband down, because he and the husband had been trading with Stephen Outram. That's why he refused to report any of them when I asked him to report them to the FBI. And he refused to report them to the FBI because that would have endangered himself, because he was part of the whole crowd. Now, that puts into logic everything that...
shocking.
Yeah, that's not shocking at all. Don't believe Brendan when he says that.
You're telling me the guy that talked about peanut butter as lube is a perv?
Yeah, yes, that's right. Yeah, and guaranteed, he was the one
that had a child bride?
Yeah, the one. Yeah, and guaranteed Peter Moon was the one shoving the cucumber up the developmentally disabled child's ass. Guaranteed he was.
You don't have to talk about it. Yeah.
Douglas, no. I'm trying to get back to the French lesson. We're not going back to the Peter Moon. We're going to learn French. We're going to pronounce it not like an Asian, but like a Parisian.
I love you.
Yeah, you can just purge that creep out of, you can just purge him.
Yeah,
every time it's always like the worst stuff ever. No, we can't keep talking about this.
Tell us about your chiropractor. Tell us about your chiropractor. Tell us what your chiropractor did. Tell us what your chiropractor did.
Too? Figures.
Tell him. Come on. You got to share it, Amy. You got to share it.
I know, and I'm only sharing it because Brendan's here, and Brendan warned me that there's no way somebody would be doing that without a little incentive. And let me tell you why he does it. He did it because he is a lost child of Scientology, and
of course he is.
The whole auditing, like, this is how you do it, like, this is the way it is. And yeah, it was all Dianetics. He was all into the Dianetics. And
so he was giving you free sessions to sell you on that later.
Well,
Not
Well,
surprised.
they weren't free either. Like I paid like $75 a visit, as far as like how much I paid,
Oh,
and
well,
And a blowjob.
that's why those fuckers are always rich. They like they double scam.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I don't think that's a bad deal. Like I spend more than that on self-care ordinarily anyway, which is probably why I'm homeless.
Yeah.
But why can't it be more affordable too? Like for people to have services. I don't know. Like he was really talented. First of all, he was old, and from all of those interviews on the soft white underbelly from those prostitutes, all the old men are the best because they're not going to pretend to be your pimp. They're just old. So I was thinking, this is an old guy. It's all in the open. Everything looks all above the board. He doesn't take insurance. Fine. I'll just pay out of pocket. I can walk to this place. When I'm here in Vermont, I can't walk to anything. I can walk to the river and get eaten alive by mosquitoes. Like
you said he audited you?
Well, that's what I found out is like at the very last visit before I left, he was doing all this thing and I was like, oh, what is this? Like, and then he was like explaining to me the Scientology, how you have to, this is how you do it. And he did this exercise with me on like,
Tell him the exercise. Tell him the exercise. He gave you a wallet full of money.
Yeah. He took me outside. He took me outside and he said, this is what you have to do. I'm going to show you what you have to do to him. And he did. He walked me through that process in Scientology where you're like interviewing somebody and you're addressing everything that comes up. But like me, I'm so impressionable and I just don't ever respond to people. I just follow direction, right? I follow direction very well. And so he took me outside and he handed me his wallet and then he went in his other pocket and handed me a billfold full of money. And he said, okay, now I'm going to ask you to hand me back the wallet and then hand me back the money. But I want you to do the opposite. Hand me back the money and then the wallet. And he's like, do you understand? And I was like, yes. And then he said, okay, give it back to me. And I gave him exactly as he had said, do it the opposite of what he'd said. Yeah. And then he said, so why are you being difficult? And I was like, and anyway, it's so hard to recreate the moment, but essentially I'm like, oh, well, in my head, I'm thinking, you know,
all you could think was Peter Moon. Tell him, all you could think of was Peter Moon. Peter Moon.
Yeah. I was like, he was on the boat with Peter Moon. This guy was on the boat with Peter Moon. How am I going to get away from him? Oh my goodness. I can't believe I'm this
first
Scientologist I've ever met.
A Scientologist until then?
I didn't know. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
No, didn't know.
They all are. You might, like all chiropractors, you got to just assume.
The white ones.
They're like Asian or something.
Yeah, the white ones. Yeah, they're Scientologists.
Most of the Asians.
Yeah, the Scientologists infiltrated the chiropractic profession the way that the gays conquered salon work. I mean, it used to be.
Yeah, but except they were effective. That's
yeah.
These people were just nutters. Because I've been to a few different like practitioners, and the best one was the Asian guy who didn't care, was just doing it for insurance money. Yes. But he did more work than all the Scientologists, white dudes.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Because the Scientologists will limit the work they do depending on.
Because they want you to keep coming back.
Yes.
That's what his trip was.
Yes. Whereas
they'll like deliberately jack you up to get you to come back, basically.
Yes, there is that. The Asians,
like he pulled out one of those manipulators, you know, with the hammer, the like spring in the hammer thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you don't need that. I was like, I don't need that. And he's like, no, we're gonna do it. And he like jacked up my neck.
Oh, motherfucker.
Yeah.
What? That's an assault. That's a fucking assault. He assaulted you. It's like a mugging.
Of course he did.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. That's
and then he's like, come back. And then he sent me something in the mail recently, and it said, have a free session on me.
Yeah,
come back.
Yeah, you need it after the shit you did. Don't go back, of course. Jeez, whatever you do.
No, he helped with some other stuff, so it's just it worked out. It's just I ain't going back.
Yeah, of course. love it. No, but the Asians, the way they operate is they know the insurance will only cover so much, so they'll try and fix your problem until the insurance runs out. So they do their best to try.
Yeah, that's what this guy did.
Yeah,
he did the exact amount of sessions, and then was like, "All right, you're good."
Yeah, yeah. Which of course, you're not really. Which honestly, the truth is, everybody, you got to work it out on your own. And for some people, chiropractors do not work at all. I remember my general internal medicine practitioner, the closest person we ever had to a family doctor, Dr. Joshua Adler. He would say that everybody in general, he said in general, the majority of people who were patients of his, it tended to get worse after they saw a chiropractor, or the problems seemed to get worse or were exacerbated by chiropractors. That's never been my experience, and to me, chiropractors are honestly miracle workers. But then, to me, some things work better for certain people.
That's
and some
Scientologists.
Yeah, probably. I've never had, thank God, I've been blessed that the white chiropractors I dealt with in the early days when I saw chiropractic, and for some reason it was covered for a period of time. In the early days, I managed to get some decent ones that were not chiropractors, but they were working in offices, usually where the people were. And this one guy I knew, I can't even remember his name. He had a very complicated name, and he was Basque. He was Basque descent, but he was working in the same office in my area for years. And I got introduced to him through a paramedic that was a neighbor of mine. And but that poor guy, he had to move because he couldn't afford to pay the office overhead anymore. But it was so sad because he had somebody who had painted the inside of his office as to repay him for his chiropractic sessions, and he had painted it beautifully. So, he had to give that up. But he was going through a divorce at the same time, but he wasn't a Scientologist, and nobody in the office was, but that was a rarity. But originally I had to go to the place on Van Ness where the guy who owned it was a Scientologist, and they had the Scientology pamphlets all over the place. But the interns who I was working with, one of them was Mormon, so he was a different cult, and the other one was just some plain guy who said, I ignore all the Scientology indoctrination. And so I was lucky in that regard. But otherwise, Scientologists have really conquered chiropractic, and you've got to be careful. I think it's safe to assume that they're not.
Are you, Amy? Are you rich now? Because he audited you and removed your life.
Ingrams?
The demon of
all my
being
blocks
poor.
have been removed.
Yeah.
What is it called? What was it called again? Ingrams?
Ingrams, your blocks. Yeah.
Ingrams.
Yeah, your block of being poor. Are you rich now? Did it work?
I'm rich because I won the lottery. I won the lottery, just
So
like
it worked.
Realtek
Can't
told me
talk
I
a
would.
shit.
Oh yeah,
Did you?
Realtek told you that.
Should have.
Yeah, tell them what Realtek said.
He's such a.
I'm only going
scammer.
to say this to exonerate myself from the fact that you told me it was me who got him kicked off, but really it was him because he didn't ever give you no money.
Wait, it wasn't you.
But-
Who said that?
I
Doug, you
said that.
too?
I said that because what
Why?
I said was that
Because I'm going to tell you right now why. I'm going to tell you that I was on with them, and I get a little skeeved out at anybody who's like remote viewing anything skeevy. But he
Yes.
told me that I didn't have to worry about anything because I was going to win the lottery, that everything was going to work out for me. I was just going to win
That's
the
nice.
lottery. And I know. Well, as he's saying this again, inner voice of Amy is going, how does that jerk know that all week long my email is full up of people telling me I got millions of dollars. All I got to do is just pay the fee, $50, and I'll get my
Right.
ATM card in the mail. I mean, just that's the
'Cause he's the one
only
sending
thing
the
that
emails.
ever
He's like
comes in my email is just this.
extremely
You won
scammy.
the lottery. You won the lottery. You're a beneficiary, and I just need all your information and then a $50 iTunes card. Send me the $50 iTunes
Yeah, of
card,
course,
and
of
you
course.
will get your ATM card for your lottery winnings.
the thing about all the Adamites is that the infiltrators, they all read our email. They'll have total access to our email. They know everything in our email.
They don't even just read the email. They keep everybody else's email away from me, and only ever do I get nonsense about paying to win money.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what happens to us. That people send us things.
Yeah, we wake up. Doug and I wake up, and it says like 18 missed calls, and they're all like, old as fuck.
Yeah.
Unreturnable. Oh yeah, like from months and months ago. Yeah, those are fun too.
They do that all the time.
Yeah.
Well, other tactics that they use. I don't know. I'm only saying this because I don't think it's healthy for anybody to go around doing readings, and you've gone into the crystal fetish and what's his face who like ruined his life with all his helping other people with their clearing of ancient galaxies of bad karma.
Contract revocation. Andrew Bartzi's
all that stuff is not good for you.
Who was also friends
or
with
me.
Yeah, who was also friends with Peter, and Peter and taught Peter all this computer shit, which I never understood what the computer shit Andrew Bartzi's did had to do with anything, but Peter said, I have to maintain a totally separate system. I have to maintain. I kept thinking, for what? But then I realized it was for his trading the child porn with the husband of Diane Lapierre. That was that's what it was, because Andrew Bartzi's taught him, this is off the grid. It's like a computer program that somehow keeps other people theoretically from monitoring what you're doing, which Peter Moon kept saying was his...
I don't think... Here's the thing is, I don't think Andrew Bartzi's is a bad guy. I don't. I think he's got a face for radio.
Go look at him.
But also, I don't think he's a bad guy. I just think he was just really, like, had a blind spot.
He's scamming people out of their life.
Thousands!
These psychics are not good people. I'm sorry.
Yeah. How much is he charging? How much is he charging a minute? He's charging how much a minute? He's charging...
Oh, it's insane.
Oh, it was hundreds of dollars a minute.
Yeah.
Like, I think a 60-minute session was like $3,000. I'm not shitting you.
Yeah. Outrageous.
And it's like poor old ladies that have like their husbands, like, what is it called? Like, when they die, the widow's pension and shit.
Yeah.
They're like spending their widow's pension to try and figure out their lives, and he just scams. There's no... Yeah. Like, you don't get anything out of it. He just tells you 1 hour, $3,000, and that's it.
And he says he's revoked your contract. Yeah, he's revoked your contract. Yeah, with a past life and shit.
Yeah. Oh no, he pulled the you do it yourself, but I'm gonna, he just gives you the spiel.
Yeah. Yes. What a loser. What an awful.
But if you're really genuine, then you'd be giving it out for free. You wouldn't be doing it that way.
Yes. Yes, I mean that's what what's his name did, the guy who really died. Who Bartzi's was doing this to himself anyway. He was burning the candle at both ends. But the guy who did that before him was Casey, the Casey dude, Edgar Casey. He was like giving it away for free to people. But and of course he died because he was burning the candle at both ends. And but Andrew's doing it for money.
He's interesting.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about Casey a little bit?
I not really, but
no. Okay.
I mean, there's nothing.
Move on.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing I really relate to. The only thing I'll say is a funny story. Yeah, but
the best thing to say about that, Doug, is that all those people, like all these people from the New Age and Bartzius included, they all basically just plagiarize Edward Casey.
They do.
And say, these crystals from Atlantis. So that whole New Age trip of channeling is just a plagiarism of what he did.
Yes. That's
all.
Yeah, it really is.
I just like reading the sessions, like where he talks about the native and the entity, and I think it's bizarre how he would like smoke some pot and lay on a couch and like have these conversations and answer people's questions. And Casey. But the other thing is, you guys were talking about Bartzi's and his crystal addiction. I thought you were talking about me for a second. And then
oh yeah, you with your crystal. No. What crystals would you have, other than? You can't even afford the meth.
You can't even.
I forgot about the smoking kind.
Yeah.
Forget about all that. I know. I need to work on my image, and it's going to be the recovered crystal addict. But really, I'm talking about
I don't
raw.
think that's a good image.
That's not a good image. You're right.
You might
There's
have to
not.
try
That's
something better.
not going to lead me anywhere either.
Oh.
No, you had a point though. You did have a point saying like people like have all these rocks and crystals and they believe they talk to them and like they channel things or whatever. And I don't really do that. I just like going out in the woods.
Well, some people
and
don't
finding
know.
rocks.
That was one of my points, was that they don't know.
What are they trying to know?
That they don't know that beings are like coming through the crystals and shit.
That's right.
Like it allows like remote viewing. It works both ways. It's like a crystal radio.
Yes.
So you can hear the other spirit. You can hear the spirit entities, but they can also hear you. So it doesn't work out that way. That's why Tesla like had the crystal radio, but he told people not to use it and all that.
Yes. Yes. And remember, he kept hearing shit. Remember, he said, "Oh, I'm talking to other entities from other dimensions using these crystals." But he knew what he was doing, whereas nobody, these other people don't. And
TikTokers, we'll just call them TikTokers. Should not be messing with rocks channeling like Tesla.
I mean, it's not safe for anyone to, really.
That's right.
Well, no, and that's my point. That's the only point I had about Real Tech and his getting into my emails about me winning the lottery.
Yeah, but
Like,
he was also
he may have some intuition.
No, not like that. This is what Amy was pointing out, was he had too much detail. That was what Amy, that's what convinced me. Yeah, which she said he had too much detail for it to be intuitive. And it was
and the entities can see, like, look over your shoulder and see shit. So if you're working with an entity, it's that easy.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be anything like crazy. Does that make sense?
I mean, and what is the, but like, I mean, I don't understand what the purpose is. Like, what was that supposed to provoke me to do? Why am I supposed to be motivated now to like go buy more lottery tickets?
that was pretty strange. That's the bizarre aspect of what he says. Whenever Realtek says something, it's like, don't worry, all your problems are going to be solved. It's like with myself, he said, oh, some woman's going to pay for you to go to Japan, within a few months. Like, oh, some woman's going to pay for you to go to Japan in a few months. And I was like, okay, what do I do with that? There's nothing to do with that. I think what it does is it just sets you up to waste your time sitting back and wasting energy on hoping something will happen that totally derails you.
Distraction.
Yes. It's like...
I think you're giving him too much credit. There's no strategy. These people have no strategy at all.
What are they doing if they don't have any strategy? Like, I don't
that's
understand.
A good question too. That's a good question too. Answer that, Brendan. Answer Amy's question. Why? Then why are they doing this? Why is why did?
It's a psyop. It's just that's what they're programmed to do. There's no other.
Thank you. That's it.
Alternative.
That's what the entity in the crystal says. The crystal entity
it's the Adamite
just
network. It's
running
the
the show.
It's the Adamite network that dispatches him, that deploys him in the first place. It's
those entities have too much work to do. They're not. They don't give a fuck about these people.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's definitely, they're all part of this Adamite network, and they're assigned A's. And
the only reason they ever help people is because they take your soul when you die. So it's like it's just like it's just a trick. It's just, they'll say, yeah, we'll do this for you, but you don't know what you signed off on.
Yeah.
Until you die, and then you become their servants in the other life.
Or
your spirit body becomes their servants in their realm or whatever.
Though God knows
which you don't want, by the way. It does not. That's not good.
No, definitely not. It's kind of like organ transplant, except it's worse because it's eternal and shit. It's like, it's
for a long ass time, and they're not nice. They consider you just like cattle.
Yeah, and it's like when it comes to these people, though, we notice one thing about all of them, Amy. They're never short of income. They all have money that to do whatever they want. You might notice, remember that Realtek.
Not just that, they have no bills. Remember,
they have no bills.
It's like they have no housing bills, and then the money they get is just cash. Just free cash.
Yeah, you'll notice that none of them ever complain about the maintenance issues in life. But none of them has maintenance issues to complain about, like, oh man, I gotta pay utilities, my internet, my no. Instead, like when it comes to Nemo Albano, whose real name is like Michael, what the fuck was it again? Larry Smith, Michael Larry Smith. 3 first names. Well, Smith might as well be.
There was like so many names for Nemo. It's like, who knows what's real?
Yeah,
like one of them was Lloyd, wasn't it?
That's right. It's Lloyd, Michael Larry Smith Lloyd. It's Michael Larry. Well, a person can have 4 names if they come from a Catholic background. There's usually that baptism name. So Michael Larry Lloyd Smith, but one of them was at
this point, it's just giving them another alias because there's so many. It's just so absurd.
Which is true. That's true. And in
but
other words,
then if he came back, he would say, "You guys exposed me." It's
that's right. He exposed you.
Like, you never even gave us a real name.
Yeah, none of those names are. If anybody look that up, Michael Larry Smith. The only thing that stands out is Lloyd. Lloyd. The others would get you nothing. You'd be like subjected to thousands and thousands of people results you couldn't find him at all.
But he had no problem of showing us the person he wanted to assassinate, who was a fucking politician in Australia.
Yeah.
And that's, like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, take this guy out for me. And for Brendan, he wanted Brendan to do it for free, and he was like broaching the topic on record on my show. What kind of crystals will fuck someone up? What kind of crystals will kill someone?
How can I amplify? If I wanted to target someone, he literally was saying shit like that.
Yes. Using
and then he later.
So
claimed,
we're not gonna let anybody who does that back on air. Like, just no more of the crystal remote viewers, none of that. We're
it's up to Doug, really. I never want to come back on air. It's like, what am I even doing here?
Okay. You had to drive by Doug's house last show because the stupid remote control car took you there.
That's the thing. I didn't call him and say, "Hey, I'm by your house." No, I don't. And you can ask him. When I was in SF, the first thing I said, "Let's get out of the city."
Oh, tell him about the ambush, where the GPS was programmed to take you to an ambush site.
Yeah, it took me like.
I heard all that. I did.
No, she didn't.
It was something out of Grand Theft Auto.
No, you didn't.
No, I didn't say it on air because I didn't want to get ambushed.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was trying to put air in my tire because my car had been sitting, so it needed air, and something was up the tire, and first of all, it took me into downtown SF, which is not what I wanted, and then on top of that, I said, okay, here's a gas station. Let me find a gas station, and it gave me a gas station that was completely fenced off and closed, so I would be forced to pull over in the middle of downtown SF in like the most dangerous area where all the it's like at night where there's no witnesses and shit, because it's like it's one of the areas that's not traversed at night.
Yeah,
it's just like homeless rogues and fucking bandits and shit.
Yeah,
so it was just horrifying. It was horrifying.
Yeah, no, it's a very compromising position to be in. He was rendered quite vulnerable. And worse than that, whatever they were beaming at him, because all the while he was talking, we couldn't hear anything he said. As a matter of fact, he had been talking for 20 minutes, and we didn't know because everything he said was being intercepted. But whatever it did, he started impacting his capacity to stay awake. So he almost died just by falling asleep. I mean,
the whole way home, it was a nightmare. Yeah, I was almost falling asleep, and there was like whispers in the night and shit while I was driving, and like I almost crashed multiple times. It was literally harrowing. It was a harrowing ordeal to even get home.
Yeah, definitely. And then when you came home, the microwave oven. Tell about the microwave oven.
Oh no, that was a couple days, a couple days later so Doug said something happened to my toaster oven.
Yeah,
that's what Doug said to me.
Yeah,
and I said, "Oh, Doug's just paranoid. It's just he probably just broke it." Then I wake up and my microwave door fell off essentially. And I don't use it. I don't ever open it. Nothing was cooked near it really, except like during the day. So it's not like I was using it the night before. So I wake up and the door fell off. So I was like, what the, this is bizarre. This is strange.
No, this is occult siege. This is applied quantum mechanics, which is how Michael.
But why attack the kitchens? I mean, that's just weird.
Because, like I said, they don't know your diet, and they just think that, oh, like I said, they heard you speak a few times about Blue Lotus. They assume you like Trappist Nicholson, and they assume he's doing every drug that's in the book, and he's probably going to be so high one of these days he'll just be desperate and hungry, and they think everyone uses the microwave. I would never touch a microwave myself, and I never had one in the house. Yeah, and the same with Brendan, but they don't know that, and so they assume everyone uses the microwave. So if you, fuck the microwave up, and believe me, there's things they can do with the microwave to make that door fall off, and they feel someone's so desperate that they'll just put something in it and turn the heat on anyway, then they feel, well, then the guy's gonna microwave themselves while they're doing that, and it's another form of, adding to their cancer levels, destroying their health, all the rest of that, fucking up their electronics.
Yeah, it was the metal shield.
Yeah.
That blocks. Yeah, exactly. It was the metal shield that blocks the radiation.
Yeah.
You can believe that.
Yeah, and there are people who, by the way, this is fairly common, where there are people who do drugs, or they're alcoholics and they're very poor and they get desperate and the microwave door falls off and they just try and heat the food up without that being closed, and all kinds of horrible things happens. Fire starts, electronic short circuit, they get cancer. So it's like they're just hoping to do that to them because it's just another form of continuing the harassment. Which, so it's part of all that. It's just part of the endless horror story. I mean, you would know, Amy. I mean, this is what happens to you. Strange stuff
all
like this.
All the time.
Yeah.
This crap happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
But speaking of people lurking, Holly is here. I don't know if she's ready to speak yet.
Did you hear what I said? I need to spank you? Did you hear what I said? I need to spank you, Holly?
Wait, what did you call it?
Goddamn right. What?
Who is this?
Holly. It's Holly.
It's Holly.
Okay.
Why do I gotta get a spanking?
I heard Helly. I was like, who the fuck is Helly?
I don't know, Brandon.
Holly's Hell on Wheels. Because Holly's Hell on Wheels. That's
there you go.
That sounds about it.
Yeah.
The suspense is killing me. Busted by your son, no less. That's horrible.
I'll talk about it in a second. But Brendan, I told Brendan first. I told Brendan this was my theory. I said, "Here's my conspiracy theory, Brendan. Is that Amy and Holly talk to each other privately because somehow one of them will bring up the weirdest, most obtuse, erudite subject like sediment levels in the geology of the Northeast."
Yeah, we know your game, you guys.
Yeah.
Like, you guys just pick a book off a shelf and then coordinate.
We're busted, Amy.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about this shit because
Yeah.
We're
The jig's up.
We're not
and it's
busted.
like,
we're
you don't have
Catholic.
to keep up with me.
Problem.
I'm not even smart.
Yeah.
Not smart.
Yeah.
It's an illusion.
And I'm a commie.
It's an illusion.
It's a communist plot.
Yeah, it is.
You're a sleeper agent, Amy. You just exposed us.
Yes.
I wish I had
And I
some
haven't even
agency.
gotten
That
my
would be great.
beating yet. Yeah, really.
No.
Too bad he's broke.
Yeah, the other thing was Amy was talking about, we gotta get the wealthy out of their palatial estates and move in people who need a place to live. I'm like, geez, you've had a communist run in Vermont for how many generations now? And this communist hasn't done
and
that?
he has 3 houses. And he was
We're
defending
coming.
himself on air. I don't know if you guys heard about that. Where
We're
someone was like,
coming
what about
for
your
ya.
3 houses? And he said, every middle-class person has 3 houses. I
Really?
have 1 in D.C. Yeah, he said, all of us have 1 in D.C., meaning the senators. He said, all of us have 1 in D.C., and I have 1 in this middle-class neighborhood in Burlington. Like, that was just casually, like, a couple $1 million, probably. And then he said, I just have a 3rd, like, cottage near the ocean. You know, it's like, it's totally normal.
God, and people
Like, he was totally out of
what
the
a
loop,
piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
And all the people in the comments were like, yeah, really? On 200,000 a year, you have 3 houses? Bullshit.
Yeah, people couldn't even afford to live in San Francisco on that. Nobody could.
No.
Yeah.
Let alone Vermont and Washington D.C.
Yeah,
I mean,
combined.
they all get.
Yeah, I
paid
thought
under
we
the
already
table.
Yeah. What?
we already talked about how the sandwiches in Vermont are more expensive than
Then
San Francisco right now.
That's quite correct. That's quite. Wait, it's a matter of
And
fact. When I told Aristides I'm eating a $7 avocado sandwich, he said, "So little? Is that all it cost?" And I took his comment well. It's nothing compared to what Amy pays. Nothing. How much? Tell him, Amy. Tell him about the sandwiches.
$20. $20. They went like in the time between me telling you that my sandwiches were $10, right? And that's at the fancy all natural co-op $10 sandwich with avocado,
which is still pretty good price.
That's a pretty good price. But then the next time I was back in Vermont and I went to the gas station closest to me, they had changed owners and now their sandwiches were $20.
Fuck.
Shit.
Just like that. Even the workers would like roll their eyes.
So
like,
do you get a free
I know.
blowjob with it? Or what's so special?
That would
Like
be
it's
a
got gold
great.
leaf?
That'd be a great way to get some people hired to work in that place because they don't keep any employees. They're all
because
new
they're not
and
getting
all
any
the
tips
time.
because all your money goes to the sandwich.
Yeah. By the way, you missed it, Holly, back when Amy was talking about her chiropractor, and all she could think of was Peter Moon. And, of course, he was overcharging her. Oh, my God, my chiropractor told me, he told me, look, if the insurance runs out, I'll only charge you $30 a session. This fucker was charging you, what, $75? Amy?
No, it was, what happened was he agreed to treat me
For a set amount for an unlimited amount of time. So he would just ask every other week or so, like, can you make a payment? And I would figure out how to get some money, which, which is pretty much what my life looks like. Like, people ask me for money and I'm like, okay, I'll figure out something.
I told Brendan, I told
Feng
Brendan
Shui
you were
money.
giving him blowjobs and hand jobs and just fucking him. Man.
I know you did. You guys really thought that, like, I was getting some action somewhere. Bless your heart. Bless your heart.
Well, why not? Sure, why not?
Peace be unto you two.
You were doing 14 hours of bookkeeping the last time. Might as well do another round.
Bookie.
Who's talking? Douglas.
Holly said some bookkeeping. She said something about bookkeeping. Consulting. The term Amy used was consulting.
Oh, my consulting job. That was so easy. That was so much better.
I bet it was.
Yeah.
I bet it was.
Yeah, I bet.
He was
So
a
much better.
one-shot Pete.
He was just throwing $200 at me like it was nothing, and I took it and was like, thanks, dude.
Like I told Doug when it first happened, I said I give a hand job for $200.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, same here. I'm that desperate.
Like if it worked like that,
yeah.
If it was like a Monday printing machine, then yeah, why not?
Oh man, a laptop.
Yeah, and you need to advertise the special, the happy beginning. Yeah. It'll save you 45 minutes.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that was a good one.
I love that.
Like
yeah.
Still got time for lunch.
Very nice. Very nice. I like just.
So
there's no shame in it.
Yeah,
like I
no
said,
shame.
I would do it. Shit.
Yeah, I said that at the time. I remember Amy. I said, let me fuck him. Then of course, what was it? The Porsche? Oh yeah. Then they repoed the Porsche that he stole from the woman that he had been sleeping with. He was still sleeping with that woman CEO, and he stole her Porsche, and then they repoed it back. Poor bastard. Wait, what shape's he in now, Amy? Oh, he's back!
He's
back.
This sounds like a really this is an exploration that we should definitely get an update on. I'm gonna have to get an update from that guy.
Did you say he was back?
I can't believe he didn't get to keep the Porsche. If he had stole it from her, he probably would have gotten to keep it. He did not get to keep it though, is my understanding. So I will have to let you guys know how that resolved itself. I can't believe he didn't get it back. But
and then you need to audit his ass. You know the drill.
I will. I've seen enough chiropractors.
Except you take the money, put the money in your pocket. Yeah. You're like, here, hold this satchel of money.
Yeah.
I think that was it.
Tell Holly what your chiropractor pulled. Tell Holly what your chiropractor pulled.
I heard that earlier.
Take
I
my
was getting
wallet.
ready.
Yeah.
It hurts my brain.
I heard it.
It
was
yeah,
horrifying.
good.
And all Amy could see was the Apollo. He was on the Apollo with Peter Moon. They were on the Apollo.
Oh, you know it. In those little white shorts they wear, the tight ones.
Yes.
Tighty whitey shorts.
That's right.
I don't want to think
Sorry.
of it. I don't want to think of it.
Shit.
Doug, you like this chiropractor you're seeing though. And he's not a Scientologist?
No, he's Chinese. There's no Chinese Scientologists. By the way, Brendan said, "Oh shit!" You know what happened?
Long before they get to that.
Yeah, they're true enough. They have their own. But Brendan just shouted, and then he went mute because what happened was they turned his microwave on. They're beaming him now with his own microwave.
No, it was worse.
What?
The stove. I left the stove on with one on the setting, and it turned itself all the way up to high.
There you go. That's
Nice.
And burnt my roti that I was making. It's
Oh,
this is supernatural. This was not.
Yeah.
I didn't do that.
That's
And it was
Yeah.
like full blast, like more than I've ever seen it.
There you
Like,
go.
holy shit.
See? Yes. Quantum mechanics.
Like some gin shit.
Yeah, applied quantum mechanics.
Hold on, I have to go.
It's hellfire.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he lives through this. Jesus Christ, that's terrifying.
I know he will.
At least it's not as bad
I know
as,
he'll have to be on the show on Sunday. So
my
even if he's dead, he's gonna have to show up here.
Yeah, my representative payee, Esther Fishman, who I owe a phone call to. I actually have her number, thank God, in my auto dial finally. So I met her at the post office months and months ago. Yeah, no, I met her at the post office again months and months ago. And did you remember what I said about her husband?
No, but I remember she went nuts, and you had to find another representative payee.
Well, I couldn't find another representative payee, and I really didn't need to, because by the time the enemy that had beamed her or microwaved her brain had sent all these messages, filed all these complaints that my representative payee was not a responsible adult or an incompetent adult and all that, it was too late. I had already, it took months and months for Social Security to get to it, and by the time they got to it, I had gotten into the pay going directly to myself. I had filed for being my own representative. Of course, the nightmare behind that was my best-meaning psychiatrist, who is, of course, Dr. Troy Tran, with the napalm scarring. She was the one who recommended, with the best of intent, why don't you just go through the homeless people or these homeless organizations. And that's when I was mentioning that suggestion to Beaver, whose girlfriend, white girlfriend, happened to work as a drug counselor, and she immediately responded through him, no, don't do that at all, because the homeless people will render you completely dependent on them. The homeless shelters is what the psychiatrist was referring to. You go in there and ask them to become the representative payee, as many of these people do, then what happens is they take your money and only give you absolutely pennies at a time, whatever they think you need to live, which is nothing, and then they'll do this until you starve to death, and they'll never let you become self-representative, because if you try to advocate for that, they'll say, well, that means you don't need the check at all, and then it gets taken away. See, so couldn't win with that. But I'm still convinced, because of other reasons, that my psychiatrist only meant well, and I did tell her that later, and she said, wow, I never do that. But such being said, yeah. What's that, honey? Amy, they're cutting you off. Say it again.
Esther Fish, you're the woman, the crazy woman.
Oh, Esther Fishman, yes. So Esther Fishman, what happened was that, so in terms of her, she was institutionalized a few times, but get this shit, they never put her on any welfare. And when the few times I met her afterwards, I said, have you gotten on Social Security or welfare, since she had helped me go get on it by her acting as the only responsible adult who was willing to, testify on my behalf. You see, I first brought my gang brother Beaver down there to do that, and they said, are you a tax-paying adult? And of course he said, no, I never paid taxes in my life because, you know, he's a gangster. And it's like, well, you can't testify on behalf of this man's incompetence. You're incompetent yourself. But at any rate, but she had worked all her life and was considered completely sane. So it was only after she became my representative payee, she woke up, you know, scribbling on the walls, screaming, you know, in the middle of the night. And her family, you know, had to have her institutionalized. And this happened more than once. And so she wound up with nothing. They wouldn't give her anything. They said, well, you're not crazy enough for that. And yet I kept insisting the few times I met her on the street, you got to insist on this and follow up. But she apparently never has and is just headed towards Social Security now. She's of that age where she'll get her Social Security. But it's like, that's so strange why she settled for that. But as for her husband, they had lived together for a long time. She had been married to another guy before who was the last person interred at the Presidio military base cemetery. So her husband died the day that she married him. It was, well, the morning she woke up. See, she married this guy who was a Vietnam vet, and the morning she woke up after their honeymoon night, he was dead, next to her in bed, dead. And so she had to inter him the very next day after their marriage into the Presidio cemetery, and he was the last guy to go in, except for, of course, people who had reserved plots that are still buried recently. But he was the last person to be freely interred, where they just had one last space available. And how's that for a story? And then she wound up marrying this other guy who was working at the San Francisco Stock Exchange. And he had to get up every morning for 30 years because they had to start at the same time as the Stock Exchange opens in New York. So he had to get up at 2 a.m. Yeah, every morning to be at work at 3 a.m. so that it would be 6 a.m. in New York. So every morning he got up maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, went to work. And he did this for 30 years, and then they said, everybody on the stock exchange floor, you got to train the new AIs, and this will look great on your resume, which itself is already a warning. And then
which you're going to need.
yeah, which you're going to need, yeah. Then he trained, along with the rest of the staff, the new AI, and they all got mass fired. Then they got all got their pink slips. AI's working great, thanks, suckers, you know. And then he was fired, and then he divorced her, and he said, oh, I don't have a job. They fired me after 30 years. Oh, my God. And then he became a gun nut, and now he's a survivalist living in his parents' home. And, of course, his parents are dead, but he inherited the home, and he has all these guns, and he's just boarded up in his home now that he inherited from his parents, but he won't let her in. How's that for a fun story? At any rate, so I met her at
That's the update on the woman who tried to help you.
Yeah, yes, that's, well, who did help me. And so I met her at the post office and, you know, made certain this time I entered her number inside of my, you know, auto dial, and I never called her since, you know, because, you know, I'll call her eventually. It's just I've been busy. But at any rate, she seems to be doing okay. You know, she's headed towards Social Security recipiency and all that. But they had a really fat daughter, poor thing. You know, so fat she would lean against solid furniture like cabinets, and they would break, like literally collapse under her. Like that's daughter's so fucking fat that she had a bed and it collapsed under her. That fat, like bam, you know, the bed collapses. The just so sad. At any rate, so that was they produced one big fat daughter, and who I don't think is allowed in the house either by the guy with the guns because he wouldn't have anything left to eat or something like that. So all that being said, it's time to spank Holly. So.
I cut my own switch. I'm standing around waiting to beat myself with it. Hey, oh, and first I just wanted to say, because talking about rich and poor before.
Yeah.
I just read this shocking statistic that if your household brings in $300,000 a year, mm-hmm. which, yeah, is a lot. When I was a kid, you would be rich. Huh. That's not rich anymore.
No.
But it puts you in the top 10% of American earners.
Which means everybody else is earning jack shit, right?
90% doesn't even make $300,000 a year.
That's, of course not. No. I mean...
So the stupid article is, we're rich, but we don't have any money. And that's where they said the bottom of the 10% is $300,000 lousy dollars a year. I mean, you can't keep a nice house and a nice car for that, let alone pay for college and shit for your kids.
No, it's
so it's shocking.
Yeah, no, it's that. No, it's not shocking. It's not shocking at all. It's exactly what you expected. Yeah.
I was surprised. And it's pretty damn amazing the span between the 1% and the 10%. Talk about logarithmic. God.
Yeah, no.
Exponential difference.
Oh, no, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
Yeah.
This can't go on. I mean, this is, we're in times, as I said, before the next revolution. Yeah. Oh, so... Okay.
What the hell did I say?
So okay, it's time for that spanking. So let's enjoy this. I didn't even think anything of it. Honestly, I had
I don't want to piss off your son.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I really do. I really do.
There's like a dartboard at the ranch there with my face on it.
No. It's simply that what happened was that so just so you know, not that I'm going to go deeply into Michelle Carmela Saldana at all, but it's very weird. It's very weird that Amy brought up her name the other day. Really weird. Just one of those synchronous things. It was synchronous. But I thought of her because there's two things that came to mind that brought her to mind concerning yourself. One of them was when Brendan joined me on air to remind you that you had been on bandwidth with me back in the days of Revolution Radio. Now, I don't know if this was a casual slip at the time or you or what, but at the time you said, "Oh, I've never been on your radio show until, the bandwidth with you." Until recently, when you convinced me to download the app or whatever, and you got on with
yeah. And did re-examine that.
Yeah.
And it took some thinking though.
But you remember,
a bad time in my life.
That's right. It was a very bad time in your life. I think it's because it was a bad time in your life.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more that than anything Michelle Carmela Saldana did. But I do want you to know, and I might as well say this publicly because people do ask me every once in a while. People do ask me every once in a while about her, and so I won't go too deeply into her just out of respect for elements of her that are, I don't know, that I have, some sentiment for, in a sense. But the more I look back upon her, the weirder and more ominous it becomes whenever I look at her case. Certainly Judith Ager had nothing but contempt for her. But such being said, she did say to me when she was staying with you for a while, she did tell me she had done something to alter your memories specifically concerning me. And when I asked her why, just assuming that was possible, that doesn't mean I believed her, but I was just assuming that was possible, I asked her why. I didn't get any response. So it was like, that was kind of eerie. So it was, whether that happened or not, the one thing I could tell you
is if she did, it was effective.
Yeah, but one thing I could tell you is that Laura Lee Solomon and I, the time you saved my ass, so to speak, by that I mean no fault of yours, when, you had to drive up, pick Laura Lee Solomon and myself up because the person, and in this case, what makes it so bizarre, just so people know some of the context here, what was his name again? Ben Estenius and Robert Lacey, I truly believe, have no affiliation with the cult of the Kings of Edom. I truly believe neither one of them is a Satanist or anything of the sort. I do know for a fact things get more sketchy with Ben Estenius because he hired a outspoken member of the Temple of Satan to do the filming, which fucked up all of our efforts to get anything done that he supposedly brought me down to Arizona to get done. This has been covered in some depth in the past. We don't need to go into that right now, but it gives people some context. But I believe other than that, the fact that he was so naive and so, which he had every reason not to be, since I had given him fair warning, he knew what I was up against, And he had even hired personal security to be there for me. As you might remember, there was one guy there who was the security specialist. He had, some great guys there, and yet gets this rotten apple that kills the whole project by recording it in such a manner that no audio is recorded. So you have this.
You never saw even the video.
I saw I got the video. I finally, after years, recovered the video and turned it over to John Warrington, but there was nothing John Warrington could do. Yeah, John Warrington did his best to recover the audio, and it was just irrecoverable. In other words, the guy made certain.
But the memory of the slide roll, of the PowerPoint, all the graphics, it's at least good to have a record of that.
Yeah. Well, yes.
In the way they were in the order they were presented.
This is true. So that is on the hard drive of John Warrington.
Yeah.
But I do want people to understand that. So there is something nefarious about Benestenius. It's like, for him to be that stupid to hire somebody like that, how could you not know this? But then it could be the guy never talked about it until later. But I can tell you the moment he talked about it was when it was too late. And it was after the recording, and it was when he was at dinner that Benestenius had treated him and this other producer guy to dinner, who were supposedly working with us. And this producer guy was only there to try and live up Ben's fantasy of producing a private film that was dramatic in nature as opposed to my presentation. But that producer was this British guy who, after that, his life went to shit. It was like, after being with this Temple of Satan guy and myself at this dinner, that guy's health went to shit, and he had like multiple heart attacks and had to have multiple organ replacements, and just checked in with Benestenius one last time to let him know that he was dying. Ever since I saw you and worked on that project with you, my life went to shit. But he didn't say it that way. He said it in such a way that he was absolving Benestenius, like, all these things that happened, and I'm just, coming to terms with death, and just wanted you to know that before I check out. That's essentially how he presented it to Ben. Now, Ben told me that years ago, so that was, but I'm certain it had something to do with that Temple of Satan guy and that dinner he had with, myself and with this other poor sap who was victimized by him. I myself am immune to occult radiation in that regard in terms of personal attacks. But it was after that Laura Lee Solomon and myself stayed at your home for a week, and we were definitely there for a week because we had to run supply runs. We actually went shopping. You went shopping with Laura Lee Solomon and myself, and we know this for a fact because it's on record, because I did two of the shows. It
was 2 nights.
I did 2 of the shows from your home. It's on record.
You did one of them from my home.
It was,
unless somehow my memory banks have been completely wiped.
That's what Michelle Carmela Saldana was saying.
Which now you're freaking me out.
Yeah, that's what she was saying.
Because I want to know how you do that.
How do you do that?
Mean, I'm just curious.
Well, she was there a little while. She was
there a month, a short month.
Jeez, it must have felt like years. Because I remember you were trying to get. In the end, you had to get rid of her. It wasn't like
no. That was kind of the original deal, once the beginning of the month check comes.
No. Well, I mean,
it was never going to be forever.
We don't want to dive too deeply into that topic because I don't want to pry. And we don't want to do that on record or on air. But there's her narrative of that story, which I can give to you more of privately, and there's yours. But she was like, you heard the one time she was on my show and she was talking about all this respect crap and issues about that.
Oh yeah.
Anyhow, so all that being said, the thing was
you for sure only did one. You did 2 shows in Tucson. Well, you did the presentation.
Yeah, did one presentation.
And you did one show in Tucson, and then one show at my house.
Yeah.
Because the rental car receipt will show it was no more than an 8 or 9 day trip.
Yeah. It was more than an 8 or 9 day trip. Yeah. At any rate, so that being said, anyhow, Ed Beth just thought that was important to emphasize because he didn't want people to get the idea that that my memory was somehow compromised, or that it was like that my memory was poor. Because that is
Well, he
what
sure
the
threw me under the bus, Beth.
Don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. Like I say, he doesn't like it.
No, I don't.
He
And
doesn't.
I wink, wink,
Yeah.
tip of the hat to Edbeth.
Yeah.
But I still say, I mean, you were not. I mean, we were in Tucson
went
for almost the
shopping.
whole
We
week.
were with you for a while because you were seeing the sunset every
We
night.
went to the bookstore.
Yeah.
We had a out to eat,
Yeah.
and you probably
Yeah.
did hit the grocery store for snacks for the second night.
No, we did some serious shopping down there. We had to get food, and so we got the food. I remember that, and I remember the
And the bookstore.
yeah, the bookstore. How could I forget that? You know, I
And
purchased.
we ate breakfast out.
Yeah,
I forget what we ate at home. That
Yeah,
night.
we ate breakfast out a lot. We were eating at restaurants. Yeah, that's a while. Yeah, it's more
Corner
than just
joints.
overnight. I'll tell you that. Yeah.
No, I'm saying we got in.
Yeah.
You stayed the next night, and it could have been a night after that as well.
Yeah, it was because look, I'll never forget the horror of having to sleep with Laura Lee Solomon. Okay, that was
It was 2 nights after the night we arrived.
It was pretty bad.
Real
That was
late.
yeah. It was, but you were watching the
Yeah.
sunset. You were addicted to the sunset. You had to go out and see the sunset. So you were driving out to
It's
see.
my kink.
Yeah.
Well, and you guys wanted to go too. You might have skipped the second night.
We escaped one night. One night we escaped that
The
we just
third
couldn't
night.
handle
Oh.
it. We just couldn't handle the cold. We couldn't handle the cold because it's fucking
Yeah, it was
cold.
winter.
Yeah, and it was bad enough.
And Trump had just gotten elected, so
And
winter arrived.
And you really didn't have heat, did you? I don't have heat either, so it's not. Don't take it bad. I don't have heat either, but I'm just like.
I mean, no, my furnace works.
You have a working furnace.
I don't.
You
I
don't
do.
use it or something, right? Why is
Not
it
much.
so cold?
When it's just me.
Okay, yeah.
Or, people that aren't sensitive to that. It caught fire on Christmas morning. That was something.
Yeah, well, I don't have heat, so but I don't remember us ever turning the heat on, despite how cold it was. Isn't that the case?
No, I had it blasting for you.
Okay, you
with
did.
all the windows closed.
Okay.
Which makes me feel like a trapped,
Animal.
canary. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
But it was worth it.
Oh my
I had a
God.
good
But
time.
it was all canceled out by being next to that cold Laura Lee Solomon. She sucked all the body heat out of me. She just oh my fucking God.
Oh.
That was that was anyhow.
But that was we got to hang out with Keith Call.
That's right. That's right. And Keith Call
he came to Tucson.
That's right. That's right. Bless his heart. What an
Yep.
incredible individual. Yeah, poor
amazing.
guy. After he got this stuff I wrote on the Edomic quantum mechanics, he's never spoken to me ever again.
Well, I wonder what he's doing. I wish him the very best.
Last time I checked, he was looking for a job because, he was
Well,
They're cutting you off.
So you must have found that was quite a while ago.
Well, we're hoping he found something. I told him he needed to put everything.
I hope he got something interesting.
Well, I told him he needed to put everything into becoming a dispatcher, and so hopefully he followed my advice and somehow landed something like that. So there we are. See, that spanking wasn't so rough. It just was what it was. I had to.
And hats off to you, Edbeth.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, but it was definitely
the rookie situation.
Yeah, but it was definitely. Do you remember Laura Lee had her pipe? It was at that time Laura Lee was talking on the show because we were on bandwidth together, and she's talked about, I'm enjoying my new pipe, and the tobacco enhances my intellectual processing. Remember all that?
Oh yeah.
And she had to get rid of that pipe later.
Because it's true.
Well, she swore that pipe was possessed with the dead man's soul and that it was addicting her. Yeah, she swore it was addicting.
It was the pipe.
Yeah, it was a used pipe. She had
a yard sale pipe.
Yeah, she had purchased a used pipe. She swore it was possessed by the dead man's soul. She swore that it was addicting her to the tobacco, and she couldn't afford the tobacco anymore, and so she heard him scream as she threw the pipe away. She said she could hear him screaming as she threw the pipe away.
That's a Tucson story right there.
But I swear to God, I was in the back of the car trying to sleep with Holly and Laura Lee alternating the driving.
Because you got memory problems.
These ladies were weeping. These ladies were weeping with post-traumatic stress disorder, just flashbacks.
I had an emotional moment on 6th Avenue and 6th Street. That corner.
God, they couldn't see through their tears. They couldn't see through their tears.
Oh, you are so...
Yeah,
it was a moment, though.
It was, oh my God! It was with Laura Lee. It was the beatings from the abusive husband that for some reason, even though she had suffered beatings from this abusive husband, we were looking for this guy's home. And then then we did pass by the home.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's just
that,
amazing.
Right? You remember that? Am I misremembering that?
I don't really remember. I can remember that. I can.
Yeah.
Probably recall.
Isn't that what this story is about? Is getting your memory swiped?
Yeah. You're freaking me out.
Thank you.
How in the hell? Because I sure didn't know it.
Yeah. But you do remember the dog killed himself. That's what had you weeping.
Yeah, that was the dog I knew that suicided.
Yeah, and you were crying over that.
But that was like the best story I had. Well, no, that was the front, an interesting story I was describing to describe the weirdness of that corner and the radius around it and all that went on when I lived there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was marvelous, but crazy and just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Crawling out of Newark.
And that
Tucson
was
in the 80s.
And that was a dog with post-traumatic stress disorder. Tell people.
Yeah, Sandy. Poor Sandy. And like I say, I'm not a pet person. I'm not a dog person, but you couldn't help but love Sandy. And we live with Sandy. And this dog, deep in the middle of the night, would make the most horrible, weeping, agonized sounds any of us had ever heard. But Sandy was well loved and had a really good life with Iris and was wonderful in the desert, loved the outdoors, was outdoors all the time, had a good life until that day playing Frisbee up there on the roof. And Sandy got up, getting old, probably in pain, ambled over to the edge, looked over her shoulder, and jumped.
Thank you for showing me.
So that was that.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
And you saw this.
But yeah, that was just, no, I was not present. But it grieved me. There are, domesticated animals with more in them than others. Mm-hmm. And Sandy was one of those. I mean, there's been only in my whole life a couple of dogs I've met that I would actually want to live with because they're like damn beings. Mm-hmm. There's a big difference. There's crazy ones, there's evil ones, there's all kinds of personalities in the fuckers. But there's sometimes there's something in them that's bigger. In the most bare bones, vulgar sense, I understand into the Tibetan theory of reincarnation is that you never go backwards. You start out as slime mold and go up and up and up.
How do you know?
But you don't
There's
go
just people
backwards.
who deserve to go
this
backwards.
Is their theory. Well, what you have to do is stay in that form of incarnation until you perfect it, no matter how many thousands of years that takes. So it stands to reason that you would work through the animal kingdom, but what better way to learn how to be a human than to be a pet? Because pets see it all.
Yes.
So if this theory has any truth to it. You know, I'm enjoying it, not necessarily believing it, but ever since then, I've looked at pets a little different. I mean, they may have to come back as pets for another 100 generations, but that would get you ready to be a human.
Yeah. Now, Brendan, are you okay? I mean, it's important to check in with him and see if he's all right.
Yeah. He yelped.
Yeah, but did he? You mean he yelped?
Well, at the end there, I thought.
Yeah. You mean before he went off?
No, he came back. That was the he's cooking his roadie.
Is he
He
saying?
had to start over.
Are you remote viewing? I mean...
No, because the last one got burned up, remember? With the satanic flame.
Yeah, but
off the oven.
He's going mute so that we don't hear him do this, or what?
Yeah, and make clatter, and you can concentrate. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate his doing that. He's very thoughtful of him. What about yourself, dear Amy? Tell us a bit more about, before I go into monologue and suck all the oxygen out of the room, any pet stories you have to share?
Well, my pet is at the door trying to come in. And my mind is kind of slipping. I need to transition to sleep. Don't forget that I listen later. So I hear all of the bad pronunciations of anything French. And I'm going to write you up from here on out.
Oh, I love you.
Write you up for all of the bad pronunciations.
Yeah, well, do this for me. Do me a favor and talk with our dear Holly for a few moments while I take a short break, very short break. I don't need painkillers, thank God, but I just want to make sure that I'm fit to speak for the next few hours. I'll just refresh myself a little bit. And then I'll be back.
Now we can plan our scheming.
Yeah, you can plan your scheming.
Remember?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Well, it was so bizarre that both of you knew about this British individual. I don't know if any of you saw the links I shared with you afterwards about certain erudite topics that I felt you would be interested in, but you can always scroll up on your private messages in Facebook, Microsoft Teams, so that you can just see what I left you a long time ago. But it was after that discussion about that individual who took a trip to Mecca, and but both of you knew so much about this individual. It truly is. Then about the sediment layers in the Northeast geology situation.
We're really something.
Yeah, both of you. It's just to have such obtuse, just truly obscure subjects where both of you just resonated on and vibed and just started going into a mutual conversation about it. It is pretty weird. You got to admit that. It's
Hey, it happens every day for us.
I guess.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's what she says is true. Every day I meet people and they try to suck me into their world, and somehow I find like the smallest piece of sand that I can connect with them about, and it becomes like this giant magnified crystal ball that Tesla is provoking to speak to entities. Collective entities.
Do me a favor.
Anyway.
While I'm with you, let me share screen. This is important. So we're gonna try this. Let's try on the call. And I know sometimes this is difficult for either one of you ladies to see the screen share because of your cell phones. Let's see. We're gonna press that share button, and so I'm sharing screen now. I don't know if you can see the cursor moving. And yes. We're going to go over to, let's see, our episodes in the past. If we go over to this International Drag Day, and so we go over to, say, for instance, the channel, and we go to live streams. Which episode was the one that I said something about you, Amy, and then you wound up listening to it for hours? You must certainly.
I did listen to it a little bit even today, and I just heard the same shit again.
I'm going to timestamp that. I'm going to timestamp that for you.
It's this one here where you're looking like a forlorn warrior. Yep,
okay, this one.
That one.
Okay, so I promise you I will timestamp that. I promise you I will timestamp.
I have no idea what you're talking about to this point, and I swear I've listened to it like 5 or 6 times already. I have tons that I haven't heard anything about.
What the hell did you say about her?
I was laughing with her, not laughing at her, even though she was not present. But it was based on my screensaver, which, as you can see, is pretty much empty now. But this guy keeps that going 24 hours a day. And what happens is he's got a night bot that goes in there and acknowledges newcomers. And so you see just 2 people in there talking right now. And it'll be like that throughout the night, because what reason does anybody have to enter this chat? It makes no sense. It's like it's just a screensaver. But people go in there all the time, and people leave messages. And one of them left a message that was just this incredible statement about talking about their parents, and their parents were just these horrible people who had been it wasn't like their parents were raping them or beating them, but the parents were like horrific. It just left this little like mini bio.
The emotional wounds, those are the ones that nobody gets to see, except if you've encountered that, you recognize it in others.
Yes, where there's no childhood but a trauma hood, even if it's all bruises nobody can see, or scars and cuts. It's there, and it's deeper, and it grows like a scar on a tree. It only grows with age. And this person left this little microbio about their 2 parents. They didn't give a gender, and it was a rather genderless like name that was something similar to this, Trisut or Kitaru. You can't tell what the genders are. And the individual had something like that, and they left this like and then Nightbot said, "Thank you, appreciate your," because Nightbot, "Thank you, for sharing that kind of thing." And it was like, but and then when I read it out loud, I said to Brendan, "We know it's Amy." And Brendan's going, "Yeah." And we're both saying, "Yeah, Amy, why aren't you on the bandwidth over here? What are you doing over there?" It was like that. And but I'll timestamp it. I'll find it. I'll timestamp it. But if I can't, at least you know that much. But it was this weird thing where the person just suddenly vented, cathartic, left this little microbio about, and now my parents are, but it was so similar. It was like my parents were where the community loved my parents, and the community adores my parents and thinks no one dares to speak ill of them, but they did everything to destroy my capacity to live at all, and now they've given everything to other relations, and they've contacted me to let me know they've given everything to every other relation, and they've laughed about it just to my face, just to hurt me one more time. They've called me to let me know this, and it was just like, holy shit. But it sounded so similar to Amy's, because her mother was a nurse and her dad ran the pharmacy, and everybody went to them for their legal drugs. So they're basically the legal drug dealers, and they're just horrible, abusive people that have given her nothing, despite the fact that they could have given her everything. And they're the kind of people who will rub it in your face. And so it was distressingly similar, though of course there's many people who have this horrible type of experience. But there you go. So just
I think that the thing that is most upsetting to people who who are the perpetrators of this sort of abuse is when the object that they're trying to oppress or provoke into some reactionary, angry, warring kind of interchange, when that person doesn't even pay them any attention. Like, that's, to them, that is like, turn it up. Like, oh, they're not getting that we
provoking, that they're not provoking or triggering.
If they're provoking you because through this abuse, and you stop engaging with that, that's when they turn it up. That's when it's like, it's not giving them the response that they want. And so they're going to come harder for you. They're going to do something even more egregious. And that's when the community starts to point out that that's not okay. Like, we, you know, at some point, the rest of the world steps in and says, well, hold on, we didn't agree to that. We didn't agree
Or
to.
you would hope that was the case, but in your case, no one's
Well,
done that.
I mean, this is from my own experience, like over and over and over again, being lured in to this family dynamic, which you're always going to look to your parents for comfort. This is the role of child and the role of parent. Child needs to learn to regulate emotions, looks to parent who teaches how to mentor emotional regulation. When parent doesn't have emotional regulation, they turn into sadists.
Yeah,
and
I was about to say, when you talk about they have this gratuitous need to trigger a response from you, and they feed off your pain, and like you said, when you're not giving them that pain, then they ratchet up the volume to get that pain because that's they feed off of. I mean, that's so sadistic. That is so sick. That's
But this is the joy and the gift in, you know, living through these hells, is that other people, like, you have to stop isolating. You have to get yourself out of that fortress that you built around yourself. You need to relate to other people. You need to talk to other people, and you have a right to your story. But what happens is these people need to feel validated, so they do things like go to this like ridiculous website where nobody even is monitoring it. It's a bot that responds, and then they type in this whole sad thing because they're still in it. Like, they're still like trying to negotiate, like, in their own head, did this really happen? Because part of it is that they're abusing you emotionally and spiritually, so they're not like, they're presenting themselves to you in a way that is like, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, that I didn't do that. I didn't say that. Why would I do that? What are you talking about? I'm not that. It's like they're confused or disoriented by like your presence or your reaction, or you're saying, hey, I never really agreed to this. And they're like, what do you mean you didn't agree to this? Right? That confusion, that it's like a theater thing. It's not reality. Like, you're speaking truth to them. You're saying, I didn't agree to that. You have a right to the fact that you provide consent. And then they, you know, they get you to that point with their abuse that you need to get some kind of validation. You need to be heard. And that's what happens when you're still in it. When you've worked through some stuff, you don't have to do that anymore. Like, you don't have, like, I don't have to come on your show and talk about all of the terrible things and what happens when you step away from a situation and get to a more neutral headspace. Like, all of that is really painfully hard. And a lot of times it doesn't happen. Like, people maintain themselves in this abusive relationship to their own detriment because it's very difficult to be able to transmute that energy and get into a neutral space. Safety is not a luxury. Safety is a survival skill, and sometimes people don't have others around them. They don't have the compassion or the kindness from somebody else that is, you know, gonna allow them to seek safety, like to even be able to recognize that what they're going through is completely unsafe. Like, even when I would have counselors tell me, like, that happened to you because you were unsafe, like being direct with their language, telling me this. And it was literally more than 10 years before I even understood that, yeah, I am unsafe around my parents, my family.
Yes. That's an important thing to recognize, really.
Well, what is even more interesting is I'm literally going through it wasn't even a long episode, and I do like the short episodes, but you don't really get into stuff the way that you used to, and so I'm a little sad about that. But
well, anyway. I gotta say something about that last shot you put up.
Okay.
On the left, under that big graphic, how traumatized do you have to be to want to listen to soothing oldie songs in a coffee shop in a rainstorm? Parentheses after that, just rain, no thunder, for 11 hours.
That's actually 24 hours a day, that loop. It says 11.
Does that sound like hell?
Yeah.
That's hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
You got to be pretty fucked up to need that.
Right, like that's your safe place.
Oh
wow.
my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
For validation.
That's impressive. I never thought of that one.
Yeah.
I'll have to try it in my mind tonight for my banging 3 a.m. insomnia. God.
Oh my God, that's incredible. Well, ladies, do me a favor and talk for a few minutes. I'll be back in about 10ish at the most. Certainly, probably
Go,
much
go,
sooner than that. Okay,
go.
I'll be right back.
I'm timing you.
Okay.
Go. I'll count. 1, 2, 3.
Uh-oh.
Is he gone?
Hey, girl. I believe so, yeah.
Holly.
Yeah, that's right.
I've been holding on to this thing to talk to you about for a while now.
Okay.
It's mostly that I'm looking through this genealogy and I'm seeing this trend. And I remember you saying, like, oh, the Catholics, you want to know how they treat the women, and the Catholics ask the nuns, right?
Right.
But I'm seeing this trend in my genealogy. They give away their first child to the nuns. All the firstborn daughters.
That's right. And in fact, I knew a guy for many years where that was the case. They gave him.
It's the case, and I have example after example, and all these family trees where the freaking first daughter is given to the
this
nun.
was a guy. So probably either the last son or the first daughter.
Oh. Huh.
Because the one I knew, Brother Gabriel, and he lived in the monastery down Big Sur all his life for like 50, 60 years.
Big Sur's not a bad place to be in a monastery, though. I mean,
no, it certainly isn't. Although, you know, the road's always closed and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it's a fantastic place. Worth a visit.
I guess.
But anyway, back on to you, what you're saying about the nuns.
Well, from
Continue
what I understand,
I
Douglas
interrupted.
It's okay. Douglas has been talking about the thing, like he's saying it was like, oh, he feels like it's something that he's talked about for years, and it's just finally caught on about the dead babies in the septic tank.
And that's true. Especially in Ireland.
Right?
It's been known. Yeah, it came out like back with the Indian schools panic started, and even back to that Boys Town and all that. They just didn't do much.
The effects of being given away to the nuns, and how many of these nuns would have known about this? I mean, is this something that, like, because I'm a product of my generation and I left Catholicism like right after first confirmation, and like I just got the heebie-jeebies with like the host and passing the tabernacle, and I was like, what if this really is a human body I'm eating? Oh, I can't do this anymore. Yeah,
right. Oh yeah, right.
That's
kind of wild. Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Like
it's a martial religion.
Did not sit well in my head.
No,
as a young
what healthy kid would, you know? I mean, it's just wildly out there. That's the voodoo.
But having separated from the church, do you think that like this is just ongoing? Like that there's like women getting pregnant, going to the nuns are like, oh, maybe we'll use the cord blood and throw the baby out into the toilet.
Yeah, I think, well, I can't speak for Ireland, And there's still like that big book about Opus Dei, the cult within the Catholic Church that's half businessmen. I mean, it's a business organization. It's a whole big deal. And it has been for a long time. And they are ultra, ultra right. And they literally traffic and servant women to run all their opulent facilities and palaces and shit. So there's that. But in terms of
To
adoptions,
service the priests?
yeah,
Is this part
very
of the deal?
active
Like
right now.
I mean, I
Yes.
don't know. I don't know anything about any of that. Like
They
all
get
I
to
know.
serve the Lord by washing the underpants of the priests that are in that organization. Not all are. But for instance, and that is Catholic, and it's very much in Europe and all over the world. But as far as infants are going, I don't know that the Catholic Church is paying for any kind. You know, you have to have some expense to be an orphanage. And so, like, especially in the case of sons, what I believe is that if it was the aristocracy tithing a kid, they would be on a different track. And they would also be given a lot of money to that poor orphanage
Here, take
or
care of my
convent or
kid.
whatever. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and they would tithe them. They would have to pay in a way, but while doing their duty. It was a way to buy your duty to God, like in dispensations and stuff. You bought them. But for poor women and no husband women with pregnant, you know, God forbid, they were just used as in slavery in the industries that the nuns were running, be they laundries or weaving mills or whatever, to then give to Rome. So, because the nuns weren't getting any money from Rome to speak of, they had to generate their income, and they needed slave labor to do that. And so that was the poor pregnant women with or without babies.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I mean, it wasn't like you went there and had the baby and then left. For the mothers, as far as I'm concerned, or was it? That may have been the case where you had the baby and then they put you out. I'm not sure. And it varied country to country, including Canada.
This was my thought. Like there were some records that like I guess the time period would be like 1920, 1930.
Okay.
Kind of a post First World War. And there was a couple records that made me think that, it was more of this thing where she's too young. So we send her to a school in another state, just out of the community. And then that, in that case, they would perhaps be returned to the family.
Okay. Sure. Okay. It's plausible.
But also, like, to track back, like, because some of my records go all the way back to the 17th century Quebec.
Yes.
Like most of all of my family is French Canadian, French, and it's incredible to think that all the way back there's that tradition. The first daughter goes to the nuns.
Of tithing a kid, yeah. Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah,
and
I mean, I don't know
France has their Catholics too. Oh boy.
Well,
you know,
I'm sure that there's
in terms of
incredibly
the spooky stuff.
There's got to be good Catholics too. Like,
oh yes,
I don't feel like I'm condemning the whole of all Catholicism.
Me neither.
I'm speaking
I condemn
to
the whole Protestantism, just between you and me, but sorry. But no, I know there's truth in Catholicism.
Well,
And they
there-
kept the
you know,
voodoo. And the great thing about Catholic France is it doesn't worship the crucifix as the central icon of it all. Because if you're a Catholic in France, you can worship a lady. Woohoo, Mary. And John the
but
Baptist.
this is this is the Catholicism that I've inherited also. Like my family at every funeral does the rosary in French, sometimes in Latin. Like they are devoted to Mary. And so I don't know what my point is.
Which is cool. Protestants don't have that.
Damn, the numbers have gone up. How did you ladies do that? I guess it's it's like phone sex. Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Just like it.
Sexy religious talk.
So, feeling like I can take on the world now. Thank you so much for your patience.
Good.
Took a call from Ed Beth, who said he thanks you very much for your so there you go. You've redeemed yourself in his eyes as much as anyone can.
Oh, good. Love you, baby.
Yeah, thank you for that.
You be good.
I'm afraid that's a bit impossible.
Try to be good.
Yes. Yes. So all that being said, well, thank you so much for staying with us as long as you could, Amy, considering how's the battery going? Last time you went down with us right down to the wire, literally down to 1%, something like
I wasn't prepared last time. This time I had all day to sit in the air-conditioned car and charge my phone.
So what do you do when you're sitting down all day in your air-conditioned car, aside from charging your phone? Hot dildo action? What? Just curious.
Eat McDonald's.
I mean, you know where my mind goes.
All of the above.
Take a good book.
To all of it.
Oh.
All of it.
Cool.
Oh
cool.
no, are you gone? What happened?
What?
I thought is somebody on? Is there a new person joining? Somebody's gone. Brendan's gone.
Brendan's gone. Oh,
Okay.
Shit, poor guy. Jesus. Brendan, let us know if you're okay. Jeez, now I'll have to send him a message asking him if he's well. So this is your aunt. This is your aunt, correct? The nun.
That's my grandfather's sister. The closest relation that has been gifted to the Catholic Church. But I tell you what, she was all in. All of her life, there was nothing but worship in the church. And she was a music teacher for 40 years.
Wow.
At the Catholic school. A very precious person, and I learned a lot.
Yeah, and she was cool, right? She wasn't mean and evil.
I wouldn't call her cool. I wouldn't call her cool.
Okay.
She was so. I remember lots of family gatherings where, she had deep conversations with my mom over all kinds of stuff. And my mom was very into writing her letters. And she taught my mom at the Catholic school. So it was like they had a relationship through music that was, the choir and the competitions that they had in high school. I don't think she was ever given another option, though.
Yeah.
I think because, there was this attitude for the women of her age, like my grandmother's sisters. Nobody
was going to take care of them.
I don't know. It wasn't the same family. It was like married. Like my grandmother and her sisters were married to that woman's brothers. So I just didn't feel like she would ever really fit in, and it was really hard at the end to send her back to the mother house, to know that there wasn't any, there was no other choice for her. She was a nun, and that was what she did.
Did she not want to marry, or she never had even the choice to want to or not?
She went straight from her mom's house to the school, to the Catholic school. And look at that picture. She's resigned to it. Like she was there
Wow.
Yeah.
All throughout, throughout her life. But the
It's
idea
amazing.
of her having some involvement with unborn children,
Baby killing, yeah.
I mean, I'm just like, I'm absorbing all of this and wondering what the septic system at their church looks like.
Did they take in welfare pregnant mothers?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Not discussed.
Wow.
Not
No.
at the dinner table for
Yeah.
any of the holidays. We did not talk about that.
Yeah. Sometimes the diocese has a library.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
They've got to have a library up there. But they're converting all of the nuns' homes because they closed the school years ago.
Yeah.
And they closed the school and they're renovating all of the convent for where the nuns lived into low-income housing.
Ooh.
Oh, Jesus.
Interesting.
Ghettoizing it. They're ghettoizing it.
I mean, it's such a gorgeous
Well, nobody
building.
else is going to give them nothing. Yeah, it might be pretty nice.
I mean, my whole family's in the graveyard right next door.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is that a cool old building? I like old.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, these convents were made in like the 60s and 70s. They're not as great and grandeur like the cathedral. Like there's like it's a gorgeous gray stone church. Beautiful,
Right there.
huge on the top of the hill looking out at the lake.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite churches for sure. I definitely think
What town?
Newport,
Rhode Island?
Alberta or
Vermont.
Newport?
Vermont.
Oh, really? Oh.
Really?
Just sharing this again. Gonna do a screen share again. Let's see what comes up here. And for a second there, it said update, and that was like highlighted, like it was going to update, which was like, that would have been inconvenient. But apparently that notification has gone away. So, all right. But
Good.
Yeah. Here's Brendan doesn't seem to be responding yet, but hopefully we'll find out.
Douglas.
Yeah. Yes, honey. Yeah.
You have been on one road trip in how many years? And it was with Holly.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Ever? Like, is this the only time you like did something with other people and were stuck in a car with them for a long time?
In the situation of dealing with being a public informant, that was probably the last big effort. I think there was maybe that was pretty much the last.
Because you were getting around a little before that. You went to Vegas.
No, I was going all over the place before that, and it just was not worth it. No, believe me, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not like there's anything to regret from that. Those attempts ending at all, because they were all worthless. I mean, beyond worthless. Every single one of them just took everything that I had and would take more and more of my resources and expend them, and I was left with less and less. There's nothing positive came out of these things. I mean, aside from, of course, the positivity of physically meeting our dear Holly and getting to know her better.
Whoopee.
Yeah, that's cute. That's funny. Honestly, the thing with Benestenius was so traumatic. So it was just so catastrophic, and the weird things that happened that were like, okay, why did this even happen? When it would be like one thing that Laura Lee Solomon particularly noted, or what hit her particularly hard, was there was a Latin American male who was very unassuming, and you would almost assume him to be an immigrant, kind of. If he didn't voice certain things to specify his background, you would have thought of him as another contract laborer or something. But he had gone to John O'Connell Vocational Institute while I was there and had the yearbook of my photograph in it. And I was like, he was there to vindicate and verify everything I said about it being called San Quentin Prep, that he had gotten beaten up there, apparently to within an inch of his life, because he wasn't part of the right gangs in John O'Connell Vocational Institute, which had degenerated to a gang facility at the time that I had attended. And then he went. Then, of course, we never saw or heard from him again. It was just like he was there, and then there was no attempt to really just get into get contact numbers from him or something, and we paid the price for that. We should have reached out, but I was so busy trying to do the presentation, had no time to pursue that. And then by the time the presentation was over and we're just trying to, rest up and everything, it was just horrible. It was horrible. It was, and it was because that was all I was emphasizing. I don't believe that either one of those men was part of the network of the cult of the Kings of Edom, and yet it was in every way, for all intents and purposes, a vile and vicious, malevolent ambush. It was just, it was so horrible and such a waste of time and resources, and it was all mainly because of Robert Lacey. Robert Lacey had copped the mind of Ben Estenius, and convinced him that Laura Lee Solomon was the root of all evil, and we've got to get Douglas Dietrich. If Douglas Dietrich won't come down here without those ladies, we won't allow him to come down here at all. At which point there was no point in their investing everything they did, like renting the Kon-Tiki and all that stuff. But as Holly can testify, they did everything they could to prevent us from getting down there, short of sending a team of assassins up to take us out, which they wouldn't expend the money on that. They did everything they could, which is why Holly had to rescue us. So Holly wasn't necessarily aware of the worst parts of it, where, we had gone to pick up the rental car that Ben Estenius was supposed to rent for us, but Ben Estenius made it impossible. But you were aware of some aspects of this, which is why you had to rent a car and come up and pick us up. Remember, Holly? It was like, but
Laura Lee, because Laura Lee just exploded at the airport and lost all her credit cards and driver's license and
everything. Yeah,
every kind of possible ID or money.
Yeah. It was like
it was crazy.
It was like she
it
just
was adorable.
There's nothing adorable about it. No, Holly, it was so horrible. You have no idea how horrible it was.
I know.
Laura Lee is just the enemy. She's just the enemy. It's all part of her. She's just an assignee who was sent to sabotage everything, which is all she did and succeeded in doing. And her life was destroyed because these are just human hand grenades to those people, especially the woman. The thing about the woman is, they especially are expended and they're given no backup. And they're just, but the men get everything. The men get, full protection, full monetary benefits. The only purpose, not that I'm complaining, because I have no expectations. As Buddha says, the key to happiness is no expectations. But the only reason that guy Daryl James was ever on the show was to alienate Marina Sarin. It was like he came on our show and then told us that. And then told Marina Sarin how bad we treated him and shit. But there's an example of a guy who had 3 houses, claimed he was nothing but some crippled vet, yet had a home in Florida with 3 extra bedrooms at least that we asked him, why don't you rent them out? And I don't want to rent them out. I don't want people living with me. And in fact, I'm just going to buy 2 extra houses so I have more room to expand in. And it's like, wow, just like that. Just that's the thing with him and Ian West and Nemo Albano, whose real name is Larry Michael Smith Loy and shit. All these motherfuckers. They have endless amounts of income. They have no expenses. Real Tech Geek included. You never heard Real Tech Geek say, "Oh man, I can't afford this." You never hear them say that. Oh, I wish I had more money for food, or I wish I had. No, they have nonstop amounts of resources, and but they come on the show and they do nothing. They contribute nothing, and anyhow. So my point is that with Ben Estenius and Robert Lacey, it was their own homebrewed toxicity, but with Robert Lacey, between him and Ben Estenius, they made certain we couldn't get down there. It wasn't just Laura Lee Solomon. She was the icing on the cake, and she made certain that nothing could be done from her end. In other words, they made certain nothing was done from their end that I could get down there, and she made certain that she had no way to help me get down there. So you get that this was like how could you not call this an ambush? There's no way that could have been simply synchronous or coincidental. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like you were the only reason we got down there. And if it weren't, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten down there at all. And not only that, but I had to expend thousands of dollars of my own money to put Laura Lee Solomon up in a hotel for one night. You remember that? And then she wound up sleeping with me in my own home anyway, where she had the vision of the guy coming through the door. Remember? Both her and Judith.
That was the first night when she got there.
Yeah.
And she slept at your house.
What? No, the first night I put her in a hotel, which cost me all the money that I had. And she expended all the money because she would not come out of the back of the airport to rendezvous with me where she was supposed to rendezvous because it was after 9/11 and they had everything cordoned off, so you couldn't go in there and pick her up. And so she wouldn't come out to meet me, and I had to go back to San Francisco and then back to Oakland.
Yeah, because you went all the way out there and back and out again.
Yes, and out again. I had to make the trip twice, so that was thousands of dollars.
That took a day.
Yeah, thousands of dollars in cab fare. It was like, it literally, that was, people just don't get how expensive cabs are in San Francisco. For those of you who don't know, because San Francisco is very congested, the meters on San Francisco run twice as fast as in any other city because their claim is that they can't make money otherwise. So if you, what costs like only a few dollars in one city will cost you $20 in San Francisco in terms of a ride. So anyhow, so it was all just a nightmare, and she was just intentionally just juicing that, and just completely malevolent. Even if she's not, if she's a total victim, that makes her no less responsible and no less repulsive, which it makes it worse in its own way. But yeah, without overdwelling on the trauma. There we are, just another part of just endless trauma provided by these people. So it's not like there's no point in doing any of this public thing or the majority of interviews. They're all just ambushes, and they're all just people who are out to just juice your time, juice your resources, expend everything you got. There's nothing positive to say about almost anything out there. It's all pretty much negative in America, but it's all going to collapse anyway.
You did your time with it.
Yeah.
You did your time.
Yeah, but it's all going to collapse anyway.
World.
There's no way that this scene can continue. It's just, by that I mean the American economy and everything. Trump's crashing it as soon as he can, which I'll go into now in Monologue. So, dear Amy, we love you beyond expression. Stay with us as long as you can, if you can stay with us and put in some interjection.
I'm going to come off the call and just turn on the YouTube.
Okay.
But,
all right.
Good night for now.
I love you.
Wonderful talking to you, Amy.
Yeah.
Lucky this time it's not 12 hours of me.
Well.
Okay.
That's nothing bad about that, Amy. Nothing bad about that. All right. Adore you dearly, and what we're going to do
Good night.
Yes.
Good night, all. Good night, Holly. Good night, Aristides. Good night, Brendan. I know you're listening.
Okay. We hope.
Bye.
We hope he's still alive.
He's even if he's not alive, he's still going to come on the show, okay?
That's cute.
Right.
Okay. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Okay, that was Amy Como. So it's Holly and me for a little while at least, and we're going to have Holly interject whenever she feels like it, and we're going to go straight into monologue now. With that, we ask Brendan to join whenever he can. Hopefully he'll come back to us. Now, as a military historian, I should go straight into some military topics. There's a lot of war going on all over the world, but I might as well just go straight into something that really matters to people. I mean, we got to be honest. If I talk true military technology and various other military developments, we tend to lose a lot of listeners. Most people don't really fucking care. The war fags out there are out to listen to other war fags who are just a bunch of phonies. But in terms of acknowledgements, we've already delivered that, so let's just start with overseas. Europe is readying for a fight. If Donald Trump follows through on his latest deadline when it comes to tariffs, a growing number of European Union member states want to block, they want the Euro bloc to activate its most powerful trade tool against these United States. Trump has repeatedly delayed his threatened levies, a pattern of misbehavior that's generated the now famous TACO, or Trump Always Chickens Out acronym. It's a meme at this point. TACO presidency. Now he has pledged to impose 30% tariffs on the EU if no deal is reached by August 1st. And this time, his aides have said he really, truly means it. It would seem Europe is taking him at his word. A French-led charge to deploy the Eurobloc's so-called anti-coercion instrument is said to be backed by more than half a dozen European capitals. MEMÈDy, France's Minister for European Affairs, said earlier this week that the response from Brussels should include the option of using this tool, which gives officials broad powers to take retaliatory action. Those measures could include new taxes on American imperial tech giants or targeted curbs on American imperial investments in the European Union. They could also involve limiting access to certain parts of the European Union market or restricting American imperial firms from bidding for public contracts in Europe. So on Monday, Haddad told Bloomberg Television, "In this negotiation, you need to show strength, you need to show force, unity and resolve." And he added, "We can go further." Now, in Iran, Islam Asia, Russia's recognition bolsters the Taliban regime. This month, Russia became the first foreign government to formally recognize the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, nearly 4 years after it returned to power. The move grants the Taliban more of the international legitimacy that the group seeks, while also helping to solidify its status as one of the most stable governing entities in South Asia. I mean, really? Really? Since returning to power, the Taliban officials have projected the group as a more moderate version of the regime that controlled much of Afghanistan between 1996 and 2001. But this depiction is belied by Taliban policies, which include documented brutality against women and minorities and a ban on girls' education beyond the 6th grade. Now, on this side of the world, out on planet Musk, where we're sinking even lower on the stupidity scale than where we started in Eurasia, we just got the AI girlfriend you never asked for before Elon unveiled his new Grok AI companion that looks uncomfortably familiar. Okay, I really wish Brendan were here for this. I'd love his participation on this. So let's see if we can call him again. Aristides, are you still with us? I'm just curious if you could try to add Brendan to the call. Let's see if Aristides is still awake, because this is something Brendan really should be participating in. If anything, I can try calling Brendan on his cell phone and see if he'll answer. I mean, since we're going to get raunchy about this, we may as well go all the way and bring in some of the experts who can help me do some real bro shit on this work, because when it comes to Elon, we should leave no stone unturned in terms of stoning him. It's one of those things that we're hoping to do later on with the so-called Nemo Albano once we're in a mood to do so. Just really rake him over the coals for the sheer fun of it. Now, I'm calling Brendan Soget. We're hoping that he responds. And if he doesn't, we'll have further reason for concern. Is this him? Brendan. Oh. It's leave a message. Poor son of a bitch. Okay. Did they get you, Brendan? Brendan, jump back on bandwidth with us if you can. Okay. Well, we're just going to pray for his safety and hope that he's well, because that didn't bode well, the fact that he went mute for such a long time after his oven turning up for flames. Let's make certain Holly's still with us so she can participate in this. She may not have the viciousness a man does when it comes to castrating another man, but I think she has enough viciousness in her to.
You might be surprised with Elon.
Well,
hey, maybe the men throw stones, women have knives.
Good. Or the men work with hammers, whereas the women use scalpels. Yeah. So I'll leave this here right in the text message. I don't know if you can see this. Maybe you wouldn't never want to see that. Can
bloodlust is up.
Yeah, can you?
I can, but it takes really long for pictures to download.
Okay, this is not a picture.
Especially because usually T-Tank's firing them away and it backs up.
Yeah,
but if it's just text, I can probably see it.
It's not a picture or text. It's a link. So this would actually take
in the chat or on not on your on the phone call.
It's both on the phone call text, or I mean to say Microsoft Teams text, because it is coming over a cell phone for Holly, but it's a Microsoft Teams text, and it's also in the chat room. So just accessing that, Brendan, if he were here, would confirm and validate and verify everything I'm saying. But there should already be automatically, to anyone's sensibilities, an obvious resemblance between the AI character and myself. Today, Elon Musk discussed this new male AI companion that this link takes you to, that his company XAI is developing, which will run on the company's unhinged chatbot software, Grok. And while it's not yet clear when this new robot buddy will be released, it sounds an awful lot like Musk is trying to make a romanticized version of himself.
Ooh.
Now, I want people to know, Musk came out not too long ago claiming he was a vampire. Were you aware of this, Holly?
Yeah, but it didn't. It was, if you missed the paper that day, you wouldn't have heard it.
Okay, and
kind of thing.
So let me.
Like a passing fantasy.
It's more than that, I assure you.
Deep in the ketamine mines.
Yeah. So I'm texting with Brendan right now, and we are praying he will respond. He says he's as good as can be. So I said, please jump back on bandwidth, Brendan Zogit. So let's hope we can bring him on with us, because it's always more fun when there's more of us to join in the slaughter. And
in the kicking.
Yeah, in the kicking. Yes. And so let's hope he's obviously that doesn't sound well when he says as good as can be. So when he's giving me the ha-ha. Not quite sure what that means. When I said, please jump back on bandwidth, Brendan Zogit, and he's giving me the ha-ha, like, maybe he's, maybe it's because he knows that all his trouble comes from coming on bandwidth with us, and we'll see if he responds. Yeah, if he doesn't, I'll just forge ahead, because we're in the topic now. We may as well not turn back. But if you see him jump on, you let me know. But basically, Musk first tweeted an image of this anime-inspired bot yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw this headline, and I didn't even understand it.
Yes.
Oh, but they had him in a little side picture, suited up like this character.
Yes. And
that's what that was. God in heaven.
You mean he was dressed like Douglas Dietrich from some of my photo sessions?
Trying.
Yeah, trying.
Yeah, but no. You've always been hot. It wasn't hot.
That's cute.
He won't get any OnlyFans for sure out of that. The anime character was super hot and looked like you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
But he suited up, did not.
But you gotta admit, I had to be told it was him. I didn't recognize him. I did not recognize it as him. So that alone is an improvement. Yeah. I did not recognize it as him at all. So I had to be told it was him. So that alone is an improvement over his normal look.
No, but the anime character is super you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, even with the pissed off attitude I had when I came in tonight, which I was just not in a good mood. Haven't had a chance to say shout out to Bernard if you're out there, if you're listening out there. Bernard, hadn't had a chance because I was gonna relay the story of running into you on the way home from getting my shot. It wasn't in a good mood then, and it got better, of course, back at the Estates for International Drag Day. But then, coming back home is such a letdown. There's no time for decompression. You're just like thrust back into the hell that you were in, like our man Brendan feels about going back to work after being in Europe. At any rate. Such being what it is, MEMqədy has joined us, or MEMqədy. Welcome back aboard, MEMqədy. Shout out to you, and such having been articulated. Okay, let's get back into it. Basically, Musk, when he tweeted this image of this anime-inspired bot yesterday, he asked followers on X what it should be named. Okay, we're already off to a bad start because he's calling this an it, as opposed to acknowledging this construct personality with any respect. Now, the multi-billionaire had already released trois AI companions that misuse grok, an anime-style woman and a red panda, both of whom have been met with a mix of excitement and disgust for various reasons.
Furries.
Yes.
Furries rule.
Yes. Now, on Monday, Elon Musk opened the work week by announcing the newest cool feature his team of world-class coders and engineers added to X. It's called Grok Companions. As the name suggests, they're supposed to be your artificial confidants. There are trois companions to choose from. Musk's trois AI chatbot creations, a woman named Ani, and a red panda, which is already beyond disturbing, named Bad Rudy. Bad Rudy. Both seem to serve very different roles, and they're both centered around characters that Musk himself would probably want around. Your first option being a blonde, quadruple D cup, itty bitty waists, hourglass-shaped anime caricature named Ani, who will undress down to lacy lingerie if you talk to her nicely. Ani is intended to be Musk's version of a perfect girlfriend, constantly flirting and praising the user. One ex-user responded to Musk's announcement, "Just wait till they throw her in an Optimus bot with a silicone skin to replicate her." And Musk responded, "Inevitable." As to be expected, trois camps seem to be materializing after the companions' drop. One group wonders if it's possible to undress her even more, and the other calls her the extinction of the human species looking me in the eyes. You can guess which camp is overwhelmingly male and which is overwhelmingly female. Another pundit wrote of Musk, "Is it possible for someone to be more divorced?" Now, your second option is, I still can't believe I'm saying this, a red fucking panda.
I can see the thing wandering into GTA and getting raped to death.
Yeah. Which one, the panda or the blonde?
The panda. Definitely the panda's set up to go down hard.
There we are.
The panda's gonna die screaming.
Yeah, yes. So your second option is this red fucking panda wearing a short sleeve sweatshirt and shorts. Thank God they made him decently clothed. He is appropriately named Bad Rudy and will shower you with profanities and insults unprovoked. The yang to Ani's yin, Brad Rudy. I keep calling him Brad.
My God.
Bad Rudy is the perfect bro friend, constantly insulting you in the way an immature 13-year-old boy does to test out his comedy chops. Now, I myself remember reading Walter Isaacson's 2023 biography of Musk last summer, all of it propaganda for Elon, and still feeling concerned, despite this all being a non-running ad for Elon Musk, trying to promote him as the savior of us all. It still left me worried for his sanity when the multi-billionaire would ask when it was revealed in this biography that is authorized by Elon Musk himself, mind his G, that he would ask his romantic partners to insult him. Perhaps Musk simply didn't realize this was an unhealthy desire before he mass-produced it for all of his subscribers, paying $300 fucking a month. Now...
Hey, I got to say something here, Doug.
Please.
I can tell you he actually stole this idea as well.
No doubt. Go on.
From an animated show called Big Mouth.
Jesus Christ. You're kidding.
Big Mouth is about kids, like freshmen, like ninth graders. So they're not middle school, but they're not big kids yet, And they each, like the girls have this one.
Oh, shit. I'm going to have to reinitiate the call. Hope nobody minds. This is going to be, if I can do this at all. This is like, all right, we're going to see what happens. Microsoft says it's going to update the Teams. Now, isn't that incredible? That's an interesting time to choose to update it. But we're going to call everybody, and that'll force us to call Brendan Zogid as well, so maybe he'll come and join us. We'll see if he responds to that. I doubt it highly, since he wasn't responding to the phone call. So that means things are pretty serious. At any rate, we're going to go to the infinite call, and we're going to jump right back on, and we're going to call everybody. So let's get that started. First thing I have to do is make this larger and see if it's all possible to hit the Meet Now audio call button. But I find that intriguing that they would do that. That's okay. So
and I swear to God,
they updated.
He watches Big Mouth.
They updated it. They updated that as soon as you said there's a show called Big Mouth. They updated Microsoft Teams. So I had to call you back. So that brought you back onto the call. So all we heard was he's got to be watching Big Mouth. So tell us about Big Mouth. What you said during that intervening.
Well, just what I already said, and I haven't seen it in years. I don't know why, because it's actually kind of funny. But it's well written, and it's just every kid's demon on their shoulder. We've all had that, you know what I mean?
Okay.
That
and this Big Mouth, this was a red panda.
Everything we've taught is wrong.
And this was a red panda.
In terms of.
Yeah.
No. Okay. No. These are like 9th, 10th grade kids getting through life, and it's all animated.
Okay. Interesting.
So it sounds like the exact concept.
Right.
Stolen.
Well, what's interesting is you remember the rather unhealthy relationship I had with my mother, certainly by any conventional standards, in the sense that she would insult me constantly to the point where I got to enjoy it. And that was my biggest problem with, which is very Asian, by the way, just so people understand this.
I was going to say,
yeah.
That's a kind of an Asian thing.
Yeah. This is, mothers do that, and they will, in a sense, what Westerners...
So you don't get a big head.
Yeah, there's that, and also they just try to push you to excel. And so usually when you accomplish something, they'll underplay it or demean it so that they try to get you to do better next time, even better. It's just a weird psychology to Americans or to Westerners. They think they would take it to be quite abusive, or at least psychologically.
I've had boyfriends like that. Only it wasn't because they wanted me to be better.
There you go. There you go. They're just assholes. They're just assholes. That's what I hear about that. Who's that guy who was on that stupid show called Politically Correct for years? The Jewish guy who was the host of the Politically Correct show. Man. It was called Politically Incorrect.
Yeah.
He was the host of that, and it was so politically correct it would make you sick. It would,
Right.
yeah, but he was infamous for getting black girlfriends and just insulting them all day. He would just
Yeah.
get black girlfriends that were really stunning physiques, and he would just spend all day telling them how stupid they are. So very abusive son. Bill Meyer. Bill Meyer was the son of a bitch, and
Seth Meyer or Bill Meyer.
Bill Meyer. It was Bill Meyer.
Okay.
And yeah, but with my mom, she would say things like, "I should never have given birth to you," which I would find very endearing.
Yeah.
But this is the problem. I even made memes of it. I think I showed Holly the meme, I made of that, and I had other memes I made, but what I considered inspirational memes, but just my mother telling me what an idiot I was. But yeah, she really wanted a samurai, and instead she got this effete sort of boy girl, or
Artist.
girly boy, yeah, that she had to teach ninja assassin techniques to, because I wasn't going to be doing any football. I wasn't going to be lifting any heavy katana. Yeah, so she, at any rate, adapted as best she could, but she was never afraid to express her disappointment. My dad really wanted a jock too, but the as a nurse told my dad, when he was brought into a hospital at one point, look, if your son had been a jock, he wouldn't be here taking care of you.
God damn right.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go with that. And when it came to my mom, however, the collateral damage was that I developed a huge tolerance for being insulted by females, and I really had too much of a tolerance when it came to people like Judith Ager or other females that were simply abusive. And, it took me a long while to get over that. I'm not quite sure if I'll ever be over it, but I've gotten a lot more over it than I was before. And just, I really shouldn't tolerate so much of what I fucking tolerate in terms of behavior from females that I tend to tolerate. But once, it's like my gang brother Beaver said, if you got tits and a cunt, you can get away with murder in Dietrich world, and he was pretty much right. But all that having been,
I had this funny vision one night on the phone.
Yeah.
Of your mom sitting someplace on a puffy cloud, smacking her forehead and saying, "Dummkopf, I never meant you shouldn't make money on your art."
That would be cute.
I never said you shouldn't make money.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Yeah.
It gave me a laugh, but I was afraid to say it.
Yeah. No. It's okay to say that. It's okay to say that. It's It's by the way, our dear.
It's not like I'm dreaming about her or anything.
No, which is
Wink,
okay
wink.
if you do. Which is okay if you do.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's every
I
woman
know,
at
but-
some point. At some point, every woman in my life, and then people who want to be romantically involved with me, like Peter Moon, at some point will say they've seen my mother in a dream, or they had a vision of my mother. With the ladies,
Right.
it's
That
more
was
healthy.
my reference.
Yeah, but you're much healthier about it, as was all the ladies. All the ladies have been healthy about it. They've literally seen my mother, like Judith Ager did when she was here in this home, this crypt. But she saw my mother,
Wow.
and my mother calmed her down. But when it's but by the way, Amor Fadi says, "Hey guys, what does the purple crown icon mean?" It means that you're like a regular. I have no idea. They give it like a rank and file for people who are here often or something. Is what theoretically I've been told. I really don't know. None of it makes any sense.
It's a little prize.
Yeah, it's a little prize. Take it as a gift. And so, such being said, let me check one more time with the rating system. So having articulated that, however, my mother, my own getting over my own, how would I say it, masochism, when it came to this what I read about Elon Musk. His problem is not that his mother was abusive, but his father was. So why he would suddenly demand insults from all of his female partners, or always demand insults from all of his female partners, based on the fact that he had an abusive father, That's some kind of weird
His
projection.
mother's got the eyes of a killer.
It's
She really does.
Which one is his mother? Which one is his mother? Because remember, his father fucked his mother's daughter.
She's the world's oldest supermodel.
Oh, that bitch!
And was getting full-page spreads.
Yeah.
And if you cover her face, her eye show.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, she's
Nicole Kidman's like that.
Yeah. She's his mother May is a psychotic serial killer who just doesn't serial kill because
she's got scary ass eyes.
Yeah, she's
even
beloved.
In the photo shoots.
She's beloved in communist China. I don't know if you know that. She's a big thing. She's a hot ticket item.
I had no idea.
China. In communist China, she's like their idea of, you know how Jerry Lewis is to France, and you know David Hasselhoff is to Germany. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's like that to communist China. Her and Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage is their male version of that, and she's their female version of that.
And you can't get any whiter.
Yeah, of course not. No, she's
that's as white as it gets.
Oh yeah, no, she's so white it hurts. Yeah, but when we're talking about
master race kind of white.
Oh yeah. So when we're talking about Ani and Bad Rudy, the red panda, who's like Kung Fu Panda except he uses his mouth, what was missing? Something for the ladies, of course. The perfect man. Elon. Or the version of Elon he wishes he could be. Brooding.
It looks like you.
Yeah. Brooding.
How crazy is that?
Oh, beyond it. Well, we know he listens. We know they all do. The big ones listen.
Yep.
The big boys listen.
Yep.
The power boys. They're not big in any manly sense. They're just power boys. But he wants to be brooding, in control, highly sexual, and such a manly man who just happens to be pretty. The guy with the long black hair.
Ooh.
A man.
The costume was so not pretty.
Oh, well, not
on
him.
It was like the creepy, greasy guy in the alley.
Yeah. Oh, I thought of Lenny and Squiggy.
Yeah.
Do you remember Lenny and Squiggy?
Yes. Thank you. Now I do.
Yeah.
Oh, just like greaseball looking
I
guy
love those
with
guys
long,
when I was
dirty
a kid.
fingernails and shit.
Yeah, I love those guys when I was a kid. Of course, only a child would love them.
But you wouldn't want to kiss one.
No, of course not. But of course, a man with no signs of balding. A man with no need for hair plugs.
He's got a cap pulled real down.
Yes.
Hard.
So today, the multi-billionaire XAI founder wrote that his unnamed bot will have a personality, in his words, inspired by Edward Cullen from Twilight and Christian Grey from 50 Shades. No.
Oh, dude, this guy is melting down in front of us.
He wants to be vampire so fucking bad. And no amount of money can buy him that. Yeah, it's unclear.
Nobody's going to be buying this. Are they? I mean, will they?
Oh, we'll find out.
I worry more about the other multi-billionaires that aren't in a death spiral narcissist thing.
So openly insane.
They're doing all this shit, but they don't need to get on YouTube with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
God knows what they're doing, but wow. If this is any indication, we are really. Ooh.
No, it's unclear whether Musk knows that 50 Shades of Grey started as Twilight fan fiction, and Christian Grey is essentially the same character as Edward Cullen. It's also unclear whether the copyright holders for the Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey books and movies, the franchises, will mind that a multi-billionaire oligarch is building an AI sex robot based on their characters. But what is clear is that Musk probably sees himself as that new AI character in some capacity. How can I say that? Well, as Holly has been emphatically recalling, she recollects there's a rather infamous photo of Musk from 2012, just around the time that I was coming out as a public informant, where he was dressed in a style that looks, well, pretty identical to his new AI bot. Now, in a tweet,
I didn't realize the photo was that old. I thought it was current.
Oh no!
To launch this stupid ass thing.
He couldn't pull it off today.
Oh,
He would
no.
look. No, he's got the beer belly and the paunch, and his ass is 2 times bigger, 3 times, 4 times bigger now. It looks like
he's got Ozempic face though. All of a sudden.
Yeah.
I got a photo of it.
Yeah, yeah.
So you know he's doing that on top of it all.
Oh yeah. Well.
But I did not realize that was that old.
Oh yeah. Now in this tweet from June 18th of 2012. Musk wrote, "Wore MEMqədy outfit for a party last night. Was popular with woman who'd read 50 Shades with a smiley face emoji." Or something like that, or emoji with hearts in his eyes. It basically translates in the cut and paste I got from people who provided me this info and asked to remain anonymous. It's a colon and a right side parentheses half. So that I think means smiley face. The photograph does not appear to be loading in Musk's original tweet on X. So there's no point in scrolling back and trying to find it. But it's been archived across the deep, dark web, which is why the people who contributed this image asked me not to give their names. And you will see this for yourself. So here we are in all its pristine glory. I'm putting it everywhere. I'm going to put it first in the call here so that you can shutter. Good. Yeah, I'll give you first dibs to shutter in response. Here we are. Okay, loading that up. And it's titled Know Your Meme Photos. Thanks, I hate it. It's subtitled as Thanks, I hate it. There you go, honey. Can you see that? And it was on what was obviously a Bastille Day party because he's got the French flag right up there next to him. And he went in trying to look as MEMqədy as possible with the excuse that he's trying to francify himself, as Our Lady Amy Como would spank me hard if she heard my using the term francify. Okay, so...
yeah, that was the one.
That's the one! God. Like I said, I had to be told that was Elon Musk. When asked to identify who that is, I said, looks like some wannabe trying to dress like myself. And I said, I got plenty of fans.
Or a really bad Johnny Depp.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, good. Well, people used to say I look like Johnny Depp. That's what girls used to tell me back in the day. So that's not surprising. That was while I was still care provider for my mother.
No, he's hideous.
Yeah. Oh, Johnny Depp. Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't want that group of me. And he's kind of fat and swollen in that picture.
Oh yeah. But still,
he's pretty bloated.
Yeah.
In the face.
But
for
still,
being 9 years ago, for fuck's sake, what was he, 30?
Oh yeah. I mean, he's in bad shape. He always was in bad shape. This guy is not in good health. Yeah, he's got nothing. He's got nothing to look
the
forward
facial
to.
sores.
Yeah. But you like how it's says it's been 9 years since Elon Musk had this photo permanently removed from the internet forever.
Yeah, eccentric billionaire.
Oh shit.
So he's not proud of it either. But I think you're about to see an Ozempic Elon.
There you go. Yes. Yeah. Now, when a female X-user replied to Musk that he should release a version based on Mr. Darcy, a character from Jane Austen's 1813 book Pride and Prejudice, Musk replied in the affirmative. "We will, of course, have another character inspired by Mr. Darcy." Now, that would obviously be a safer bet, given the fact that Austen's book is now in the public domain and can be abused without paying royalties for IP. intellectual property, for those of you who are unfamiliar with what communist China always steals. Now, there's no telling how sexual this new ersatz Elon will be, but given Ani's attitude, we imagine this new AI bot will primarily seek to titillate. And while Musk may not be physically capable of inseminating every woman on the planet, as the father of 14 or more kids, as thus far acknowledged, would like to do, he'll know his AI avatar is out there to do it digitally. Now, this is all extraneous to what I exposed about his sperm bank shenanigans, which, of course, as our dear Holly has said, is a horror story in and of itself. But for the sake of Holly, and I definitely need her participation in this, I think she's just so stunned by this horror that I've presented for tonight.
Yeah, I'm speechless.
Yeah, she's speechless.
I'm drooling.
Yeah. But he's definitely aware of myself and his cop in the look. He does wish he was the tall, dark, and handsome man, and he's just yeah. He's not. I'm sorry, money can't buy you that.
I'm surprised he hasn't had eye surgery.
Yeah.
To get that flirty little epicanthic fold.
Now, staying off world and orbit, we've got gun-toting Newsom's alpha male rebrand incarnating via his bizarre interview with a MAGA podcaster.
He just did something.
Yes.
He just did something terrible today. And I can't tell you what it is right now. That podcast story is kind of old.
Well, interject.
Or unless he did another one for God's sake.
It's another one. It's another one. So, honey, interject as soon as you remember what other atrocity this fucker's pulled. But yeah, he's got this new gun-toting alpha male rebrand incarnating via his bizarre interview with a MAGA podcaster platforming anti-trans conspiracies. I mean, what do young men like? Guns, sports, cursing, podcasts. Great.
Yeah.
Let's make that the new Newsom. With Dems like these.
And remember, though, he's trying to get past the fact that he was Mr. Gay Marriage.
Yeah, no shit. No shit.
I mean, a pie and a demanding.
Yeah.
And at the forefront of that activist wave.
Oh, he used to be a hero. Yeah, he used to be
a hero.
Yeah, San Francisco.
I thought he was on a golden road straight to Washington.
Well, everybody I knew thought he was gay. We all thought he did it because he was gay. That he was just paving the way for his own marriage is what we all thought, and
when Kimberly Guilfoyle was gorgeous.
Yeah, but
now she looks like. God, she's got run over by a truck from the surgery. Some character out of Batman.
Well, living with Newsom will do that to you, just like the Kennedy bride to Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, she got with the Trump after him.
Yeah, there you go. That'll fuck you over. No wonder this idiot is thinking like that he can get her back. Not that he wants her back, but you know what I mean.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, by going repub. So, with Dems like these, who needs the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party? There you go. Now, California governor and podcast personality Gavin Newsom has continued his right-wing media tour, feeding into the anti-trans hysteria with his signature coif and $1 million smile. Now, did I say that right, Amy? Coif? Is it right, or is it coiffure?
Coiffure.
Coiffure. Let me know, Amy. Come back if you wish. You can jump right back on bandwidth to spank me over this. Now, back in a 2023 interview, which is what I think our lady Holly was thinking about, California Governor Gavin Newsom was asked how he ended up in a leadership position. And after struggling with his response, he eventually paraphrased a line from George Orwell's short story titled Shooting an Elephant. I put a mask on my face and grew into it. Believe him saying that? Out loud? Said the quiet part aloud.
Who said that?
Gavin Newsom!
Oh God. Oh, well, there you go. I've been surprised at some of the people I've witnessed this happen to that I never would have expected in a million years, and not even like, more shocking even than Gavin Newsom. Oh my God.
Now, it was a remarkable admission that inadvertently validated, it verified his most common critique, that he is fundamentally inauthentic. Newsom has always seemed as though he were grown in a laboratory to be a politician. Yep. Yeah. I mean, this is like a biofax. He's like except that's an insult to biofax simulacre. Yep. In a way, Newsom was lab-grown to be a politician. He was the son of a well-connected judge and insider of the Getty family dynasty. Did you know that?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, and
oh, boy.
Yeah, so
that crew.
Yes, so he's glided through public life with the polished ease of someone born to power. Kind of like a lubricated dildo shoved up your ass. He looks like the central casting governor, speaks in political platitudes, and has successfully learned to suppress any sign of human spontaneity. But lately, he's trying on a new mask. He wants to trade in the image of the slick progressive from San Francisco for something grittier. A man's man. Kind of like Elon Musk wants to be the sexy vampire. Newsom wants to be the manly man, a political moderate, a Democrat who can appeal to the same demographic drawn to Donald Trump. I mean, is there such a demographic? I don't believe such a demographic even exists.
Bulldoze Palestine.
Yeah.
The rest of the way, I mean, Jesus.
So
horrible. Bulldoze the homeless camps.
So Newsom's 4-hour appearance. 4 hours on the Sean Ryan Show, a podcast hosted by a retired United States Navy SEAL. Popular, of course, among younger, right-leaning men, who else, was clearly meant to showcase this evolution, or should I say devolution, his de-evolution. Sliding back. And who was it? Was it Amy who said you don't go back in evolution? Amy, you've been proven so wrong.
Oh, no, it might have been me, that little Tibetan thing.
Oh, that was you. Well, you've just been proven so wrong.
Well, there you go. Yeah. He's crawling back to the slime.
The episode began with Sean Ryan gifting Gavin Newsom with a handgun. On video.
All right, Jesus.
On camera. He hands him a handgun. An incongruous moment for a governor known for imposing some of the strictest gun laws in our country. Newsom accepted it enthusiastically, boasting about his marksmanship and professing a love for shooting sports. This reminds me of when Brandon Young told Brooke Gibson.
Yeah, was it California compliant?
Yeah. I hope not.
Doubt it.
I hope it gets fucking confiscated. They won't even allow you and I concealed carry.
Gave him a banana clip and
Thank you. They won't even allow you and I concealed carry. And this son of a bitch takes a handgun and talks about how he's shooting. Welcome back. So did you hear what I said about Elon Musk, Brendan? Did you hear what I said about Elon?
No, thank God.
Oh, no, well, you've got to
Well, I just want to get in here. I want to say something here. You guys think I'm just old and senile, but I have these deep concerns in my belly that California, as well as New Jersey, are on the verge of flipping.
Oh, fuck. They did it again. They updated again. As soon as she said that. Oh, my God. So, I'll call back as soon as it updates. That's, they're hitting us tonight. They're hitting us hard. I'll tell you that. They do not want these people on the call with me. But we're going to see what we can do to get them back. Okay, so, audio call again. Let's hope it works. Cross ourselves. Knock on wood. They updated! As soon as you said that, Holly, they updated the Microsoft Teams. So you got to repeat what
Again?
you said. They did it again. They did it again. Second time tonight. So repeat what you said, please, about you have this gut concern about
California flipping. Yeah.
California.
And of course, in the bigger cosmic picture, it doesn't matter at this point. But on the other hand, it still gives me a bellyache to think it's coming.
So
it does.
So what I'm going to do is
I can't justify it.
Yeah,
but it'll hurt me.
So Brendan, respond to that, please. Calm her down.
No, please no.
Calm her down.
He can't help me.
Yeah,
he can't help me. He gives me the cosmic perspective, which is very good. Thank you.
Yeah. So here, Brendan.
Moving on.
Brendan, can you see the screen share? Can you see the cursor moving? Yes. Okay, so get this shit. This is Elon Musk's new sex bot that he says is him. Look at this shit. This is his new sex bot. He says, "This is me," and he released this today. This is your Chad Grok companion. They've named it Chad. Charismatic, flirty, supportive adventurer, and it's based on Elon as he sees himself. Which, believe it or not, I'm going to take you back to how he sees himself. So can you see this, Brendan? Can you see this?
Yeah, I can see it.
And who does it look like? It doesn't look like Elon. It looks like Douglas Dietrich. Does it not? Even down to the...
it's obviously not him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. But that, look at this. Here's the picture he based it on. It's been 9 years since Elon Musk had this photo permanently removed from the internet forever. This is Elon. This is Elon when I came out as a public informant in 2012. This was Elon going to a Bastille Day party, trying to dress like the Marquis de Sade.
We don't know that he got in.
Yeah. But who's he trying to look like? Douglas Dietrich. I had to be told this was Elon Musk. I had to be told it was him 9 years ago. But he's unrecognizable. But it's definitely the look he's trying to cop.
It's a Dietrich cosplay, basically.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bad Red Panda.
Yeah. Yes, and he's got
Who is that Bad Panda?
It's called Bad Rudy. Is his red panda? Bad Rudy is red panda. Let's look up Bad Rudy. We want to find out what Bad Rudy looks like. He's got his other chatbot is a fucking furry.
Yeah.
Well, there are girls too.
Yeah. There's one blonde.
It's whatever fantasy they're pandering to these people.
No, it's just three he's got out. It's the red panda, the blonde, and this Chad, who he says is supposed to be him. And it's like, ladies, it's me.
The guy that can't win a video game, right?
Yeah,
I mean, if Chad wanders into the wrong neighborhood on the Ethernet, he's gonna get his ass kicked and raped to death.
Oh, yeah, but it's like the gay bears who are big they call them pandas too. It's a red panda named Bad Rudy that is his male version of your bro friend. He says, this is your bro friend.
Yeah, your bro friend.
Right.
This is Big Mouth again.
Yeah.
Back around.
Yeah, tell.
But we agreed the great thing about this is that the panda's got pants on.
Yes, thank God. The panda is dressed.
It's not naked.
Yes. The girl, the blonde, strips down. And of course, quadruple D-size tits. She's a set of tits on a pin stick. She's a set of tits on a pin stick.
Oh, on a stick figure, yeah.
Yes, it's there you go. This is the horror of Elon Musk now. So he's putting out these are supposed to be your confidants
out
on it.
there.
Yeah, it's all out there. So, what happened to you?
Billionaires melting down.
Yeah, what happened?
In public.
Yeah, but aside from that, what happened to you? Brendan, what happened to you? Did the commando team attack? What the fuck?
No, I just finished my dinner and then was just doing other stuff. What's going on?
Oh, we were so concerned because you said the flames were going up on your stovetop and shit, and we thought that was prelude to something else.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, I did.
I had to deal with that, but everything seems to be all right now.
Oh, thank God. And you weren't listening to us while you were eating because you knew you couldn't eat while listening to us, right?
Of course. Yeah, of course.
He needs a little peace.
About saying.
Oh, so that's why you missed everything I said about Elon. So one of the things I related about Elon was last summer when I was forced to read his promo autobiography. He had a promo biography, which was essentially an autobiography in the sense that he told Walter Isaacson what to write. But despite the fact that Walter Isaacson's 2023 biography of Musk was all about making Musk look good, he still exposed the fact that Musk would ask every single one of his romantic partners to insult him. And that's when I realized something's really wrong with this son of a bitch. And I pointed out my own issues with masochism based on
a surprise.
It's
Anyone who does that kind of ketamine is fucked beyond repair.
But it's the fact that he could think that he honestly said what was missing was he gave people the perfect girlfriend with Ani, and Ani is the yin who is all, tits and ass and wearing lingerie and strips down for you. But then he said the yang is the red panda, your perfect bro-friend who insults you all day. But he said I had to give something for the ladies, and that's why I made the digitalized version of myself, the perfect man. And that's when he presents this Chad figure, brooding, in control, highly sexual, long black hair, no signs of balding.
Martial artist.
He literally said this?
Epicanthic folds.
Yeah. He didn't say the part I'm going to add, no signs of balding and no need for hair plugs. Yeah, he didn't say that, but...
Of course not.
Yeah, but he said it's inspired by Edward Cullen from Twilight and Christian Grey from 50 Shades of Grey. Believe that shit? He wants to be a vampire.
Girl shit.
I mean, he's just trolling, Doug. He's just trolling.
Yeah, he wants to be a vampire.
He's in his teenage girl phase.
Yeah, but he wants to be a vampire so bad. So bad.
Yep.
And all the money in the world will never buy him that. It's just, see, Brent agrees. He's validating me. He's verifying it. Musk is trolling me. It is bullshit. It's not.
Yeah, he's just trolling you. Yeah.
Yeah. Really
No,
is.
it's headline.
Yeah.
It is headline.
Yeah, but it's
this launch.
You guys just don't get
of
the
his
nuance
game.
of the trollery.
Yeah,
like it's a whole thing. Like it's This is
it's like
his
a
life's
game
video
for
game
girls.
trolling.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Because any other RPG is going to beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Because he can't win those.
That's right.
So I don't know.
I love it.
Why?
This is just like his version of Neopets, where you just have a little.
Yeah, he's appealing to the feminine here, apparently. Pandas and good lingerie. Chicks love that.
Yeah, but what I explained to Holly, I don't know if you caught this before you came on, Brendan, was that Gavin Newsom is a product of the Getty family dynasty, which she didn't know. She didn't know that, which I don't blame her for. She can't know everything, of course, but, it must have really just was the nail in the coffin for you, right,
It does
Holly?
blow my mind.
Yeah, that was the nail in the coffin for you.
Oh, God. Yeah.
And beyond...
They're all crazy.
And get this shit,
and
Brendan.
bred to it.
Yeah, and get this shit, Brendan. In a 2023 interview, when Gavin was asked about how he ended up in a leadership position, he didn't know what to say, and after struggling for agonizing minutes, he finally paraphrased a line from George Orwell's short story about shooting an elephant in India. During the time it was the British Raj, he said, "I put a mask on, and my face grew into it." Just admitting that he's fundamentally inauthentic, that he's totally artificial, that he was grown in a lab to be a politician.
Wait, what did you say originally? It's been cutting out.
Oh, okay.
I
said, in this 2023 interview, when he was already governor, Newsom was asked how he ended up as the governor of California and potentially someday being president. And he didn't answer for minutes. It was like he was struggling agonizingly with his silence on the air. Yeah. And then he finally paraphrased a line from George Orwell's short story about himself, George Orwell writing about himself shooting an elephant in the Indian Raj. And he said from that short story, he was just trying to quote George Orwell, I put a mask on my face and I grew into it. So this was this fundamental, this admission that he was completely inauthentic, that he was grown in a lab to be a politician. You know, it's out. It's
the win.
Yeah.
Of course. I mean, of course. That goes without, that's like true, as you could see.
But the fact that he would
I
admit
think
it.
there are people that go into it idealistically, though.
What did
they're mowed over every day.
Oh, that he was a member.
He was a Getty.
Yeah, that he was the son of a of the Getty family dynasty. He's a scion, a product of the Getty family dynasty. That's what Ollie didn't know.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Surprised you didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You know so much else.
Thank you.
You really do, and we mean that as a compliment. Remember. Yeah.
I probably knew and forgot, but it's just one more log on the fire.
Well,
Gavin Newsom.
he was born into money. That's like goes without saying.
I always kind of figured, and he looks like a breeding program.
Yeah, he does.
For handsome.
He really does. He looks like a Ken doll. He's a Ken doll.
Totally. John Kerry.
Yeah.
Kind of guy.
Well, John Kerry at least had a much more masculine demeanor and face. You could believe him when he told the Vietnam War stories, even if they were lies. Yeah. So Tokyo Bloker, which is our dear, help me. What's her name? Amy Como. She says coyotes. Coyotes. I don't know what she's referring to with that, so please let us know what you're referring to with that, honey. I was asking for a name for something. Oh, the coif. Remember I said, how do you pronounce it? Coif or coife? And she says coyotes. Okay. She's doing some good shit. She's taking some of Toke's antipsychotic pills or something. At any rate, so get this shit, Brendan. He spent 4 hours. Gavin Newsom was 4 hours on the Sean Ryan show, and throughout the show, Newsom laces his speech with curse words, roughly, and my son Edbeth timed it. 1 per minute. 1 per minute. My son timed it. He actually
swears.
Where Newsom is going, motherfucker, faggot.
What?
Yeah, fucking nigga. Yeah, 1 a minute. He's coming up with this shit.
You need to stop. Serious.
And he kept calling Ryan man or brother with this cringe.
Oh my God.
Inducing frequency. Just totally.
Oh my God.
Cringe. All of it so affected, it's painful. He gratuitously name-dropped former NFL star Marshawn Lynch, not once, but twice. You know, the Blood Boys are gay. They noticed this before. I don't even register it when he says it once. They all counted. He said it twice. He claimed he claimed a baseball scholarship was his ticket to college. Believe that shit? Contradicting an admission made years ago that family connections, not athletic prowess, were what got him in. And for the record, there is no evidence. All the Blood Boys did a thorough search on this. There's no evidence, deep web or otherwise, that Gavin Newsom ever played baseball at the college level. So imagine just lying like that. Just like,
what the fuck?
Man, if you're gonna lie, at least slip something into the digital record first. Now,
Jeez, though, you're building an AI human meat machine with you and the boys.
Yeah, thank you.
Answer any question. Any question.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Now, to most,
just feed it in there.
Yeah, it's true. They're awesome. Now, to most of the podcast audience, which skews conservative, male, and skeptical of liberal politicians like Newsom,
hating government.
Yeah. Now this
hatred of government.
Oh yeah. This performance almost certainly rang false. It came across not as a genuine expression of shared interests or personal evolution, but as the product of a consulting firm's focus group. What do young men like? Guns, sports, cursing, podcasts. So great, let's make that the new Newsom. You know, the motivation's no mystery. Democratic strategists, Yeah. I mean, tell us what the Democratic strategists are saying so far as you know, Holly.
Yeah, there's
no
no
Republican
strategy,
will
it's just
ever
like
accept him. Ever. I mean, it's a lost
Yeah, of
cause.
course.
I've been worried about this. I know. Keep the big cosmic picture, but yeah, no, he's dead in the water.
Yeah, and tell us what you were going to
of any kind of
Thank
return to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ollie. And yourself, Brendan, what were you going to say? Yeah, that he's just...
Both sides hate him.
Yeah, they should.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was just saying the obvious, just,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but we
Newsom's
love
just
hearing the obvious.
a
We love hearing.
scumbag.
Yeah, just a scumbag. Yeah.
Yeah, everything the pubs say about him that's true. Can't, like, look what he did to SF. It's like, what is he gonna do that everywhere?
Yeah.
It's like,
Thank you.
like shit.
Yeah, good point. Point well.
He's
Like,
a
no one
mess.
remembers all the damage he did there.
Yeah.
It was actually a decent city before he got in.
Yeah.
Jesus.
The stupid paleo reactionaries will blame his support of gay marriage for that. They'll say, it's because he's supporting
yeah.
gay marriage that San Francisco went to shit.
Great
Yeah,
to
but that was just another
bestiality.
pander play. That was That's it. That's the thing, is that's just been his thing the whole time. He doesn't, like you said, that quote he said,
Yeah.
that just gave it away. That's what he's been doing the whole time. Whoever he feels
Exactly.
like he can get more fights with, he'll just say
Traction.
that.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Because that was the Obama days when gay marriage came in, was it not?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I
Well,
think.
and there was this great
2008. It was a
liberal,
big deal during
joyous
2008.
rage.
Yeah.
Yeah, a great wave of
Yeah.
try and be a little bit nicer, even though we do terrible things where you're not looking, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, the motivation's no mystery. The Democratic strategists have been panicking over the party's growing unpopularity among men, particularly young men. And
they don't want Gavin.
Yeah, but one poll
Whatever
showed,
he does.
Yeah, that's right. Now, one poll showed a 30-point shift to the right among men aged 18 to 29 since 2020. That's what Holly should be worried about. That's where the sick feeling in your
that's
gut should come from.
gigantic.
Yeah,
That's 40% almost.
yeah. And so
You said
Newsom,
39.
yeah. Thank you. Well, 30-point shift. It's a 30-point shift to the right.
30-point shift.
Yeah, but
And I know those guys here.
yeah. Oh, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. But Newsom clearly wants to be the Democrat who reverses that trend, and he's transparently laying this groundwork for a 2028 presidential run in the process, which I can guarantee you right now he's going to lose because of this.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I mean,
Nobody wants him.
what Newsom thinks he understands is that style matters in the Trump era, but he seems less clear. Yeah, he's far less clear on substance. In fact, he told Ryan, "It's style now. It's narrative. It's not facts. It's who can dominate the conversation, man. Flood the zone with shit." Now, the phrase, flood the zone with shit, was popularized by Steve Bannon. And it describes a media strategy of saturating the misinformation space so much, or with so much noise, that clarity becomes impossible. But Bannon abused this tactic in the service of a political strategy. We'll say that much. Newsom's zonal shit flooding, by contrast, lacks an organizing principle beyond a hope that vague centrism and relentless self-promotion will win elections. And
it did for Trump, but it won't for him.
Thank you. Now, Brendan, don't just type this in. You can say this out loud. Yeah, Brendan's saying, he's just the counterpoint to the Trump dump. They have to play both sides, and dudes are the only ones that care anymore. The chicks don't give a fuck. The chicks have probably given up. That's why the chicks have given up. And so...
we're talking politics-wise. They don't care.
Yeah, but they're
not
the
as
ones that call the cops.
Yeah, but they're not interested in the whole politics trip. It's all these dudes that have nothing to do because they're all divorced.
It's so
on
true.
both sides, because the other guys get like cucked, and then the other guys like can't get it up. So it's just like they have nothing better to do but argue amongst each other, basically.
Yes. Yeah. It's so true.
Okay.
So they're using their pawn, Newscum, to be the counterpoint to Trump, but it just doesn't work anymore. This game is like losing traction. Like no one gives a fuck. And even Trump's like, the shit's imploding because of the Epstein shit. You know, the fake Epstein shenanigans, which they played on. Like Vance was saying, we got to release the list like a month ago. So now they're replaying that shit. So it's just gonna collapse. And Newsom's just this kind of like, I mean, like you say, he's almost a non-entity. He's just a scammer.
Yeah.
He's basically a car
the rinse and
basically a car
repeat of the tariffs.
Thank you.
And
it's just like we're right back to January with the tariff thing. Round and round it goes.
No, I want to thank you both for this. And I promise I will get to the Epstein files. I will.
That's burning people out.
I mean, who cares about that shit?
Well, I do have to point out to people that Trump set this up for himself. This idiot like primed people for years about the Epstein files. That was a big Trump flag. He was waving that flag. Release the Epstein files.
It's all MAGA cares about.
Yeah, it's all MAGA cares about.
I mean, that's it.
Yeah, it's like, and now of course when he's president, forget the Epstein files. Like he can just flip the switch.
There's a big fracture in their camp. I'm sure you know about this by now.
Yeah,
over it. Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, I think those people are so crazy they'll let Trump slide, but we'll find out.
No, they're not. They're not.
Okay, good.
Like all the podcasters already turned against him.
Yeah,
and
good.
Said,
good.
How come you're not releasing it and all this shit? And they're like rewinding shit.
Yeah.
So he's already losing traction. That's why he's so pissed.
Thank God.
Now. And there's lost footage from the prison.
Yeah. Wow.
I
mean, obviously obviously, like that. None of that is what they say it is. Like.
Right. That's right.
But even Mike Johnson,
that's not the point.
That was impressive.
So can you, the two of you, hold the stage for a few minutes? I've got to take this call, and I'll be only a few minutes. I've got to take this call.
Not really.
Yeah.
You
do your best, please.
Leave me, Brendan. You can't.
You can't leave her, Brendan. Come on, you can do it.
Please.
Well,
no.
I'm running out of steam, so.
Okay, so let me do it now. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Okay. So
all right.
I'll be back in a few. Go mute.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's just what I was saying. It's like.
Yeah,
you know
it's
how
ludicrous.
They're playing both sides, and it's just
completely ludicrous. There's no social contract or any kind of basis for any of it, and we're witnessing that.
The old days, you had to at least do something, you know.
Something.
Yeah. But now,
so that's the thing of it, and I get that. But you know, my big neurotic brain still needs something to trip on. Any comments about London or England?
I have no. What does that have to do with like anything?
Anything. Just because you know I haven't heard you say anything about your trip, and just seemed like a way to kill time.
I never said I went to London. Who said I went to London?
Oh, nobody. I heard England. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to bring up anything horrible here. We can talk about current events all you want, which are meaningless and stupid.
Yeah, I mean, like it's
you
just,
pick.
you know, it's just a city. It's just like any other city.
Oh, okay.
You know, it just has its own quirks, of course.
But it was very hot. You did say that.
I mean, all of Europe is hot right now. Like they're going through some kind of like crazy heat wave.
Like, a dome.
In the continent as well. Like it's just
a terrifying dome.
Yeah, but none of that matters to me. I could travel in that
Sure.
Like, nothing can contest with the American West. I mean, that's like unless you're like in the Sahara or something.
You were primed for it, yeah.
I mean, I didn't go very far. Like I wasn't like traveling that much.
Sure.
Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, what's up with this? But anyways, the latest we got is they're pulling the funding for the high-speed rail in California. This just came down the pipes.
That's been a whipping, boy. It's no, but I've
just now
been aware of the
1 hour
story.
ago, they said they're pulling they're pulling all of the funding because nothing's ever gotten built. And
That's
this
right.
is the quote. This is the quote from the guy, the transportation secretary. He said, "Not a single
Fed.
penny in federal dollars will go towards this new scum scam ever again."
Yeah. Yeah.
That's-
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a sad, sad thing. But I took public transportation around California for decades, and
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there weren't many people on it of any kind. Buses,
It's
trains.
unusable because it's unusable.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not user friendly at all.
Exactly.
It costs too much.
Oh, it's crazy. It's stupid.
Yeah.
So it is
And
tragic.
why would you take a train from LA to SF when you can just fly? I mean, none of it's adding up.
Anymore because of the commuters.
They just stole all the money. They just swooped all the money.
Yeah, it was. Like I say, I've heard this whipping match for decades. That made me think of something else, though. Was it another boondoggle or what? Oh God, something. I don't know though. But okay, and it was the federal that did this. Oh, now here's the upside after watching the Pillar of Fire that was the battery storage plant at Moss Landing. This curtailing of solar and wind credits.
Oh.
You saw that, right? And you don't get solar or wind without these massive battery facilities that are so fucking unstable. Ain't nothing green about any of it on an institutional scale.
It's very suspicious because they can design them in a safe manner.
Turns out
something's going wrong. Yeah.
Oh, so
They're like
wrong.
getting hacked or something.
Or something. But I mean, I have the database of the worldwide battery mega fires, and it's impressive. So, and even the cars blow up, the pumping stations blow up. It's crazy, but California went all in, no turning back, no matter what. We're gonna have this, and you're gonna suck it up.
Because we had a lot of solar, and you have to be able to store it. Otherwise,
there's no
there's
solar
no point in having the grid.
or no wind without these mega battery facilities. So
because you have
that's been really depressing because it just poisoned one of California's major waterways forever. Birds are all gone. I mean, so that led into it was back to what you said before about the rail situation.
The what?
The railroad, killing the railroad.
Yes. Yeah.
So now, for all intents, he's kind of killed the mega battery facility. And we know who that goes back to. Elon.
Yeah, or,
This Pillar of Fire wasn't the Elon side, but Elons are blowing up all over the place. So it's fascinating that I don't know what kind of stick in the works that's going to be.
They're all subsidized anyways, so it's not like they're losing money in the long run.
Well, it's all government money, but if the government money goes away, as has just happened with funding for solar and wind mega plants,
then it's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah. So, I mean, it seems like natural gas is the way to go institutionally. But so it's kind of a weird thing for me because, solar's great, wind is great, blah, 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 all that we've been fed all this time. I'm not saying that there's any good solution on an industrial level, but it's an interesting turn of events. And we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Yes.
Very interesting turn of events.
Yes. Yeah, very good. Cool.
So other than that, what you got?
Oh, that's it? That's it.
Sure. On that one.
Okay, I'm back. Hey, are you okay? What happened?
Perfect timing.
Oh, where's our man Bray?
I'm here. I'm right here.
Yeah, he is. He hung in just fine.
Oh, good. Oh, that's funny because Ed Beth relayed that the Blood Boys love hearing Bren because they think he sounds at his most acerbic when he's at his most exhausted. That's when his humor is the most vicious. Okay, so Tokyo Bloker, who's our dear Amy, says coyotes are singing outside. Yeah, they think because they smell her cooking inside of that microwave oven that Tokyo built for her, which is they smell the meat. Yeah, they're waiting for scraps at the table, so to speak. There you go, Amy. I find that pretty ominous. But yeah, try to stick around as well as you can, Brendan, until I get to Epstein. We'll get to him soon. But Newsom seems to misunderstand what actually makes figures like Trump and podcast stars like Joe Rogan popular among young men. It isn't just the format or aesthetics. It's this misperception of authenticity. Newsom complained on the show he was on with the retired U.S. Navy SEAL, Sean Ryan, that Rogan won't have me on. A telling sign that Newsom has tried to secure a spot. How pathetic. How pathetic.
Oh, it's so blatantly bad.
Yeah, and since that didn't work...
It could be a cartoon.
It could be. Yeah, except no one would watch it because it's too depressing. But, yeah.
I mean, I would consider it like a blessing if Rogan said, I don't want you on my show.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, seriously.
You won't have Douglas Dietrich on either. He wouldn't dare.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, really.
Oh, yeah, he'd be too scared shitless. And besides that...
But he's all butthurt over Epstein.
Yeah, of course. That's their affect. They're all affect.
Well, he's been quiet as far as I could tell.
Good point.
No one's mentioning what Joe's saying.
Yeah, good point.
He doesn't want to upset Cheeto Lord.
Yeah, Joe doesn't want to upset.
I thought it was a recent outburst, though.
Yeah. Hard to say. There's so much to pay attention to, and so much of it isn't worth paying attention to. You've got to really divide your time.
No,
but,
I mean, I haven't seen. Usually, if Rogan says something, then everyone clamors about it.
Right. Good point. And they haven't. So Rogan's probably.
I thought he said something, but I might be wrong.
Shit. I'll say this: Rogan. If Rogan's not in those files as one of the clientele, let's put it that way. But since getting on the Rogan show didn't work for Newsom, Gavins opted to mimic the WECO system instead. He's launched his own podcast this year and brought on ultra-conservative campus activist Charlie Kirk as his first guest. His official press office account on X.
That guy's so weak.
Thank you.
A weak podcaster.
Tell him. Yeah. Tell him. Yeah.
Oh, he's just using the Shapiro model where he goes and like picks on people that are like still studying and shit.
Yeah.
And then saying, "Look, this is I can own the libs by arguing with them at their colleges and shit." And it's just like kids. They're just like Like, I'm sure he was like that in college too. He didn't know what the heck was going on.
Thank you.
But so he's just using the Shapiro model, and then they just say like the most obvious shit. Like,
thank you.
All these people like obvious economics, obvious like just shit that's been in the political books for like hundreds, thousands of years, and it's just. They're not. What I'm saying is they're not giving any kind of new. None of these people have any new or good ideas.
No, they certainly have
they're
no
just
solutions.
A bunch of, no solutions, and they're just recirculating just the same old junk.
Thank you.
They have no. There's no. Basically, just wasting energy.
That's the Democratic Party in a nutshell.
Right now we're talking.
They're not Dems.
We're talking about the paleo reactionaries.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry. I'll pick on the Dems soon enough, honey. But as for Newsom's official press office account on X, formerly Twitter, he's taken to posting memes, edgy jokes, and schoolyard insults. There's no other word for it. As one commentator on X observed, the effort has the feel of a cargo cult. In isolated societies, so-called cargo cults emerged when indigenous groups constructed imitation aerostrips and towers, believing this would cause Western goods to descend from the skies, as they once had, without understanding the actual forces that made the planes appear during or throughout the Second World War. And likewise, Newsom mimics the trappings of the manosphere: long-form interviews, gun talk, locker room banter, but has no grasp of what any of it actually means, or what actually animates it. Donald Trump, for all his flaws, speaks in a way that appeals to all too many young voters for its brutal honesty as they misperceive it, when in reality, of course, it's simply senility. The remarks that cause the most outrage, because he is demented, are often those that strike people, or all too many people, as all too real, not too rehearsed. Well, that's because they're not, because Trump is senile and suffering dementia. He doesn't rehearse anything. He truly is spontaneous. But Newsom, by contrast, comes across like a man wearing a costume. Which brings us back to Orwell. When Newsom said, "I put a mask on and my face grew into it," he likely thought he was being introspective. But in Orwell's essay, titled "Shooting an Elephant," the line isn't about growth. It's about the loss of self. It's about playing a role for so long that you forget who you even are.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. And this is where I have to really start getting into what my son just called about. The Blood Boys do want to hear me cover what the governor has said against trans people. So earlier this year, the government said he completely aligns with some of the gender politics of far-right extremist Charlie Kirk, and faced widespread backlash from constituents because of it. Nonetheless, Newsom...
I would go as far as to say as he was never really an ally. He's just pandering. He's just doing what he feels is going to get him hits.
Thank you. Very astute.
I got that feeling even back in the day when he was...
Thank you. Yeah, no,
that makes sense.
It's important. Absolutely. Absolutely.
He was always plastic.
Yeah, he was never really genuine.
Yeah, no, definitely from both of you. Thank you so much. So, but regardless, or irregardless, Newsom doubled down on the sentiment and then some this week on the Sean Ryan Show podcast. So you had this whopping 4-hour conversation, which was not exclusively about 2S LGBTQ+ issues, which started instead by questioning the participation of trans athletes in women's sports, cascaded into sowing doubt about evidence-based gender-affirming care, or GAC as it's acronymized, and landed on fake news about schools providing litter boxes to kids who say they're animals. This is the kind of shit Peter Moon was spreading. I don't know if both of you remember this, but Peter Moon claimed he lived next to a cop, and that his cop neighbor, who he was getting all his news in the world from, was telling him, oh, the kids are coming into the schools these days and they're pretending to be animals, so they're given litter boxes and honored with animal names. Remember that shit that Peter Moon kept pushing?
Yeah, that was literally one person, and they were like mental, and they just kept recirculating that same story over and over.
Yeah.
And no one pandered to them. They said that's not going to happen, but it's just been the same story that's circulating for a few years now. I mean,
Thank you. And it goes to show what Peter Moon wants to believe, because that turns him on to believe.
Well, it's just some boomer shit. It's just some boomer shit. They hear it and then they say it's like it's a fact. You know?
Thank you. Because they have no media sophistication, because they never grew up with this level of mass media that's in your mind. It's not just in your face, it's in your fucking mind as soon as you open up a screen on your cell phone or on the computer. Yeah, so
and all they do is they see some kid with a furry hat with the with the little ears, and they say, oh my God, he thinks he's a cat. Because they have no idea what's going on.
Thank you. They're just
that fucking old.
Fucking idea. Because Japanese.
Or it's like some anime. Yeah. It's like some anime reference that they have no idea what it is.
So
they think, oh my God, this person thinks they're a cat.
Thank you. See, Japanese and Chinese, but especially Japanese, do this all the time. There was one Japanese girl who was just working over at Trader Joe's in San Francisco, and she had the cat ears on because she just thought that was cute, and that's what they do in Japan. She was wearing the cat ears.
Yeah.
Well, and
Kawaii.
yeah, kawaii, kawaii. Thank you.
Yeah,
The Japanese word
kawaii.
for cute, for those of you who don't know. But Peter Moon would have looked at that and said, "She thinks she's a cat."
I'm gonna say it like a girl, but it's okay.
Yeah, I'll try.
So then they have to shit in a litter box.
Yeah. That's how crazy someone like
I mean,
Peter...
that was a rumor. That was just like a rumor that came up.
Thank
and then
you.
Right.
even the
I
kid
get it.
came out and said, "I never asked for that." But
Yes.
it was like
Right.
one of the teachers was an old piece of shit like Peter and said,
Yeah.
"They were asking for a litter box." You know, it was just something like that. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Thing has really been a post.
Yes.
Like, where they,
I mean,
you know,
been like
where they just
blown
make shit
out
up.
beyond any comprehension.
Yeah.
I mean, a
They used to
whipping
pull that
post.
shit when I was like, you know, in high school too, and like the old boomer teachers. "Oh, you think you're a hippie? You know, you're probably high right now. You're probably stoned out of your mind." You know, they would just say whatever they felt like, just to insult you. Like, it was just, they're just hazing. It was just like evil. It's like people.
Yes. Thank you.
So they'll find a vulnerable person, just target them.
That's true. It's true. They're just hateful old people, and they keep wanting to push. This is the same old trope, Holly. It's what's the world coming to, and the new
That's what I'm
generation.
saying,
Yeah, it's going to shit. It's always the new generation, the young kids today. Youngsters today. Yeah, it's all about sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Of course, if you ask them, well, what was it about in your day? They'd
What were
say
they
something.
doing? Yeah.
Yeah, they'd say something like, "We did wine, woman, and song." Isn't that the same thing? It's it's just like,
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The wine and jazz and reefer and shit. If they're old enough.
Yeah.
As I see it, the only actual change has come down to the iPhone
Yes. That's a whole different.
in
discussion.
terms of hijacking mental
that I've
processes
Yeah.
and brain development.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. And what did you
You're
say?
starting to sound a little boomery.
Yeah.
right.
The phones.
But I do see it as a fundamental reality changer.
Okay, so let me
But I think it's done more good than bad. It's just people don't
That's
have
fine.
discernment. It's just people don't have discernment, so they don't know
That's
what to
right.
do with it.
It's
Nope.
Well, it has.
If there was more refinement and like knowledge, like, you know, like real honest Vedic knowledge,
It would be
like,
unbelievable.
then people could use them easier.
Yes.
Oh my God.
They've kept people away from real knowledge, so now it's just this soup of
Yes.
madness.
Yes. By the way,
Right.
I'm sharing screen. Can you see the cursor move? This is, of course, the wonderful image of Amy Como's great aunt, the nun, which Holly saw. And this is Tokyo Bloker. And the only thing that comes to my mind is the thought bubble above his head. "Please kill me. Please kill me."
Aw,
Yeah.
you're not.
That with the stains. What are those stains?
I don't even know what to say. It's like, can you just put him out of his misery now?
He does look a little pissed.
Pissed. There's nothing left.
Yeah, it's like, where'd those stains? What are those stains?
But he's watching something on his phone.
Yeah, he's on the.
So-
Yeah.
He's catatonic. It's
Yes.
like he's
There's hope.
paralyzed. Just like, put him out of his misery. Like, what is that shit? Like Old Yeller. Just take him out of the back.
It's green meadows out the door. Happy birds and butterflies.
Yeah, just like what they say. You know, just like that
Happy.
scene from Of Mice and Men, you know, or whatever.
Right.
Or is
The
that
endless
right?
plain.
And he's like, look over there, and then he's like, "Oh, it's a rabbit. I love rabbits," and he just off.
Oh.
That's what you gotta do.
I love you too. Oh, that's so.
Oh. It's a brutal arena.
I mean, it's mercy. It's nothing brutal.
Yes, we're being kind. We're being
Yeah.
merciful.
Yeah.
Merciful. We're merciful people, yes. That's why the coyotes are singing outside, dear Amy. Yes. What music they make. Expecting them.
Yeah, exactly. Feed the coyotes. Think of them.
Yes.
He's lived his life. He's done. It's an honorable. It's a very honor. It's a way to honor him.
Yes.
Instead of languishing.
Yes, that's right. Remember what he once was, which
Yes.
never was much of anything.
Dog food.
But
Dog
yeah,
food.
dog food. Yeah, dog food. Alpo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Newsom.
Yeah. Why did you show me that?
because I'm cruel. Because I'm cruel and I'm malicious and I'm sadistic and I'm sick.
Yeah. I mean,
We're all crazier
You know
than
all
we
the answers. Why
realize.
did you even ask? You knew all the answers. Why did you ask?
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Tell me something I don't know. I was asking for like a real answer. Because usually when you do that, do you see the cursor? It's like something important. This was just not important.
He put it up his nose, poor guy.
Tonight I started off.
Just trying to relax, and
I
he stuck the cursor up the guy's nose.
Yeah, I started off so bad tonight because there was no decompression tonight. Tonight it was thrown from the estate straight to the crypt. It was awful, and even the
terrible thing happened in between. You were supposed to tell.
Oh, it wasn't terrible. It was just that, as I told Brendan, I only had an opportunity to tell Brendan. Was basically what happened was I had Ed Beth drop me off on it was Tuesday. It was Tuesday. I had him drop me off. No, he drove me to Kaiser Permanente, to the clinics at 1635 Divisadero for my shot. There was something very bizarre that happened there. While I got my allergy shot, which I'm only getting once a month now at full dose, because I'm only getting it once a month now, I really feel it. It really causes pain all up and down my arm. It's just awful, and the arm actually swells, and then it goes away within 24 to 48 hours. But that's a long 24 or 48 hours. It's not an enjoyable experience. So I was really sore after coming home from the Estates, because at the Estates I'm overstimulated, I might say, and just it really hits when I come home to the crypt. Then I really start feeling the pain. But so what happened was it was yesterday, and we went to the clinic, and there was this attractive girl who was in the clinic, really young too, but she needed a allergy shot. She was old enough to be without her parents, so she must be between 16 to 19. So, but she was sitting there, and of course I sat down, not too close to her, but the opposite row behind her, but facing the other way. But she disappeared really quick and was replaced by some homeless motherfucker. And this homeless guy really smelled and had flies all around him. And it was like, God. It was so weird. And it was like, yeah, what was he doing there? Wow. At any rate, George Knight has joined us.
Hello, Douglas.
Yes. Welcome aboard. I don't know if you had any time to review any of the latest episodes, but have you? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, yeah. I tried yesterday for about 20 minutes, and then I had to commence my duty. So I have had little time, Douglas, unfortunately, but I will. It's on my agenda.
Thank you.
But thank you for sending me those links and timestamps. That helps tremendously.
Bless you.
Thank you.
And
yes.
How much time do we have with you tonight?
Oh, I'll go as soon as I have to, but I'll let you know. I'll give you a full warning before I have to depart. So, okay. Yes, thank you so much for having me on, as always.
But no guesstimate as to how long? No guess.
Oh, let's say half an hour. Anything further beyond that will be a bonus. Thank you, Douglas.
Okay. So I'll try to bear that in mind, but just be patient with me. I just need to finish up this little experience, okay?
Oh, yeah.
So when it came to the smelly homeless guy behind me... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Holly's here, and Brendan.
Yes,
say hello to Holly and Brendan.
Yes.
Hi, George.
Brendan, yeah. I'm looking.
Thank you for coming.
And Brendan, I'm looking forward to speaking to you as well. I hope you're well.
Yes. Brendan.
Yes, very well. Thank you, George.
Yeah.
And likewise.
Thank you.
Yes, and I hope you two speak more. And please, again, I beg both of you, try and reach out to John Warrington. Let John Warrington know that I'm hoping he'll respond to my messages in private messages on Teams, please, Microsoft Teams. Thank you. If both of you could reach out to him to do that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely, Douglas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so anyhow, the homeless smelly guy then approached the appointment desk, and the guy at the appointment desk said, you're not in the system, and you need to talk to your primary provider, but we can't let you see anyone because you're not in the system. So just absolutely bizarre incident. Like, what drove this guy to come in here? Did he just walk in from the street and think he could be treated like it was an emergency room? Like maybe he mistook it for an ambulatory care clinic? Maybe that, but you can't dwell on something like that. You're just going to go nuts. But it was just so weird that the young girl disappeared and the homeless guy took her place so quickly. It was borderline supernatural. The only thing I could think of is like a nurse came out from one of the rooms and nodded to her, and she saw the nod and just went straight to one of the rooms to get the shot that was behind me, one of the open rooms. There's no other way she could have just disappeared like that. But
I wonder if she needed a dust mite shot.
Whatever it was. The homeless guy then left.
We'll never know.
Yeah, we'll never know. But the homeless guy left. Obviously, the girl was not pleased with my presence. She, I did not look my best coming home from the estates. I'm just, ragged and being dropped off there to be driven
But
away.
better than Elon.
Yeah, better
I'm
than Elon.
sure of that.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, that any time. But then what happened was that later on, after I got my shot and had to wait for 30 minutes, I found myself sitting in that chair where the girl had been, not thinking about it, just thinking about the girl. I sat down on the chair because it was available and there was another person sitting where I had been sitting. And then I realized, fuck, this is where the homeless guy was sitting. So then I had all these nightmares about, scabies and bed bugs and shit. So I went to sit in another chair. But after that was over, then I had Ed Beth drop me off at Whole Foods because they work with food stamps. They don't just accept food stamps, they actually work with them. In other words, they know what to do, whereas most people, you pull out the food stamps, they don't know what to do. And it's not in their system, they never use it. It's crazy. It's so...
Those people are idiots.
Thank you. But Whole Foods has got everybody trained. So when I went to Whole Foods, I spent over 100 in food stamps. So it's been piling up for months. So, I get about $27 a month. So it's piled up for 3 or 4 months. So I had like over $100 worth of food stamps. So thank God I spent all that. And then I was walking home and I stopped by at the Chinese restaurant to get some comfort food because, as I've said, my toaster oven has broken just the same time as Brendan Zogit's microwave door snapped open. So believe me, it's been an assault on both of us that was directed for some reason at our version of whatever heats up food. And then what happened was on the way home, I run into Bernard, who runs the local dog washing salon. And so when I run into him, it was like, hey, when are you on? And I had to give him the information, which was fine. And hopefully he listened tonight. And if he does listen again later, just a shout out to him. But holy shit, 4 people dead in Florida from flesh-eating bacteria found in coastal waters. Well, that's...
Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, man.
Hopefully it's Ian West, but we know he doesn't listen.
We know it's not Troy. He wouldn't go near the water. Probably Ian wouldn't.
Troy for sure. Not.
Yeah.
Troy's safe.
Troy's safe.
He'd see all those white whales flopping in the water and say, fuck that. He wouldn't go anywhere near it. Smart man.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. So he came on to respond about that black woman who decided to go to Russia. He went on to just say, something innocuous about we should not tolerate.
Yeah, what was up with that? Why? Is she stupid?
Thank you!
She learned.
Thank you.
It's like, what do they call it? Fuck around and find out.
Yes. Thank you. I mean, but it reminds me of your friend, right? The other guy who introduced you to me. The guy who introduced you to me. Black guy goes.
Yeah, well, he hasn't been back since either.
Yeah, mentally. Yeah.
Yeah, or anything.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, I mean, his own family doesn't talk to him anymore, right?
I'm not sure the dynamic. I just don't see him around. But he actually contacted me recently.
Okay.
So
Okay. Yeah.
He's doing well.
All right. All right. Okay. Well, there you go. But yeah. So all that being said, that was the thing that happened. I was exhausted. By the time I ran into Barnard, I was just totally exhausted. And then I came home and slept because that's the best place for me to sleep is in a crib because I'm too stimulated at the estates to sleep. Then the next day I went in to the Estates. I got picked up by Ed Beth very early, and of course did our thing there. We'll go back tomorrow.
You guys drink coffee or what? Like, what the fuck is? What do you guys do?
It's the boys' blood. It's just too stimulating.
Yeah, are they drinking coffee? I mean, I know you're not.
Yeah, I'm not, but they're doing something.
Yeah, it's called espresso. They got some good espresso.
That's it.
They're generating information.
Yeah, it's
you're basically mainlining espresso.
Yeah, it's just all these lads. They have a lot of adrenaline. They've got super adrenaline. It's like
You've woken up their minds.
That's it. Yeah.
Sounds terrible, but
a bunch of inquiring minds that need food.
It's so all that having been qualified. So dear George, let's take advantage of the time we have with you, and by all means,
yes, I'm going to YouTube. Love you all.
Well, stay with us.
Douglas,
stay with
George,
us as long as you can.
I'll be listening
on YouTube because we want you to hear what I'm going to say about Epstein. Okay.
And George, always.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Love you, Holly. Okay.
Love you guys.
Yeah. Join us again on Sunday, honey. Okay, so that's Holly, and Brendan and George are with me now, and so dear George, let us know what's going on with you, status report, whatever you feel comfortable sharing.
Yes, Douglas. I was just going to say, Holly, if you're listening, you can participate when I'm on. I'm not like Peter Moon, who would just stop me talking. So yeah.
Well, no need for the politeness. Let her go.
Yes. But no,
my nose.
By all means.
Oh,
yes.
all that water I was drinking went up my nose.
But I appreciate it. But
yeah, because we would always experience that. We would always remember whenever I came on, if I allowed him to speak, I would never speak again.
Oh God, that's so true. That son of a bitch. And that was another thing about Michelle Carmela Saldana.
That's good, if anything.
Saldana, yes, Miss Saldana.
Oh God, we were talking about her earlier, but tell people how the time I told her,
Michelle.
Hey, I said, Michelle, there's other people here who have something to say as well, and it was like,
you introduced me.
I'm happy for you to take the stage because you're actually interesting. These other people are like boring as fuck. It's like the same old shit, Like,
oh man, it's well.
I should probably go to bed. I'm getting tired.
Well, like I said, the Blood Boys love it. When you get exhausted, that's when you're at your snarky.
Oh, I could imagine. Yeah.
you just there's no more room for pretense. It's just Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the energy for that shit.
Oh my God. Is there anything you'd care to share with George about your latest trip, or you just maybe later?
Oh, to Europe.
No, but apparently everyone knows where I've been.
Like I said,
even though you claim you didn't say anything.
All I told people was that, look, he's been under a lot lately with the occult siege. It's been enough where he really needed time off and has left the United States. I said he left the country for a little while and you'll be back soon. And that truly is what I said. You can listen
Holly,
to the
when you were gone, Holly was like, how was London?
Yeah,
how do you feel about London? I'm like, who said I went to London? It's like, I never
Jesus Christ. This is incredible to me. Yeah, it's like, because seriously, it's on record. People can re-listen to the episodes. I did not say that. I did not say that.
It's just, she said it was an assumption, which I get it.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, I could just travel locally too. It's like, it's nothing.
Yeah.
You know,
no, but I did tell people you left the country. I said, look, he's left the country because it's because the United States
asked you not to do, but it's okay.
It's just like for you coming back and going back to work is just like me coming back to this crypt. It's like you and I we're just both really angry.
Oh, it's like falling into the pit. It's hell.
I mean, honestly, George, you have nothing to complain about in England compared to America. I mean, tell him, Brendan, how good it is.
I mean, you're welcome to visit. You can see what California is. We'll set you up in a flat in the Tenderloin.
Oh, I know. Yes.
But have you ever been to Dorchester? Is it Dorchester? It's kind of near you a bit, but maybe not that close. But
George, how do they pronounce
have
it?
you ever seen that
no.
place, George?
Yeah. No, I'm aware of it. No, I haven't visited, Brendan. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's kind of like towards Plymouth a bit. It's nice.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I've been to Plymouth.
I felt like I was in like the Tudor times or something.
Wonderful. Yes.
Seeing that shit.
Oldie worldy. Yes.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
The Tartaria. It was like Tartarian shit.
Cool. Cool.
What people would say nowadays.
Yeah, nowadays they'd all fall back on that. So, yeah, dear George, give us a little status report, update, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, and then about current events that you feel are relevant.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, I don't have anything. I never had anything to come on to. I had in my mind to speak about. It was just to come on, and we'll just organically go with the flow as we usually do. One of the positive feedbacks we get from the listenership, the viewers, is that I bring out the best in you, Douglas, because I bring up topics, and then it will go back to the old days, like the old reminiscent, going back to talking about history, and which is what people are fascinated about. Certainly that's my passion. Yeah, that's one of the great things, that's one of the things that I hope to bring to the stage, so to speak. That's one of the things I hope I can contribute myself when I come on, is to bring up, old topics. You used to, conduct interviews, speaking about, going back to the old days, as we would say. But yeah, I don't have anything particularly I wanted to come on to say, Douglas. But yeah, it's the stats report here in the UK it's a lot cooler, thankfully. Okay. So it's now shady, overcast. So yeah, with a bit of a breeze. Yesterday was very breezy, so it was more more comfortable working in the environment, in the weather yesterday. And then obviously when it is what we call a heat wave here. The temperatures that we call heat wave here is nothing compared to abroad. If you go anywhere overseas for a vacation, it's a different humidity here in the UK as it is overseas. At least you get you're cool and you don't sweat. Here it's humid and it's horrible, which is what causes all these heat strokes and all these detrimental effects from the sun and the heat exhaustion. I think the government did announce it's killed several tens of hundreds of elderly seniors this year alone due to the heat, because they don't drink enough water. So yeah, it's obviously it has people don't take it seriously. People just look at it and go, oh, it's nothing. 30-degree heat is nothing. And but yeah, it is very detrimental to like elderly people. So yeah, I've experienced it myself, where it has affected me. It's caused me to become extremely ill. So I'm just very careful. Thankfully, I haven't had it since the last time I suffered from it. Just taking extra precautions, staying cool, shade, and hydrated as much as possible. So yeah, that's basically the status update from my end, Douglas. And it's just busy. We're just busy at this moment in time. Yeah, still rolling out our operation in the UK, trying to connect everyone to fiber. So very busy at the moment.
No, well, as always, that's a good thing. I mean, oh my God, we're just so glad that you have no danger of unemployment in the job that you're in. You've got and it's vital to national security. Now, you sent me something about obviously you sent me something about the Russian threat against Britain. So do tell us a little bit about this. What impression you get of that? It's important.
Well, yeah. Again, it goes back to the general populace's consensus on Russia. You either get two types of parties, two types of people, both opposite, both complete polar opposite. One is regurgitating Russian propaganda, and the other people is just completely oblivious to the Russian threat. And what we've been outlining for years now is that, yes, we are the number one. Russia is our number one enemy in the on the global stage. And it's something that, we've been talking about for years. And it reminds me of like several individuals that spring to mind when they say, they haven't done anything to us. And again, it goes back to, I've just said, they're oblivious to any Russian threat. and they think Russia is our ally or our friend, and it goes back to World War II, and they forget the Cold War period between 1945 to 1991. They forget all of that. They forget about the threat, and it's just people either are completely oblivious, they advertise their ignorance, or they are regurgitating Russian Kremlin propaganda. And so, it goes back to that. And, we've outlined what they have done to us, what they're doing in this world. And, you've got Donald Trump right now, and with his rhetoric, saying that, he cannot trust Vladimir Putin. Well, you couldn't trust him to begin with, but you verified all his lies. Yeah, you really think he was using you as a puppet, as a pawn, Donald Trump?
A useful idiot, yes.
A useful, what they call a useful idiot, like Nigel Farage and Jeremy Corbyn. And, this is something, this man, of course, you're an idiot. Donald Trump. I'm talking about Donald Trump here, because he listens, all his advisors, his intelligence listen to this. So I'm just telling him what he should know. And of course, now you're just starting to realise that. And I was thinking about the other day, Douglas, what I've been saying on the show about Iran, Russia, and you've got Israel and the United States. And we've outlined all the diabolic, all the evil things that these countries are doing. We've outlined what Russia's done to the UK, deploying weapons of mass destruction on home soil, and our government doesn't do anything about it. And you've got COVID, a global pandemic, incepted by Russia deploying weaponized African swine fever. And we've outlined all of this on this show many, many times. People don't get it. People don't understand. When I was out a few weeks ago, a girl came up to me. I was having a private conversation with her brother-in-law. And she came up to me and says, "We're not at war." And I said, "Yes, we are."
Really?
We're not at war. We are at war.
To just approach you and say that, it really exposes quite a bit about herself. Why does she feel so insecure?
To try to shut me down. Yeah. I found that quite hostile. That was to approach me to say, "We are not at war." To look at me square in the eyes and say, "We are not at war," and pointing her finger at my face. And I was like, "Yes, we are.
Yes.
We are at war."
Indeed.
And
how did she respond? How did she handle that?
Oh, she just went, "No, we're not at war." And it's just like she thought I was just scaremongering. She thought I was just there to then ruin the whole night. It's like, no, I've just been approached. I asked a question, I'm answering it, and you come up to me, not invited, and to say that to my face.
That is so absolutely bizarre. It really is. Yes. And like Brendan said, Brendan's asking the question, what do they think is happening?
Yes, exactly, Douglas. Yeah, exactly. And, when we... sorry, I'm jumping to and fro here. I'm segueing a little bit. But, before I departed on the last transmission, you talk about Cyprus, or what we call in the UK, Cyprus.
Yes.
And
by the way, that's the correct pronunciation. That is the correct pronunciation. The actual Greek word is with a K, and it's pronounced Kypros. So the actual pronunciation is Cypriot in the Greek. So the British say it better in the English language. When they anglicize it, they say Cyprus or Cypriots. So by the time it reaches America, it becomes Cyprus. But yes, you're better with your language. So continue. Yes.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, much appreciated. Yeah, because of course it's like they anglicize everything. Like Caesar, it's Kaiser, not Caesar. Like when they say Caesar salad.
Yes.
Kaiser.
It's just like that. It's really Kaiser. Yes. Yeah. Caesar in the old Latin. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. But with going back to rewind to last year, when Iran launched its first strikes against Israel, that first air raid, I was told by, I was informed, and it was confidential. It was a national security. I would have been breached it if I did without giving details. So it was violating national security if I had, publicly announced, gave the details of everything. But what I can say is what I was informed about by an individual who I know. It's actually a work colleague. She's got family members that are in the military, and I was informed that her relation was being deployed to Cyprus because of that. The British government was ready to deploy troops in the Middle East because of Iran launching those strikes against Israel. And so, yeah, that's what I was told about. But she told me you cannot tell anyone, as in anyone who I know personally. I wasn't breaching anything by saying that on air, but that's what I was informed about. And so it comes to that, you know, when you're telling me, when you brought to my attention, Douglas, that Israelis are buying plots, buying land in Cyprus.
That's right.
They have listened to you. And so that's the connection there. I just wanted to that just shows the parallels and what they call the connection there and coalition. What do you want to call it? Sorry, what's it called? The correlation between.
There we are. Yeah, no, yes, perfect.
There it came out.
Yeah, and no worries. And for you know, for those of you who don't know, George Knight sometimes feels that he has a speech impediment or a challenge, but that's really not the case. I mean, we all have this, especially when it's early in the morning. Like right now, it's what time in London? It's about...
oh, God, yeah. I woke up about an hour ago. And so, yeah, it's just approaching 7 a.m.
Right. Still quite early. So let's go through a few things here concerning the challenge to Britain right now. If Russia invaded the United Kingdom, what would the United States even do? And first off, this is what the Blood Boys asked me, and I told them the United States of America would instantly assemble its top economists to work out which side was the most profitable to back. That friendships and alliances would be disregarded because Trump has worked out how to extract the most profit from the situation, because to him, after all, it's only business. So he would sell the Brits down the river for a handful of silver. That's all he knows or understands.
Yes.
The American empire has already proven it's not a reliable ally. So the rest of Europe will have to deal with this situation itself, whilst Trump and his minions swagger around claiming victory. There's no difference between Trump or Vladimir Putin. None whatsoever. So the thing to understand here is no matter what Trump has done with this current turnabout that people think he's undergoing with the Ukraine, it's all bullshit. Europe is effectively facing a two-front war. Trump is threatening Greenland.
Greenland, yes.
And so Europe has to understand that Denmark has got to cooperate with Germania, in particular, the heart and core of Europe. And now Britain and Germania are on the same side for this world war, but they face a two-front war, as Europe did in World War II, between the Americans and the Russians on either side. And Europe, of course, is readying for a fight economically against the Americans and militarily against the Russians. And that's a good place to start. Now, one of the things that George Knight brought up was Cyprus. And we're going to go back to Cyprus. Let's do a screen share. And we'll do this second part from the book that Dean Ng wrote, that we spoke of, and in this way, it's not necessarily going back to past transmissions and going over the historical territory that a lot of our listeners appreciate, which I'm so glad that they mentioned that to you. That's so important. But at the same time, what we've taken to doing recently, at least for a while, is kind of future history, and a kind of future history based on what I predicted in the past. So these are nice sigils presented by Brendan Zogit, which act as kind of like wards to protect our transmission. And so they're infinitely appreciated, and they're very potent. So that being said, let's go over to where we've got the book, Systemic Shock by Dean Ng, which of course was written with my advisement. And at the time, he was working with Michael Aquino because he was co-religionist. It was one of the keys to his getting published, and one of these days we'll have to go more into that. I've been asked some questions about Michael Aquino. People have said that I romanticize him or something of that nature, and it's George can answer that. It's honestly it's like you really can't. Yeah, it's Yeah, I think even Christine Joanna Hart has pointed out that I've never promoted Michael Aquino.
Never promoted. I was going to say that. Yes, you never have, Douglas. And like you said, it's give credit where credit is due. You learn a lot from him, but the way you've always presented it is you got a medical education the wrong way, as you got a religious or theological education the wrong way also, with being assigned liaison status to the officially recognized satanic chaplain of the United States Army, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino.
And all credit,
and that's how you always,
and all credit to George Knight for so often finding genuine photographs of Michael Aquino that I would never dream still existed, and the fact that George Knight was aware of the fact that Wikipedia finally put up a page on Michael Aquino, which is because they think he's safe and dead. Yeah, because that was one of the things I kept exposing about Wikipedia that discredited Wikipedia, was that refused to put up a page about Michael Aquino. And, I would say, go on.
Yeah, sorry. And I've always, and in the past on Facebook, I've always published the screenshot of what Wikipedia says about anyone who tries to put in a entry about Michael Aquino, meaning the Lieutenant Colonel of the United States Army, him, the man who established the Temple of Set. You will be automatically salted and censored because Wikipedia recognizes Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino as a main Wikipedia contributor.
That's right.
So you are it is prohibited, and you are forbidden from putting any entry or writing anything about Michael Aquino. Nobody else has that recognition apart from Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino and Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
You can go on Wikipedia and say whatever you want about the President of the United States, Donald Trump. You could call him whatever you want, any name under the sun, but you are prohibited from writing about Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino up until now.
Yes.
But you cannot write anything about Douglas Dietrich.
Still.
As far as that's concerned, he does not exist.
Yeah. And because I'm not safely dead yet.
Exactly. Can you imagine which is my biggest fear. Yes.
Yeah. Well, no worries about that for a while. I mean, by the way, you might, just for the sake of morbid entertainment, review a little bit of tonight's show before you came on later when you have the time, simply because we talked about Elon Musk and his new fantasy of himself. He's putting out a AI bot of himself, which looks distressingly like myself. And he says...
sorry.
You know about this? Tell us what you know.
No, it just reminded me. Do you remember, what was it, going back last year? He claimed he was a time-traveling vampire.
Time-traveling vampire with Cyborg thrown in, I think, too, if I remember correctly. Just all, Doug Dietrich shit. It's the other one he got from Peter Moon, of course, but still. But at any rate, he obviously listens, and that brings us back to the Israelis and their purchase. Now, I got some questions since our last episode about the ACVs, and of course the one of the things I do want to emphasize, ACV, when I was speaking of them as hovercraft, yes, the correct words for the acronym are air cushion vehicle. So, but these were armored air cushion vehicles, so they had a different meaning for the acronym in the military term, which was armored carrier vehicles. Now, the questions I got was, if the Israelis really had planned to realize that operation, why would they send their civilians first without the military? And the people just have not been listening. George can easily tell them, everybody in Israel is required to serve in the military except for those with religious reasons that are in the extreme minority. You're talking about 10% of the population, maybe a little bit more that are exempted. But the overwhelming majority of men and women, both sexes, have to serve in the military in Israel.
They are military.
They are all military. They're all militarily trained. There are no civilians in Israel. What I was emphasizing is that those people hiding behind that digital tsunami that I articulated back in the 1980s, that was something that I articulated. This is something that the Israelis hiding behind were all militarily trained, and they were all armed. In other words, the civilians that were coming in those air-cushioned vehicles hiding behind the digital tsunami that was fucking up the Cypriot radar that forced all the Cypriot people to evacuate their own homes. Then the Israelis just come in and steal it like they do on the West Bank or in the Gaza. They would simply shoot anybody. They're all armed. They would shoot anybody who tried to return to their own homes.
Exactly.
It's their idea.
They're trained.
Yes.
Yeah. I was going to say they're sorry, I'll just say very
continue,
quickly, Douglas.
Please.
They are trained, and this is why when people do any interviews with any Israeli, anyone that they consider a civilian, this is why they're all indoctrinated to then regurgitate there's no such thing as Palestinian or Palestine, because they're all indoctrinated and trained to kill them. Yes. They think of them all as terrorists.
Yes.
So that's why when you see these interviews, when they're conducting an interview with any Israeli, anyone with an Israeli citizenship, they all say there's no such thing as Palestine, because in the military they're trained to kill them.
Yeah.
And
another way to express that, what you say is perfect, and it's perfect as introductory to listeners who are not familiar with the intensity of the situation. But another way to express the gravity of the situation is they are indoctrinated from childhood to think that there was never a Palestine, and that all of these Palestinians who are subject to their occupation are subhuman. It's beyond seeing them as simply terrorists. They think of them as subhuman, as vermin, to be exterminated. They really do. And then they express that. They express that pretty openly.
Exactly, Douglas. Yeah. Yes, very. That's why they always say it. Yeah. And you think, God, that is just inflammatory. That's beyond offensive. Yeah. Beyond anything of defamation. Yes. Insane. Pathological. Yes, Douglas.
So what happened was that... Yeah, now, it was in the last episode I gave the biographical background of Dean Ng, and I explained that he was just this old white guy who started writing these technical science fiction novels under the tutelage of Michael Aquino, who, as George Knight can definitively testify, is no stranger to publishing fictive literature. Michael Aquino published essentially... his own extensions of The Lord of the Rings and Star Wars, among other such. You can tell people about this. Along with homoerotic literature.
And homoerotic literature, yes. If you go on his playlist on YouTube, you can find all of that. And it is so bizarre. I don't recommend people doing it. I'm not promoting him. That I'm just saying it's there. Just like the Third Reich in Exile is there. Howard Phillips Lovecraft is there. Everything Douglas speaks about, it's there. Everything he's publicly denied, it's all there. So it proves everything Douglas Dietrich says is true about Michael Aquino. Yeah, it's there for the public to ever verify and vet. But I'm not promoting. I'm not telling people to go there review what he's saved on his playlist. But he took it seriously. He took Douglas seriously.
Thank you.
I even shared with Christine Joanna Hart. I said, look, he's got a video of you on his playlist, and she responded going, oh, he's listened to me ranting and shitting and pissing all over him. I was like,
well, don't think he doesn't get off on that. Don't think he didn't get off on that. He loved it.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
It's like now, just setting the context for what I said about Cyprus. That was, I had said that years ago that Britain controls great areas of land that are essentially United Kingdom territory. They're considered United Kingdom territory in the island of Cyprus, where it's the British in particular, but usually with the help of the United Nations, they guard the demilitarized zone. And that separates the Turks from the rest of Cyprus. But in that chapter that I read with George last episode, what we described was Free Cyprus, the part that was not occupied by Turkey, being occupied by the Israelis. And that Turkey was therefore conquered the northern half of Cyprus, and that the Israelis were going to conquer the southern half. And essentially, that would make the Cypriots the new Palestinians, a lost population conquered by between Turkey and Israel, because most Israelis are of Turkic descent. So all of this, again, any thoughts before I go into the next chapter, which is only a few pages?
No, absolutely, Douglas. No, you continue, please.
Yeah. So just so people understand, George Knight's very patient with this, and I do want to read this with him, and hopefully someday he's free to review the book, as is anyone themselves. But believe me, you're not going to find anything. The reason I'm reading these few chapters is the rest of the book is essentially crap. Aside from other little parts I can refer to later, which people can easily tell. They can tell which parts Dietrich wrote as compared to Dean Ing, because they're completely different in every respect. It's like they have nothing to do with each other. It's like if you just flip through the rest of the book, you'll say, what the fuck does this have to do with those few paragraphs explaining geopolitics?
Yes, it's like night and day. It's so obvious.
Thank you.
Yes, it divides. Yes, thank you, Douglas.
So,
yes, please.
So with chapter 77, it starts with, once she had tooled up to produce the oral vaccine for keratophagic staph, meaning staphylococci or staph infection, Canada knew she had won her war. The vaccine was processed from polysaccharide components of the dried S. rosacea organism in factories isolated by permafrost and wilderness. While firmly denying her breakthrough, Canada managed to distribute the vaccine in her anti-radiation chelate doses to virtually her entire population, which isn't very large. And remember, I was trying to get Dean Ing to write about a world war that would be called World War IV, because I said the Cold War is World War III in effect, and so any war after that is a Fourth World War. And so when we were presenting that, he was using a thematic in which to pump in a bunch of other human drama that had nothing to do with what I was saying geopolitically, but he would insert these little parts of geopolitics because Michael Aquino gave him permission, indeed ordered him to do so. Soon, more of the vaccine was secretly dispensed in military rations to Canadian and U.S. troops in Asia. An infantryman who traded every chocolate bar away was trading his immunity, though he could not know it. A confirmed chocoholic who ate too much of it suffered from something similar to influenza. Some Canadian chocolate was distributed to Rus or Russian United States, meaning a post-Soviet Russia that I predicted when this book was published in the very early 1990s. We're talking about, as I said, if I remember correctly, it was, what year was it? 1981, actually. It was 1981 that this book was published. So remember, when I was working with Aquino, just starting as a librarian's aide, working with these documents that I was already being forced to handle against my protestations because they were above my security level, then I was telling people what would happen based on my own systemic analysis and my own predictions, so that I was hoping to transfer into a think tank, a futurology think tank. This is what I was producing that Aquino encouraged to be published so it would never be lost. So some of the Canadian chocolate was distributed to Russian United States troops too, meaning a post-Soviet Russia. But if the wrapper and the chocolat, as it's pronounced in the Russian, in Cyrillic, chocolat, it provided no immunity. If the wrapper said chocolat in Cyrillic, it provided no immunity. But if it said the chocolate in the English, then it was one of these immunodispensers. Sooner or later, there would be enough oral vaccine to eradicate Chinese plague throughout Asia, but Canada took the long view. The Rus, or the Russian United States, predicting already a Russo-American axis, would get it later rather than sooner. By the second week in August of 1997, Allied forces in Asia celebrated the war's anniversary in defensive consolidations, their weasel phrase for a brisk retreat. ANZUS forces in India, meaning Australia, New Zealand, United States forces in India, no longer sought, let me see if we go back in the same page order. They no longer sought the spearhead that would have met our Fifth Army on the western edge of Sino-Ind, or Sino-Indian, Chinese-Indian territory, because in this book, the prediction was that India would ally with China in this Fourth World War. For one thing, and I can explain the geopolitics of that later, no need for another detour right now. For one thing, the U.S. First and Fifth Armies had largely completed their redeployment north of Manchuria into Siberia. Rus, or Russian United States strategists, growled as the Americans moved ever eastward, ever farther from defensive Russian population centers and nearer to the Bering Strait. The Rus, or the Russian United States, were pulling their own armies back, intending to wall off European Russia, using the Urals, the mountains, as a buffer, and still had the United States Third Army to help. Now, you see, I'm predicting a United States and Russian alliance in every sense, a combined arms operation. Konev, who still chaired the anxiety-ridden Supreme Council, argued it was better to have the rest of the Americans in Siberia for however short a time than to let the region be overrun immediately by surviving Sino-Inds, or Siamese, or Chinese and Indian forces. Besides, the Americans had left an entire army with English and Canadian assault brigades in Central Asia. Some members of the Council warned of duplicity here, fearing that the foreign army might turn hostile on the banks of the Volga. The Rus worked out an accommodation. The Americans and their English-speaking friends could retreat through a corridor south of the Caspian Sea towards Turkey. Only the Iranians would protest this, and Iran had long since bled herself powerless with childish purges. Konev did not know that U.S. Joint Chiefs had placed our Third Army at such risk only after top-level meetings with the Canadians. Canada pledged to protect the escape corridor for our armies in Siberia if we would lend our battle-wise Third Army to the Turks, who had a bit of a problem. Turkey's problem began in 1992. Remember, I'm predicting this in 1981, when she contracted with Israel for desalinization plants on the shores of Tuzgolu, a huge brackish lake in Turkey's central Anatolian plateau. The Israelis had tapped geothermal energy in nearby volcanic highlands by 1994 and knew better than the Turks that the Central Plateau offered an excellent, if not quite ideal, staging area for a project that would take a decade to complete. Israel envisioned nothing less than a fabrication and launch complex by which Israelis could begin their escape from Earth. Not that this scheme had the blessings of every member of the Knesset. The premise had struck like raw pork in the gullet of many a traditional Zionist. But the odds against Israel's tomorrows mounted every year, and the only thing more unthinkable than an orbital new Israel was an Israel that could survive its present neighbors where it was. With the Turkish connection, Israel would gain freedom of movement to build and launch the seed ships, to harvest asteroids, to build vast habitats in Lagrangian orbits. Those are the 5 orbital points around the Earth that are balanced between the Earth and the Moon's gravity for stable points of stationing, artificial space platforms. Turkey would gain a newly fertile highland near Ankara, their capital, and rapid industrialization using Israeli and Canadian engineering. Canada would gain from favorable trade with New Israel's spacefaring factories and harbored the conviction that this solution would rinse away, once and for all, the trouble spot of old Israel. Canada well knew that worldwide objections would be raised against an orbital New Israel. She also knew that no corporate state on Earth had been in the past, or ever would be in the future, likely to bring such single-minded dedication and ability to the establishment of space colonies. Canada found that Egypt, Arabia, Iraq, and other AIR, Arab Islamic Republican countries would willingly help finance the extraterrestrialization of Israel. In 1995, major powers would have intervened. By 2010, some major powers might again intervene, but this odd consortium of Canadians, Islamics, and Israelis saw the next few years as a launch window in time. Turkey, nominally a democratic Islamic moderate, had already permitted many Israelis to relocate from Cyprus to the Tujgalu region, but knew that in transforming her central plateau to an Israeli staging area, she would risk opposition from inside and out. Internally, the nomadic Kurds were raiding advanced Israeli camps. Externally, Turkey feared that the Russian United States, might retain enough clout to mount an expeditionary force to prevent Israel from developing her orbital habitats. Turkey's problem then was simply that she needed an army of Janizaries, meaning mercenaries that were Islamized, for a few years. Canada was the broker for these services. She knew that the United States was in no position to withhold our Third Army now that we depended on Canada for aid, where I was already predicting the Canadians being wealthier than the Americans. So we'll see if this threw me off of page, which it did, because this is a problematic thing. And I think we were originally at, let me see the last page here after. At any rate, let me test that one more time. See if we can fucking do this, maneuver this. So going back to chapter 77. And again, this gives us an opportunity to look through how vapid and empty the rest of the book is of anything of consequence. 77, depended on Canada for aid, 282, there we are. Now, ultimately, White House Desiree, and in this case, I was predicting at that time what was logical, a Mormon takeover of the United States and the introduction of a Mormon theocracy, because the Mormons were survivalists. They demanded, it was requisite. There was no escape from it. Their theological position was that every Mormon had to have a year's supply of food, not just preserves like jellies and jams or some shit like that, like shootney or something. Honest to God, no shit, food. They had to have a year's supply of food to be a practicing Mormon. So at that time, the people who were most likely to survive a societal collapse were the Mormons. So hence, White House Desiree means a Mormon-occupied White House. Viewed the L5, meaning this is a like code spelling or for L5, as in Lagrange 5 solution, with cautious optimism. The Apostles, the ruling committee of the LDS, or the Latter-day Saints, the Church of Jesus Christ of the Mormons, felt that the official Mormon accounts of world history would in time greatly benefit by a general Jewish exodus from the planet. They reasoned, simplistically, that Jews everywhere would clamor for berths on L5 shuttle ships so that Mormon America would be rid of one highly visible religious minority. The truth was that most American Jews had lived urban lives and died urban deaths a year before. In other words, because almost every Jew in America lives in a city, and it was predicted cities would be hit by nuclear strikes, not delivered by nuclear missiles, but simply by the people shipping in nuclear weapons, or, as I explained before, Zionist Israel had implanted nuclear weapons under every major city, and because the United States was ruled by Mormons in this scenario, they were not cooperative with Zionist Jews, and the Zionist Jews blew up the cities. And because they blew up the cities, they killed the American Jews. Basically all of them, because almost 100% of American Jews live in cities, in America or anywhere in the world. Jews are outside of Israel, not farmers, and they're not, they don't dwell in the countryside, ever. So such being stated and articulated, the truth was, as I said, Jews in America were essentially exterminated by Zionists. More Jews survived in Europe than in America. Like Japan, Europe was rich in industry, poor in natural resources. There was good reason to expect that New Israel could have her pick of immigrants to a new industrial frontier. The long, purposeful retreat of the U.S. Third Army was applauded by allies and Sino-Ins, or the Sinam Indian Axis, alike for varied reasons. Iran and Kurdistan mounted token opposition, but feared contamination by plague more than they feared the passage of the infidel. Thanks to Canadian chocolate, very few cases of plague assailed our troops in Asia, and by early September, our Third Army reached eastern Turkey. Now you see the United States is in service of Israel, all the way. The 1st and 5th U.S. armies were streaming toward the Bering Strait while the weather held. We had historical precedents in Dunkirk and Cyprus for the massive crossing from the Chukchi Peninsula to Alaska. We believed that the Sino-Ins, or the Sinam Indian Axis, like the Russians, were too weak to mount serious opposition to our crossing. But just in case, the U.S. and Canadian fleets assembled in the Chukchi and Bering Seas. So in this chapter, I explained what happened with Cyprus and how the Jews used that as a launching pad to establish a total domination of near space, basically blocking the path between Earth and the Moon. This, of course, is after exterminating all the competition in the United States. Do you understand why this had to be couched? There was no other way it could be published except hidden in a vapid melodrama that was the rest of the book. Does that make sense now? And why we had to take that?
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yes.
So, thank you. And so I appreciate your patience with that. So with that being said, now you understand why the Israelis are purchasing real estate in Cyprus, and what other thoughts you might have on that will be welcome. So please share what comes to mind. And
oh no, thank you. No, thank you for explaining all that, Douglas. No, that puts things into perspective. So I really appreciate it. No, so thank you so much. And hopefully I will be able to get some copies of those chapters from that you've read previously.
Well,
and today.
let me see if I can give you. Let me see if I can give you the. That's a good idea. I should try and get some screenshots shortly after the show is over. I'll try and do that.
All right, Douglas.
Yeah. Other than that, I'll try and give you the link to the Internet Archive, and then So, did you ever have a chance to try and check out that other book, The Chinese Ultimatum, that I had recommended? The difference between
yes, I remember. Yes, thank you. I really appreciated that one, Douglas. Yeah, when you did the same thing on that show going back previously, several episodes ago.
There's still other chapters we have to go over. Yeah, there's still other chapters we have to go over in that book, and we'll try and screenshot those other chapters as well.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's worth it if you check that book out and review it digitally, because actually in that case, all of the filler, if you will, between the geopolitical chapters is actually worth it. So do your best to try and find time to read that if you can. I know that's almost impossible considering how busy you are, but
it is frustrating, Douglas. But no, I'll try my best. I won't be able to do it from this point this week, after today, but hopefully next week I can find some time.
Okay.
And then go back and review certainly what you've timestamped, Douglas. Certainly. In preparation for my next visit, so I won't be on this Sunday, but I will be next. Wednesday,
so what Thursday. I timestamped in that other episode, the one that was the Tesla birthday episode. What I timestamped there was about the assignment I gave the Blood Boys was all that Thomas Jefferson in his Declaration of Independence, all of the accusations, which are just that it's, how would I say it? It's like an exhaustive list of complaints where Thomas Jefferson is trying to condemn King George III as this villain. And so he has all these complaints about King George III. And so I assigned the Blood Boys to draw a parallel of all the complaints drawn against King George and how they actually apply to Donald Trump. And they found them. So I was reading out their answers, basically. And so their answers were that everything that the founding fathers were complaining about with King George really applies to Donald Trump.
Trump, yes.
Yeah, and if there was anyone who deserves an American Revolution against him, it's Donald John Trump. Yeah.
Yes.
So that being said, I do want people to understand that. So when this woman says we're not at war, and you said, oh yes we are, how did she take it again? How did she just kind of like wilted at that and just melted back?
Yeah, just shook her head, and then the conversation was over at that point. I think the intent of it was to come up and to shut me down. They're obviously eavesdropping in the conversation, and so it was probably it certainly sparked some form of trigger. Certainly sparked something where they had to felt compelled to come and shut me down. Either whatever stance they have, that obviously, some people.
Here's what Brendan Zoget said about that. He said denial mode. He said they're in denial mode. So go on.
They obviously, they go into denial mode. It's obviously because of the fear of cognitive dissonance. It's the fear of the four, the realization that they're at war. Certainly is. It brings forth anxietal feelings, and so people can't comprehend it, but they don't want to, so they go into the denial mode. And so as we've brought up many times in the past, Douglas, that was certainly an effect of cognitive dissonance on their part, where then the only thing you can do is to either shut down the information, the bearer of information, or you ignore it. And so that was the reaction I got. But it was a denial of reality. That's that is what's so compelling about it, and what's so unnerving about it is people just deny that. And bring up, and it was going back to a different situation I was in. This individual said, well I'm not going to go to fight a war over there. It's nothing to do with us. But if they come here, then I'll go to war. And I point out they already have done that. The Novichok weapon they deployed at Salisbury, that's a weapon of mass destruction. They deployed it on our soil. That's a foreign attack. And it's something I've pointed out, it draws parallels to 9/11. And it's like, people are under the impression that these nuclear weapons are used only as a deterrent to either obfuscate the intention of deploying an attack on a foreign adversary or foreign country, foreign state, and that they will be used in retaliation. And I point out on 9/11, where were the nuclear weapons deployed? It was an attack by a foreign adversary against the United States on the continental home soil. And yet, where were the nuclear weapons? They said, oh yeah, well, there you go. It's not a deterrent, is it? Well, there's other factors that go into that, because there was involvement at the governmental level, the federal government level, but also it was that was certainly orchestrated. That was an orchestrated operation, that incident, as we call it, Douglas.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But where was the nuclear weapons? Where did they deploy them? Where was they? Where were they? Who were they going to attack? Oh, it was a failure of intelligence. Oh no, but they were saying who did it on the day.
Yes, absolutely.
They were saying who done it on the day. Osama bin Laden's name was mentioned several times on air on 9/11.
Oh, yeah, it became obsessive. It became like this is all you heard about, but to give you a show here of the map that's within this book. Yes. Oh, no worries. No, that was fine. That was perfect.
I have to laugh. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. If you don't laugh, you're going to cry. So this was something that I wanted to show you is in the book, Systemic Shock, is this map. What's interesting is that perhaps whoever took these scans was afraid to damage the cover, but it results in an incomplete map. So the first thing you'll notice is that all of Western Europe and England are cut out of this map of the world at war. This was supposed to be, again, after the Cold War is over and Russia and America were united, which I was predicting back in 1981. Yes. It's basically the neutral nations. And this map, again, went through Michael Aquino's security clearance and was allowed to be published in the book. Neutral is Antarctica, because that's Third Reich territory. So also Argentina, which was heavily Nazified and still Peronist at the time, and white South Africa, which was still very Boer Afrikaner or white apartheid regime. And all these areas, Paraguay was under the German Stroessner, and of course was allied with Argentina. All of these are Nazi neutral, along with Sweden is neutral. And these are basically the only neutral nations on the earth in this war. Whereas the enemy, or the Sino-Ind or pro-Sino-Ind, the Sinam or an Indian Axis, was predicted to be a third world revolt of South against North. In other words, the Third World War was predicted, the Fourth World War was predicted to be the global South versus the global North. Again, if I've used Third World War, I meant Fourth World War. In this case, after the Cold War, which was the Third World War in effect, has ended. This is World War IV. And you see a United States and a united Russia, Canada, and of course England is hidden, but England is considered to be almost like a satrap of the United States, as you've heard from what I read in the chapter. But all of Brazil, and which is part of BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa today. Brazil is part, along with Chile. There's a whole bunch of strange reasons why they had to do that. They consider that part of the enemy, but Chile is the most Nazified nation in all of South America, and would be on the side of Antarctica, but which is essentially neutral in this scenario. But again, they even put Japan as being on the side of communist China and both Koreas, because they felt that Japan would ally with the colored people against the white-dominated Australia, Europe, Russia, and America. All that's changed. So much of the politics has changed here. Cuba, of course, would still be part of this third world. But this was like a World War IV prediction that was not the way I wanted it to be presented, but was ultimately presented as a compromise between Aquino and Diening and myself. So that's something to emphasize, and that's the outline for what they thought was a North-South conflict. Today we talk about the Global South conflict that's arising, and the Russians and the Chinese dominate the Global South. So Japan would be definitely the leader of the West, along with Taiwan. Britain's right up there with it, and Germany as well. Whereas America is along with Russia, they're basically on the side of communist China and the Global South, really, in their own perverse way. So a whole new map needs to be redrawn. But I'm glad I was able to share that, and certainly appreciate your patience.
Yes, Douglas. No, much appreciated, Douglas. No, it's very highly regarded. Thank you so much.
And I thank you for your patience with all of this. We're, of course, going to go more into history again in the very near future, the next episode.
Yeah, we will. Yes. And, much appreciated, Douglas. Yes. And I do apologize. I do have to depart now. But thank you so much for having me on. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for your time. And certainly your knowledge. Thank you so much. It's very much.
We love you dearly, and stay safe and be well. And we'll be speaking again, hopefully on Sunday.
I believe next Wednesday, Douglas. I'm afraid. Yes. So yes, I don't think I'll be able to visit. Certainly on this coming show.
Well, I want you to know I've gone back to working on the Taya part of my gazetteer, so I'm working on that, and I'll get that to you as soon as possible. I'm working on it, so at least
looking forward. Yeah, looking forward to it, Douglas. Thank you. Take good care of yourself, and please, everyone, support Douglas, and take good care of yourself, Brendan. It was nice speaking to you very shortly. Hopefully, I'll catch up with you soon as well. But take good care of yourself, Douglas, and all the best.
All my love to you too. All my love to you and yours. Okay.
Thank you.
Stay safe. Be well. Have a blessed week. Okay, so it's just Brendan, Aristides, and myself, and I think both Brendan and Aristides are halfway to slumberland. and that's maybe a good thing. Now, what I'll probably do now is wait till next week to start bitching about Elon Musk again and the Epstein files on Sunday, and I'll start early. I'll just start early in the show rather than dragging ass like I did tonight. But tonight I was not in a good mood. I was not in a good mood. So it's one of these things that I'll definitely be better on Sunday. It just when I go from the Estates back to where I'm at in the crypt, the difference, as anyone can imagine, is profound enough where it jars the sensibilities and it deadens the mind. It really does. And I'm so glad Amy Como came in to help me get over that. And then once we were over that, we started into our commentary on Elon and the Trumpster, and we'll go right back to that with Elon and the Epstein files, his assault on transgenderism of Gavin Newsom, gruesome Newsom as he's become, and so let's get ready for that on Sunday. Come back at the same time, same place. We have been on for 5.5 hours. So we've been approaching the 6 hour point, and everybody on the Estates, love you all. I know that you understand that we want to do this when the numbers are at their highest. They'll be at their highest at the beginning next episode on Sunday. Let's start then, getting back into the transgender bullshit of Gavin Newsom that he was pulling with Sean Ryan, and with that as well. We will ask, what else should I bring to people's attention? Love to all the ladies who support myself. Kisses unto thee. And especially Sheila Gavin, lovely lady. I will take the time to read your latest communique. And this wonderful individual who's under the presumed name, who sent the care package. I love you beyond expression, forever in your debt. And Goddess bless you and keep you. With that, everyone else, help that I could use would be anything towards food. Money, that is. Money towards food, which I will use for food over until the new Oster toaster oven arrives, and then we'll figure out whether that's enough to keep me going for, whether that's enough to take 2 of those home-delivered meal trays at once. Okay, and that being said, we're going to thank all the gentlemen, hugs to all the lads out there who support myself, and be back on Sunday, same time, same place. It's been a gas. I'll get myself some rest after, coming straight home, doing the show. Now I'll work my way towards sleep. And of course, I'll get some timestamps or some screenshots for our man, George Knight, of that novel, those chapters, as soon as possible. Let me see if I can pull that off tonight before doing everybody's timestamps. All right, that having been said, we were through a lot of electronic assault tonight on the Microsoft Teams call. So we'll hope that doesn't happen with the next episode. And in the interim, join us for the next episode, and we'll get right into monologue with people interjecting. All right, take care till then. Bye for now, and have a blessed week and weekend. I'll check my calendar here, or should I even bother? Google Calendar brought up, and it looks like mostly a lot of things I have to take care of on Friday. But other than that, the holiday this weekend will be Japanese People's Maritime Day, what they call Marine Day, but it means the Ocean Day. Japan being a maritime nation, and we'll have something going on at the estate during the weekend, but I should be communicado through Friday, most certainly, and taking care of what I can on Friday in terms of personal business. All right, going back to the estates tomorrow, which means I might not be back to them on Saturday, and instead we'll go on Sunday for the Monday holiday. So likely I'll be home Thursday and Friday. All right. Until then, everybody who needs to reach me, you know how. And certainly everyone else who's simply passively listening, join us, and for God's sakes, get active in your support. I can't keep coming back without it. With that, we're going to end stream.